Chapter 470. Finding the attributes of every single herb was not something that could be done in a short period of time, or even in a few years. It could only be done slowly and using an extremely long period of time. As for the question of how herbs that were originally of the wood attribute could have attributes of the 5 elements, Zhang Xiaohua had some vague ideas. For example, the scarlet fire grass was red in color, and there was no vegetation growing in its surroundings. Even the soil would turn to stone, so it was obviously of the fire attribute. The 2 main ingredients of the crimson flame pill, the crimson pearl grass, complemented the fire attribute scarlet fire grass, so it was definitely of the water attribute. Of course, there were even more herbs that could not be directly identified from their appearance, so it was impossible to directly determine their attributes. The Qi practitioners of the Path of Immortals were very resourceful, and they had come into contact with many more herbs than the Qi practitioners of the Path of Immortals. If Zhang Xiaohua did not use any special techniques and only tried using his stupid method, who knew when he would be able to tell the difference? And how could the art of herbal medicine be able to clearly identify the attributes of dried herbs? Firstly, there were limited types of herbs. Secondly, different people would fall sick every day. It was very easy to obtain results through large amounts of practice. Even so, the art of herbal medicine had only reached its current scale after several thousand years. Zhang Xiaohua engraved the pill recipe and her own experiences into the jade slip. After expending some of her spiritual sense, she stowed the jade slip away and began to cultivate the God's Guide. Ever since she began using her spiritual sense to write jade slips, Zhang Xiaohua knew that apart from true qi, the spiritual sense was extremely important in the path of immortality. She had only just come into contact with the path of immortality, so she might have to use her spiritual sense in many places in the future. As a result, she cultivated the God's Guide every day. After a while, she finished replenishing her spiritual sense. Zhang Xiaohua felt that her spiritual sense had improved slightly, and the God's Guide had also improved slightly. Just as she was about to stand up, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the mnemonic chant recorded in the appendix of the God's Guide jade slip to conceal her cultivation and spiritual sense. When Zhang Xiaohua saw it that day, she didn't think much of it. The way of immortality that she cultivated was just a legend in Jianghu. No one had seen it before. It would only appear when she used the way of immortality to fight with others. How could anyone discover it on a normal day? This incantation was completely useless to him. Now that his mind was moved and he thought of this, he felt that something wasn't right. After a period of time, he would have to spread the incense cult alone. The aroma sect was a colossus. It was a super sect with a legacy of 10,000 years. When Zhang Xiaohua was at Huanxi Manor, she had not felt the power of its legacy. But when she arrived at Rejuvenation Valley, she found that even a small faction like Rejuvenation Valley had old men like Elder Zhang, as well as some people she had never seen before. As a sect, the Aroma sect had stood tall in Jianghu for 10,000 years. How could it not have its own heritage? Who knew if there were some old monsters hidden in the Aroma sect that were over 100 years old? Moreover, it was the legacy of the way of immortality. Perhaps they had some secret method to see through a person's cultivation. She was unlucky to be seen through. However, she was going to the Aroma sect under the banner of Rejuvenation Valley. Nominally, she was the son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Wouldn't that be causing a lot of trouble for Rejuvenation Valley? Therefore, for her own sake, she still had to comprehend the mnemonic chant to conceal her cultivation and spiritual sense. Taking out the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua carefully read it for the first time. The mnemonic chant was very long, about 2,000 words. It was abnormally cryptic. Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully but didn't learn anything. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, the average cultivation method of the way of immortality was not easy to understand or practice. The difficulty of concealing one's cultivation could be imagined. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She remembered that when she first started cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was abnormally simple. There were many things in the cultivation method that she didn't know how to understand. But after entering the way of immortality for several years, her aptitude seemed to have improved greatly. For example, the art of alchemy and the art of refining weapons. Although it was not easy, she could understand it carefully. Although she didn't have a master to guide her, she could still master it. Could the cultivation method of the way of immortality make people smarter? AI, who cares, isn't it good to be smart? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Who cares how it becomes smart? It's more important to comprehend the mnemonic chant. Then, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered the first part of the mnemonic chant word by word. In the blink of an eye, when Zhang Xiaohua stood up again, the sky had gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Time was too short. She hadn't comprehended anything and the day was about to pass. How good would it be if she could find a place to cultivate alone and ignore the trivial matters of the world? But then, this thought was strangled. Her mother, father, and other family members, O Yan, Qiu Tong, Wen Hai, and the others, Dreams, O, and Nie Qianyu, all of them entered her mind. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and couldn't help but smile. The world is so beautiful, why don't I miss it? Cultivation is cultivation. Entering the world is also cultivating the heart. Tao follows nature, Tao follows nature. Then, she felt the true qi in her body surge violently. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly took out a jade talisman to set up a formation around the pill room. Then, she took out 2 origin stones. After thinking for a moment, she threw out the crouching ox stone and sat cross-legged on it. It was rare for her to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra during the day. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua entered Rejuvenation Valley, she had been persistently comprehending the Tao of Heaven and made up for her lack of understanding of the Tao of Heaven with the Qi Huang art. She also continuously improved in the areas of pill refinement and weapon forging. Most importantly, she had to refine starlight and absorb origin Qi every night to cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Her accumulation in these few months was quite deep, so when she gained something in her temperament, her mental cultivation method also improved. In the dimly lit pill room, Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless. She held a piece of origin stone in each hand and all the pores on her body opened up, greedily absorbing the surrounding origin qi. When the origin qi in the pill room was completely absorbed, the origin qi in Rejuvenation Valley rushed toward the pill room. And now, Zhang Xiaohua's speed of drawing qi was very fast. Although the origin qi in the valley was much more than outside, it was too thin for Zhang Xiaohua. If Zhang Xiaohua greedily absorbed it, it would most likely cause irreparable harm to the medicinal herbs in the valley. At this moment, the results of Zhang Xiaohua's daily hard work in comprehending the Tao of Heaven appeared at this moment. The refined origin qi in her body and the circulating vital qi in her meridians gradually changed under the influence of the Tao of Heaven. These changes were almost undetectable, but it was also these changes that caused Zhang Xiaohua's entire body to be branded with traces of the Tao of Heaven. Didn't the Qi Huang art mention the theory of the 5 elements? The 5 organs in the body were all of the 5 elements, and the 5 elements were some kind of rule of the Tao of Heaven. Under Zhang Xiaohua's comprehension of the Tao of Heaven, her body gradually showed signs of conforming to the Tao of Heaven. Although these signs were extremely small, they caused a chain of changes, such as the absorption of vital qi and origin qi. The crouching ox stone that Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on originally had a fixed speed of the qi of heaven and earth that was being drawn into her body. However, due to the slight change in the way that Zhang Xiaohua absorbed the origin qi, the qi of heaven and earth in the crouching ox stone suddenly seemed to have been summoned by something. It surged out of the crouching ox stone like a tide and crazily poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores. The origin qi in Rejuvenation Valley surged into the elixir room, but this meager amount of origin qi could no longer attract Zhang Xiaohua's attention, so she did not absorb it. When the wild origin qi in the crouching ox stone entered her body, it immediately submitted to the radiance of the Tao of heaven. It followed the meridians in her body and flashed in a regular pattern. It seemed slow but was actually very fast, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, countless rays of starlight shone down from the night sky, penetrating through the stone walls and enveloping Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings. At this moment, the starlight was surging. The refined starlight fused with his meridians, fused with his primary energy, and fused with his transparent bones. As the starlight fused with his bones, the red dots gradually increased in number, almost imperceptibly. In the Mud Pill Palace, the layer of golden array talismans on the essence of herbalism suddenly sped up and emitted a mysterious wave. The starlight outside Zhang Xiaohua's body also seemed to have been summoned and was directly drawn into the golden talismans without any refinement. The talismans that had absorbed the starlight emitted a faint radiance. After spinning a few times, fine golden rays of light were emitted from each talisman and entered the tiny core in the middle of the essence of herbalism. The core became more stable and the essence of herbalism seemed to have been replenished. It was mobilized more powerfully and there were faint traces of the Tao of heaven in its movements. Everything was so harmonious. Under the enlightenment of the Tao of heaven, she was progressing in an orderly manner. She cultivated until dawn. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. The flame in her eyes flickered abnormally. Zhang Xiaohua put away the crouching ox stone and pocketed the vitality stones. Only then did she check her cultivation level. This check was not a big deal, but it really made Zhang Xiaohua's jaw drop. Previously on the deserted island, he had broken through to the 6th level. Then, he had slowly wandered around the early stages of the 6th level. He had not broken through for a long time. However, he also knew that this was a transition from the early stages of the qi refining stage to the middle stages of the qi refining stage. It was a change in the way of cultivation and could not be rushed. Earlier, there had been various signs of a breakthrough. That was why he took out the crouching ox stone yesterday and wanted to raise his cultivation level to the middle stages of the 6th level. But now, after a brief check, the vital energy in his body was surging. His vital energy flowed freely in his mind. The bottleneck of the 7th level was faintly visible. Was this not a sign of the peak of the 6th level? Could it be that last night's cultivation had directly skipped the middle stages of the 6th level? Zhang Xiaohua was a little incredulous. Ever since he started cultivating, he had always been down to earth, taking one step at a time. This sudden big step was not something he was used to. So, he immediately sat down cross-legged and carefully observed to see if there was anything strange. After a long examination, he did not find anything wrong. Everything was normal. However, he felt that there was something different from before. He felt that this normal was not the same as before. Suddenly, he laughed. He understood what was going on. Chapter 471. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time, and he suddenly understood why he felt that the true qi in his body was different from before. This difference was that the current true qi flow was too natural. It was as if this true qi was born to flow like this. There was no need for him to control it at all. Before this, the true qi flow was under Zhang Xiaohua's deliberate command. According to the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra, the true qi flowed in the orderly meridians. Now, although the order of the meridians was the same, the true qi flow had some subtle differences. Some meridians were faster, and some were slower. These speeds might not be the real speed, but it was the speed that Zhang Xiaohua perceived in his heart. This thing seems very familiar. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and understood. Isn't there the taste of heaven's way in here? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds should be related to his comprehension of heaven's way during this time. Perhaps it was the result of a thin and thick head. In fact, it was precisely so. The improvement of cultivation was related to the state of mind. The higher the state of mind, the faster the cultivation. The state of mind was just a side of one's cultivation in heaven's way. The comprehension of heaven's way directly affected the cultivation of the state of mind. This state of mind cultivation had a huge impact on Zhang Xiaohua, a rookie who had just reached the initial stage of qi refining. It was just a few months of comprehension of heaven's way, and he directly improved his cultivation by a big step. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand some of the relationships, but then he had a new discovery. Under heaven's way, the flow of true qi was very harmonious. This inspired Zhang Xiaohua a lot. Yesterday, when he read the mnemonic to hide his cultivation, he was always puzzled. Now, referring to last night's progress, he felt that he seemed to have found the direction of a breakthrough. Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Xiaohua took out the mnemonic again and studied it in detail. Zhang Xiaohua didn't put the jade slip away until the sky was bright. It was naturally impossible to make any progress in such a short time, but the smile on his face revealed the gains in his heart. After removing the formation in the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua happily practiced the Big Dipper Divine Fist. She looked at the sky and thought, little fish Nya should be here by now, right? When he reached the entrance of the pill chamber, he saw Nye Qianyu walking over with a few disciples. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming out of the pill room, Nye Qianyu asked happily, "Did Brother Ren sense my presence again?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I just woke up and wanted to take a walk." Then, she looked at Nye Qianyu's eyes and asked in surprise, "Little fish, what's wrong with your eyes?" Her hair was a little dark, and her eyes were a little bloodshot. Did she have insomnia last night? I heard that the most important way for a woman to maintain her beauty is to sleep. Nye Qianyu rolled her eyes at him and said, "It's nothing. I just wanted to pick out a pill formula for you, so I slept a little late last night." "It's okay." Zhang Xiaohua felt warm in his heart and cupped his hands. "Little fish, it's been hard on you." Nye Qianyu's eyes reddened. "You still have a conscience. You saw that I slept late and still remembered to come out and welcome me. Forget it, this bit of trouble is worth it." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know what to say and only sighed in her heart. But at this moment, Nye Qianyu suddenly frowned and looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely. Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose, her face, and even her hair, but didn't see any ash or firewood. She could only look at Nye Qianyu strangely. Nye Qianyu felt embarrassed and rebuked, "Why are you staring at me?" Zhang Xiaohua responded like a bug and said, "Yeah, why are you staring at me?" Nye Qianyu giggled and said, "It's strange, Big Brother Ren. No matter how I look at you, you look different from yesterday. However, your nose and eyebrows are normal. Could it be that your temperament has changed?" But then, she smiled and said, "But temperament can't be changed in a day." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the great improvement in cultivation last night had such a miraculous effect? Could it really attract the attention of girls? He couldn't help but shake his hair and say with a smile, "I didn't expect that Ren Xiaoyao would have such a glorious day." "Ha ha ha," Nye Qianyu laughed and said, "Big Brother Ren, the more I look at you, the more you look like the person who only learned that 3-character classic for a few months." Bang! Zhang Xiaohua fell to the ground. It turned out that she had regressed. In fact, Nye Qianyu was exaggerating a lot. After last night's practice, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had improved greatly. The vital qi in her body and the elixir core in her mud pill palace were closer to the way of heaven and had returned to her original state. Of course, this was only a night's practice. How could there be such an earth-shaking change? If Nye Qianyu didn't care so much about Zhang Xiaohua, how could she see the clues? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up awkwardly, Nye Qianyu walked up to him and helped him wipe the dust off. She said with a smile, "Big Brother Ren, do you have to be like this? As the saying goes, gold on the outside is rotten on the inside. You're 100 times better than them." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fell again. Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and said, "Okay, big brother Ren, I won't tease you anymore. I'll tell you about the elixir I'm going to refine today." Sure enough, the elixir today was different from the previous days. The steps were slightly more complicated, and there were more herbs. When Zhang Xiaohua used the Rejuvenation Valley's cauldron to refine the elixir, there were some difficulties. However, it was this setback that made Zhang Xiaohua's elixir refinement progress. The elixir refinement of the Way of Immortality was much more advanced than that of the Way of Martial Arts. However, it mainly relied on the control of spells. The fine control of temperature between the eyes and the hands was somewhat clumsy. It was just like how some martial arts moves were more exquisite than the Way of Immortality. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua's elixir refinement speed slowed down slightly. In addition, Nie Qianyu brought a lot of herbs, so she couldn't finish refining in the morning. Nie Qianyu accompanied Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, thinking that she had arranged everything properly. For the next 10 days or so, Nie Qianyu was like this. She constantly increased the difficulty of the elixir formula and increased the number of herbs. She could always spend most of the day in Zhang Xiaohua's elixir room. Zhang Xiaohua only had time to refine her own elixir after she finished the homework that Nie Qianyu gave her. Looking at Nie Qianyu's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua often complained, "I've become an old cow in the Rejuvenation Valley. I eat grass and flow milk." However, it was also this kind of hard work that not only did Zhang Xiaohua become more proficient in the elixir refinement method of martial arts, but she also comprehended the elixir refinement method of the Way of Immortality by analogy. She also had more understanding that her predecessors didn't have. The days passed by happily just like that night, when Zhang Xiaohua was using the cauldron to practice the Rejuvenation Valley's secret elixir, 3 Purities elixir. The Rejuvenation Valley's main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. This was the meeting hall that Zhang Xiaohua saw for the first time in the Rejuvenation Valley. In the main hall, Valley Master Nie sat on the main seat. On the guest seats on both sides, there were 6 people of different heights, short, fat, and thin. Behind them, there were also a few disciples in martial arts attire who stood solemnly. On Valley Master Nie's left was a skinny man in his 50s. He was dressed in martial arts attire and said in surprise, "Second brother Nie, are you really going to do this? This concerns the Rejuvenation Valley. If this guy has any ill intentions towards the incense sect and makes them unhappy, not only the Rejuvenation Valley, but the entire Jade Foundation Alliance will be in extreme danger." Valley Master Nie looked at the man with a smile and said, "Third brother Zhua, it seems like you still don't have much confidence in your second brother." Third brother Si said stubbornly, "That's true, second brother Nie. When little you got into trouble previously, our entire Jasper Flower horse farm was going to be mobilized. But you insisted that we stay in the horse farm and not move around. Then, you started some stupid martial arts competition to find a groom. You made a mess and almost got into trouble." At this moment, the old man with white hair and a messy beard who was sitting next to Valley Master Nie said, "Third brother Zhua, why don't you understand your second brother Nie's intentions? Isn't he just afraid that he'll fall for their trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? Isn't he going to destroy our Jade Foundation Alliance while everyone is busy saving little you? Big brother Si, I know that too. But I just feel that second brother Nie doesn't treat me as a brother. Seeing that little you is missing, I can't help it all." Big brother Si said with a smile, "Isn't our weapon forging sect the same? They don't let us help at all and only send out a few disciples to scout for information." A short and shrewd man sitting next to him said, "How many times have I advised you, third brother Zhua? Our Jade Foundation Alliance is bound together for good or ill. How can second brother Nie not treat us as brothers? Isn't it just because he knows that there's no news of little you and that the enemy is secretly plotting against us? He definitely didn't succeed. It's better for us to stay put than to make a move." Third brother Si gave him a sideways glance and said, "Sixth brother Ing, don't talk about me now. Of course, isn't your Ing horse ranch ready to go as well? Ha ha ha, enough of that. Someone who looked like Butcher Lu stood up and said, our little niece is still the lucky one. Not only is she fine, she even managed to find a good son-in-law. I heard that his martial arts and physical strength are top-notch. Even our weapon-forging sex little Lu isn't his match. Finally, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man said with a smile, fourth brother formation is just joking. Think about it, this Ren Xiaoxia is someone who has overcome all obstacles and defeated 6 generals. He even became the lord of the spouse joust competition. How can an ordinary person compare to him? If our Jade Foundation Alliance had someone like him, second brother Nye wouldn't have racked his brains to come up with a countermeasure. The weapon-forging sex fourth brother formation said mysteriously, we didn't have such people before, but we can't say that we won't have any in the future. Hee, but this person is a good person and his martial arts are excellent. It's just that. Second brother Nye, it's just that his background is really. You know, little Lu told me last time. I even paid special attention to the sex of the pugilistic world near Tanha City, but I didn't hear of any famous sections. Second brother Nye, you're here to scheme, so don't make any mistakes, calm and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 472. But Boss C of the weapon-forging sect smiled and said, Beidou school is indeed a very unfamiliar school, but don't worry. Second brother has always been steady in his work. How could he make a mistake? Maybe he took a fancy to this good son-in-law and wanted him to be his son-in-law. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. That's good. Little Yu has become a big child. She should have gotten married long ago and run Rejuvenation Valley well. Valley head Nye smiled bitterly. I'm very happy and little Yu is also very happy. It's just that Ren Xiaoxia seems to be neither friendly nor distant and never mentions this matter. Also, if it wasn't for the incense cult, he would have left long ago. Then why are you sticking your hot face to his cold butt? Why did you agree to join the incense cult? Third brother's Wo was even more puzzled. Boss C said meaningfully, Siqing, why don't you ask your second brother to tell the whole story? Maybe your second brother has some use for him and has no choice but to do it. Valley head Nye seemed to have known the current situation and was not in a hurry to explain. When he heard Boss C's question, he calmly took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Boss C. He said, Big brother, take a look at this blood replenishing pill. Blood replenishing pill? Boss C was obviously a little surprised. He turned around and saw a short man with sparkling eyes. Then, he took the porcelain bottle. Boss C opened the lid and poured out a brownish-red pill. He looked left and right and smiled. Isn't this the blood replenishing pill that Rejuvenation Valley usually produces? It's only one size smaller. Could it be that Rejuvenation Valley also wants to cut corners? Valley head Nye smiled. Big brother, you must be joking. Rejuvenation Valley has 1,000 years of reputation. How would I dare to fool them? The youngest Ing Lao Lu walked over and took the pill from Boss C's hand. He also looked left and right before swallowing it. Then, he closed his eyes and savored the taste. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in surprise, Second brother Nye, you really know how to hide good things. I've been weak in both chi and blood. I've used some blood replenishing pills from Rejuvenation Valley, but why aren't they as effective as yours? How could you hide such a good thing? Why didn't you share it with everyone? With that, he reached out to grab the porcelain bottle from Boss C's hand. Valley Master Nye's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He snatched the bottle back and put it into his pocket. He smiled and said, You're lacking in both essence and blood. Don't read the Jade Heart Sutra, it's much better than eating the blood replenishing pill. Ing Lao Lu chuckled and said, Aren't I taking advantage of my young age to enjoy myself? If I had reached your age, I would have been powerless long ago. Eldest C ignored Ing Lao Yu's joke and stared at Valley Master Nye, asking, Lao Lu, what's going on? Looking at the gazes of his brothers from the Jade Foundation Alliance, Valley Head Nya recounted the entire sequence of events. Of course, he still remembered Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Using the Spring-Autumn Annals technique, he made it sound like Zhang Xiaohua had taught Rejuvenation Valley how to use inner energy. He made it sound like Zhang Xiaohua had read Rejuvenation Valley's ancient records and discovered a long-lost art of pill refinement. Ah! Everyone was astonished. Zhuo Xiqing said, "Could it be that this Ren Xiaoyao is Rejuvenation Valley's Tianxi's son-in-law? Your little Yu has been reading ancient records all day and didn't see it, but this kid managed to find it after just a few days of learning." Sigh, brother Yakong, oh right, there's also brother Fu Hu, brother Zhenxian, brother Zhizhu. Shouldn't you let this kid stay at your Tiger Subdue Horse Farm, Weapon Refinery Sect and Garrison Horse Farm for a while? Who knows, he might be able to help you guys find some long-lost art. Si Yakong smiled and said, "I've had this thought for a long time. It's just that our Weapon Refinery Sect doesn't have a clever girl like little Yu who can capture his thoughts." When Valley Head Nya heard this, he could only smile bitterly and said, "It's all luck, luck. Brothers, don't think too much. Our Rejuvenation Valley has discovered a long-lost art. Isn't our Jade Foundation Alliance the first to benefit from it? Oh right, Ing Lao Lu, when Sui Jindan is successfully refined, I'll personally give you a porcelain bottle. I guarantee that you'll be able to move it as you wish and it'll be incomparably sturdy." Really? Ing Zhizhu's eyes were filled with tears. He stepped forward and grabbed Valley Head Nye's hands, saying, "Family." Then, he asked, "Second brother must have taken a lot of it back then, right? Go away." Valley Head Nye threw Ing Lao Lu to the side. Si Yakong said thoughtfully, "Second brother, from what you've said, you seem to have let him refine pills in your valley." "Ah, that's right, big brother." Valley Head Nye said excitedly, "You don't know, but this kid is really amazing. Oh, maybe it's because his beta school is amazing. He doesn't seem to specialize in alchemy, but he's extremely talented in it. Take note, big brother, it's talent. When he first started refining, I could tell that he wasn't used to using that cauldron. That pill just now was refined by him." Ah! Everyone was flabbergasted. Ing Zhizhu didn't dare to believe it. He said, "The blood-replenishing pill you ate just now was much better than what I ate. Moreover, the pills you gave me were always refined by you." Could it be? Everyone understood. That's right, having such a genius alchemist was something that Rejuvenation Valley yearned for even in their dreams. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley was indebted to this person, and Rejuvenation Valley wanted him to marry into their family. Presumably, he would agree to any conditions. The most important thing is. Valley Head Nye continued, "Through these few months of observation, this child is an unusually smart person. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who only knows how to be chivalrous and doesn't put his own safety first. So, you sent him to the incense cult to hone his skills. Who knows, he might be able to catch the eye of the incense cult. He might even become a disciple of the incense cult. Then, you'll marry little Yu to him. Ha ha ha, second brother Nye, you're really counting your chickens before they hatch." Valley Head Nye was speechless when he heard this. He had gathered the brothers of the Jade Foundation Alliance to explain to them about Zhang Xiaohua going to the incense cult. After all, if there were any slip-ups and the incense cult blamed them, the entire Jade Foundation Alliance could suffer. But even before he said anything, these brothers had already twisted his meaning. Valley Head Nye originally wanted to explain, but when he heard them say this, his heart was moved. Since his brothers thought so, everyone in the Jianghu, including the incense cult, would think so too. Then, why did he have to make such a pointless explanation? Even if he told them about Zhang Xiaohua's idea, he couldn't just leave Rejuvenation Valley aside. Rather than that, he might as well keep everyone in the dark. If there were any slip-ups in the future, the incense cult might not punish them for not knowing anything. And if he hid this matter from them, how would Zhang Xiaohua thank him? Valley Head Nye couldn't help but think of his daughter's brilliant smile. After talking for a while, they heard Boss Si Yakong of the weapon forging sect ask, "Second brother, has there been any movement from the dragon soaring sword village?" Valley Head Nye turned to look at the ordinary-looking middle-aged man who hadn't spoken for a long time. "The soaring dragon mountains are very close to the dragon soaring sword village. I'll leave this matter to fifth brother. After all, the appearance of our men from Rejuvenation Valley there is rather sudden and will easily attract their attention." Ma Fuhu of the Subdue Tiger Horse Farm said calmly, "Ever since second brother Nye told me about this matter, I've been paying attention to the movements of the dragon soaring sword village. On the surface, they don't seem much different from before. But after careful analysis, there are still some differences. Their second young master has been going out a lot recently and most of the time, he's heading north. He's always in a hurry and brings a large number of carriages with him. When he returns leisurely, there are only people and no carriages." "Then where did they go? Can you find out?" Boss Si asked. Ma Fuhu shook his head and said, "Second brother said to be careful. If there's no evidence of actual harm to our Jade Foundation alliance, we shouldn't make a move. So, I didn't send anyone to investigate along the way. Big brother, our opponent last time was abnormally strong. Rejuvenation Valley almost suffered a loss. Even the dragon soaring sword village was involved. I'm sure they're not easy to deal with. If there's nothing important, it's better to be on our guard. That's all we can do. If they don't provoke us, we won't be able to find any traces of them." Boss Si nodded and said. Then, he said, "Fifth brother, keep a close eye on the dragon soaring sword village. Don't miss out on anything important." Ma Fuhu nodded in agreement. Si Yakong turned to ask Xianxia, "I heard that when Lu Meng was at Rejuvenation Valley last time, he challenged Ren Xiaoyao to a contest of strength?" Xianxia was stunned and smiled, "That's right. Even Big Brother knows about this. This Lu Meng has always been unyielding. Even his senior brother has been competing with him. But after returning from Rejuvenation Valley, he was full of praise for Ren Xiaoyao. Not only did he say how powerful his martial arts were, even his strength was the best of the best in the pugilistic world. Not to mention his chivalrous heart and benevolent attitude. He said that Ren Xiaoyao was the only one in the world." Si Yakong sneered, "That's right. If Ren Xiaoyao had clenched his teeth, wouldn't he have handed over the weapon refining technique to him?" Zhen Xian smiled apologetically, "Big brother, look at what you're saying. Isn't this nephew Ren the future son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley? He's not an outsider. Moreover, I've already grounded Lu Meng for a few days. Even his senior brother wanted to come this time, but I didn't let him. I'm afraid they'll embarrass themselves again." Si Yakong laughed, "Why would I care about your weapon refining sect's matters? It's just that when he heard that you've embarrassed the weapon refining sect, my disciple felt indignant and wanted to compete with Ren Xiaoyao in terms of strength." Ah! Everyone present was shocked. Their eyes all turned towards the short man behind Si Yakong. Valley Head Nye smiled bitterly. He had thrown this matter to the back of his mind. He had forgotten that Su Zhuang and Lu Meng from the weapon refining sect, as well as Tong Ba from the weapon refining sect, were all people with extraordinary strength. They were all in their prime and their qi and blood were at their peak. When they saw someone who could compete with them in terms of strength, how could they not come to their door? This was especially true for Tong Ba of the crafting sect. He had always been the strongest person in the Jade Foundation alliance. Even Lu Meng paled in comparison to him. Now that someone even stronger than Lu Meng had suddenly appeared in Rejuvenation Valley, how could he possibly hold himself back? He had always valued Zhang Xiaohua's alchemy skills, but had cast her strength and martial arts aside. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 473. But Valley Master Nya still tried to persuade him, Martial Nephew Tong, your strength is publicly acknowledged in our alliance. Why do you care about some false reputation? Moreover, Nephew Ren is a guest of Rejuvenation Valley. If you two compete in strength and hurt anyone, it won't be good. Don't let others see you as a joke. Then he waved his hand and said, let's leave this matter at that. Don't mention it again. Tong Ba glanced at his master and smiled, Martial Uncle Nya, don't be afraid. It's just a competition of strength, not an arena. My future brother-in-law didn't lose out at all in the arena. How could he lose out when he's competing with his own people? Valley Master Nya looked at Tong Ba in surprise and then at Si Yakong, saying, why do you have to be like this? Right now, our Rejuvenation Valley wants to worship Ren Xiaoxia. How could we let him take the risk? Tong Ba still refused to back down, saying, Martial Uncle Nya is wrong. We live in the pugilistic world. How can we not have seen bloody storms? Moreover, it's just a competition of strength and not martial arts. What risk is there to speak of? Valley Master Nya was a bit hesitant. Previously, he had asked Zhang Xiaohua to fight for Rejuvenation Valley and Nye Qianyu. He was very angry about the incident with Lu Meng last time. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't wash his dirty linen in public, he would have already lost his temper. But now, this Tong Ba was actually challenging Zhang Xiaohua in front of him. What was going on? Moreover, the boss of weapon forging sect, Si Yakong, was also present. Could it be that being number one in strength was so important? Valley Master Nya looked unhappily at Tong Ba's arrogant and aggressive manner. Then he looked at Si Yakong, who was sitting on the chair and speaking repeatedly just now but now looked like he was asleep. He was secretly puzzled, could it be that boss Si acquiesced to this? He wants to suppress weapon forging sect. Then he looked at Zhen Xian from the corner of his eyes, damn, that guy is also looking down like a Buddha. Could it be that he also saw through boss Si's thoughts and is too embarrassed to speak? But boss Si's weapon forging sect is already a head above weapon forging sect. Why is there a need to do this? How strange. Just as he was about to ask again, Tong Ba took a step forward and said, Martial Uncle Nya, you've been blocking for Ren Xiaoxia and not letting him compete with me. How do you know that he's not willing to compete with me? Valley Master Nya was stunned. This was the truth. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's appearance, he didn't seem like a person who was afraid of trouble. Moreover, his strength was obviously greater than Lu Meng's, so he wasn't necessarily afraid of Tong Ba. Tong Ba took out a small booklet from his bosom and said with a smile, I know this future brother-in-law is interested in refining weapons, but he's not considered a member of our union, so it's not convenient for Martial Uncle Nya to ask. These are some of the refining techniques of my weapon forging sect. If young hero Ren is willing to compete with me, this book will be the prize for the competition. This? Valley Master Nya stared at Si Yakong with a frown. He had heard Nye Qianyu mention this before and knew that Zhang Xiaohua was interested in the weapon forging sect's techniques. But just as Tong Ba said, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't considered a member of the Jade Foundation Alliance, so it wasn't convenient for him to ask weapon forging sect Si Yakong or weapon forging sect Zhen Xian directly. He had to find a chance to ask in private, and this chance would be during the banquet later. At this time, Tong Ba actually placed the weapon forging sect's techniques in front of him, catching Valley Master Nya off guard. Valley Master Nya thought for a moment and looked at Zhen Xian, saying, Ren Xiaoxia wanted to use Lu Meng's booklet as the prize to teach him a lesson. He might not just want to see the weapon forging sect's techniques. Martial Nephew Tong is thinking too much. Valley Master Nya was also an old fox. Since he didn't have anything on him, of course he wouldn't admit it. It wasn't a good habit to pry into the secrets of other sections. Soon after, he smiled and said, since Martial Nephew Tong is so well prepared, I'll have little you ask if Ren Xiaoxia is also interested in this competition. If he has anything to say, I'll immediately reply to Martial Nephew Tong. What do you say, big brother Si? Si Yakong was forced to express his stance. He could only open his eyes and smile, saying, it's all because of the competitive spirit of the younger generation. Weren't we the same back then? Let them do as they please. Ren Xiaoxia is only half an outsider anyways. The goodies don't flow into the fields of outsiders. Valley Master Nye could only nod. Thus, everyone skipped over this matter and began to discuss Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal pills in detail. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered when she heard Nye Qianyu's message. Why compete in strength for no reason? She had a pile of things she hadn't learned yet. Putting aside the art of pill refinement, that crimson flame pill was still waiting for her to refine, and she didn't seem to have much confidence in refining it yet. Even the rabbit talisman needed to be comprehended in a hurry. Oh right, there was also the incantation for concealing one's cultivation in spirit guidance. She was just about to refuse when she heard Nye Qianyu say with a smile, moreover, Senior Martial Brother Tong has even taken out the classics of the weapon forging sect for this competition as a prize. Big Brother Ren, haven't you always wanted to look at the methods of weapon refinement first? If you can win against Senior Martial Brother Tong, won't you be able to learn openly? Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly. She had already obtained the jade slip of the weapon forging sect. Who would care about his martial way weapon refinement methods? However, if there wasn't such a prize, he would have refused. Now that the other party had come knocking with a prize, was there a need for her to refuse? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Little fish Nye, weapon forging sex Tong Ba is obviously stronger than weapon forging sex Lu Meng, but how much stronger is he? Nye Qianyu smiled and said, I only know that it's not much, but how much do I pay attention to? However, Father said last night that it's a few hundred kilograms of strength. A few hundred kilograms? Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. A few hundred kilograms of strength was naturally unattainable for ordinary people, but to Zhang Xiaohua, it was really too light. This is strange. Lu Meng's strength can't even lift my weapon. I'm sure Tong Ba also knows this. With such strength, how could he bring himself to be humiliated? Zhang Xiaohua said. Yes, Big Brother Ren is right. Nye Qianyu also explained, Father said this yesterday. Who would give away their sect's secret method of weapon refinement without a reason? Even if it's an ordinary method, it's still confidential. There must be something fishy about this. Zhang Xiaohua said, however, what did Uncle Nye say? Nye Qianyu nodded and said, Father thought so too, but he couldn't get anything out of him. During the banquet last night, Senior Uncle Si still kept his mouth shut. Therefore, Father asked you to go with the flow and see what's going on. Zhang Xiaohua said with a grin, of course. Since it's a piece of meat that's delivered to my doorstep, why wouldn't I try it? Moreover, he didn't ask me to bet anything, so I won't bet anything. Even if Senior Brother Tong wins, I won't lose anything, right? Bah, Nye Qianyu couldn't help but spit and said, Father even asked you to bet something with that elixir of yours. You're good, trying to gain something without risking anything. Zhang Xiaohua said with an innocent face, I was refining elixirs in Rejuvenation Valley and didn't provoke anyone. They came to stir up trouble and said I'm stingy. How about I don't agree to it? Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and snickered, all right, you're always doing this kind of business anyway, and there are always people who are willing to be suckers like you. Speaking of this, Nye Qianyu suddenly exclaimed, oh, that's right, I haven't given you the 20 taels of gold you got in the peach forest outside the valley. Father urged me last time, so I forgot about it. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely and said, Big Brother Ren, did you forget about it? Zhang Xiaohua said with an honest face, no, how could I forget? Then why didn't you ask me for it? Are you a little embarrassed? Alas, look at me, I forgot about it. No, just take it. When the time comes, I'll give you a little more profit. Bah, Nie Qianyu almost spat on Zhang Xiaohua's face. So this was what this fellow was thinking. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Qianyu and smiled, then what's Uncle Nie's arrangement? When and where will the competition be held? Nie Qianyu said, if you agree, we'll have the competition at Rejuvenation Valley's Martial Arts Hall tonight. When the time comes, all the leaders of our Jade Foundation Alliance will appear. Hee, other than the competition held every 2 years, it's been a long time since I've seen the Uncle Masters and Uncle Masters. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, your Jade Foundation Alliance is so close. You even have to compete between the various sects. That's right. The Yuli Alliance is basically a sect that has been passed down for generations and has a history of over 1,000 years. There have been changes throughout the years. In the early years, there were a few sects that were destroyed. However, as long as it's possible, they would rejoin the alliance. Father, you've been friends with the other Uncle Masters since you were young. Therefore, the disciples of our sects are all familiar with each other. Otherwise, why would I have said that Father would be able to obtain the weapon refining sect's weapon refining technique that day? Zhang Xiaohua smiled, what's the difference between this and a large sect? Nie Qianyu said in all seriousness, of course, there's a big difference. Everyone has different cultivation techniques, and the projects they manage are different as well. If it's a sect, how tiring would it be to be a sect master? Zhang Xiaohua said, perhaps, you were already a sect a few thousand years ago. Nie Qianyu shook his head. I don't know about that. Alright, let's not talk about it. Let's hurry up and refine the pills. Father knows that you're busy tonight, so he asked me to bring fewer herbs over. Huh? How did Uncle Nie know that I'd definitely be there tonight? Just like you. It's a waste not to take advantage of the situation. How could I not go? Uncle Nie really knows me well. At night, the candles were burning brightly. In the manner of Rejuvenation Valley, in an open-air courtyard towards the west, candles as thick as an arm and torches lit up the courtyard brightly. Right in the middle was a spacious area, with a row of tables placed on both sides. There was already wine and food on the tables, and the disciples of Rejuvenation Valley were placing other things on the tables. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 474. By the time Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the courtyard under Nie Qianyu's guidance, a sumptuous feast was already placed on the main table and the two sides of the table. The leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance were already seated. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Nie Qianyu, everyone stood up and came forward to greet them. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to follow Nie Qianyu's small steps forward. She quickened her pace and bowed, seniors, my apologies, my apologies. I've made you wait for so long. I've learned a thing or two from Lady Nie just now. I'm late. Si Yakong and the others didn't treat Zhang Xiaohua as a junior and returned the greeting, this old man is Si Yakong of Weapon Forging Sect. Ren Xiaoxia, you're too humble. You've lent a helping hand at the site of injustice and saved Rejuvenation Valley. We're all grateful, but we were afraid that our enemies wouldn't let this matter rest and would cause trouble to us. That's why we haven't come to thank you, Xiaoxia. Now that we've met, the first thing I'd like to say to you is thanks. Zhang Xiaohua now knew the relationships between the various sects in the Jade Foundation Alliance and didn't feel that Si Yakong was interfering with Rejuvenation Valley's affairs. She smiled, Valley Lord Nie has already thanked me countless times and even let me see the pill formula. I've already recouped my costs. You don't have to say that. Besides, I don't even dare to listen to Lady Nie talk about pills anymore. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Si Yakong was taken aback. He then laughed heartily, Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a straightforward person. Come, let me introduce you to Xiaoxia. With that, he introduced everyone. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, I've heard so much about you. As for how much she had heard, only he knew. When she saw the short Tong Ba, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Looking at this skinny person, how could he be the strongest person in the Jade Foundation Alliance? Tong Ba smiled and cupped his hands. Ren Xiaoxia, I've long heard Lu Meng praising you to the heavens. Now that I've seen you, you're indeed extraordinary. Later on, I'll have to ask Xiaoxia to teach me a lot. Let me see Xiaoxia's divine power. As he spoke, he looked around Zhang Xiaohua with disappointment in his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before she understood. She smiled and said, I've also heard that senior brother Tong is the #1 divine power in our alliance. That's exactly what I want to see. Seeing this, Valley Master Nya laughed and said, all right, you two heroes cherish each other. Let's have a good chat later. For now, please take a seat. When everyone heard this, they all returned to their seats. Zhang Xiaohua also sat next to Valley Head Nya's table. Valley Head Nya looked at Zhang Xiaohua next to him and said, Nephew Ren, you've been to Rejuvenation Valley for several months and have visited most of the places in the valley. You've never been to this training ground, right? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's right. Uncle Nya's place is so rich in medicinal herbs and pill recipes that I've even forgotten to return. How could I have the energy to wander around? Valley Head Nya shook his head and said, in the pugilistic world, martial arts is still the most important thing. Pills and the like are only supplementary. You can't neglect the essentials and focus on trifles. Zhang Xiaohua knew that these were heartfelt words and nodded with a smile. Not long after, the banquet began. Everyone raised their cups and chatted and laughed. Ma Fuhu and Zhua Xiqing, the two younger ones, even came over from time to time to drink a few sips with Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't really like drinking. However, this 100-flower wine from Rejuvenation Valley was indeed delicious and the alcohol taste wasn't too strong. Furthermore, Nie Qianyu had traveled with Zhang Xiaohua all the way here and the attentive girl already knew Zhang Xiaohua's taste. She especially instructed her disciple to pour a particularly light wine for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua gladly raised her cup. The most amazing thing was that these people only talked about romance and interesting things in the pugilistic world. They didn't ask about Zhang Xiaohua's situation in Beta School, nor did they ask about the reason why he went to spread the incense religion. This made Zhang Xiaohua's impression of the Yuli alliance improve. After more than 3 rounds of wine, there were only 5 dishes. Si Yakong cleared his throat and said, everyone, the competition in our alliance was just held last year. It hasn't been this lively for a long time. Furthermore, it was also at this training ground in Rejuvenation Valley that our weapon forging sect disciple, Tong Ba, obtained the title of #1 in divine strength in the Yuli alliance. Oh, this title. At this point, he turned to ask Shen Xian, 4th Master Zhen, how many years has our weapon forging sect held this title? Zhen Xian pursed his lips and said, Boss C, how would I know? This is the reputation of your weapon forging sect. If you don't remember it yourself, why do you want us to remember it for you? With that, he angrily drank a cup of wine. Si Yakong smiled and looked around at the crowd. This disciple of mine has always been very competitive. When he heard that there was someone stronger than him, he kept looking for me, wanting to compete with Ren Xiaoxia in terms of physical strength. Of course, our weapon forging sect has always made a living by forging weapons. To put it bluntly, we are blacksmiths. In terms of martial arts, he definitely can't beat Ren Xiaoxia. Needless to say, but in terms of physical strength, I think that Tong Ba might be able to compete with Ren Xiaoxia, so I nodded in agreement. Also, I heard that Ren Xiaoxia is interested in weapon forging, so I took out one of our sect's secret weapon forging manuals as the prize for this competition. If Ren Xiaoxia can win against my disciple, this manual will be given to Ren Xiaoxia. Also, if Ren Xiaoxia has any questions while reading it, you can ask our weapon forging sect. I guarantee that we will answer all your questions. Tong Ba had already said this yesterday, and Zhang Xiaohua had also heard it from Ye Qianyu. But today, Si Yakong said it again as the head of weapon forging sect. This kind of sincerity made Zhang Xiaohua feel a little strange. That's right, she wasn't touched, but a little strange. There seemed to be a little, as the saying goes, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What was the purpose behind this secret weapon forging manual? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly pinch her chin and think to herself. However, when he saw Valley Master Nye's somewhat astonished expression, he thought in his heart, even Valley Master Nye doesn't know. How mysterious. However, all of my things are in my money pouch and I'm not afraid of you thinking about it. Let's see what you have in store. At this time, she heard Si Yakong say, however, this competition was proposed by our weapon forging sect. We didn't ask for Ren Xiaoxia's permission in advance, so Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to prepare any prizes. He just needs to participate in the competition. When Valley Master Nye heard this, he opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but after trying a few times, he didn't know what to say. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua came out from behind the table and said with a smile, since Sect Master Si is so generous, I won't stand on ceremony. To be honest, I don't have anything valuable on me and I don't have anything to use as a stake. Sect Master Si's arrangement is very suitable. When Ye Qianyu heard this, she lowered her head and laughed secretly. When Tong Ba saw Zhang Xiaohua walking down the stage, he also jumped out and cupped his hands, then I'll have to ask Ren Xiaoxia to give me some pointers. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting, likewise. Senior brother Tong, please show mercy. Following which, he asked, I wonder how the competition in our alliance is to test our strength? Tong Ba smiled and said, firstly, it's to see who can lift more stone weights. Secondly, it's to see who can pull who with the rope. However, I heard that junior brother Lu had a new competition method with you. Why don't we use your long sword? Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, all right, but I don't have my long sword with me. Senior brother Tong, please wait a moment. I'll go get it. Tong Ba smiled, let the disciples go get it. Ren Xiaoxia still needs to drink a few more cups. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, I'll go by myself. I'll drink later. Seeing that Ye Qianyu was about to get up, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and signaled for her to go. Then, she turned and left. When she left the courtyard and came to a dark place, she turned around and burrowed into the ground. She came to the attic in the peach forest and took the long sword. Then, she returned to the door with the long sword and came in with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had returned, Ingzhizhu laughed heartily and said, Nephew Ren is really able to keep his composure. When I saw that he didn't say anything a moment ago, I thought that he didn't want to compete with martial nephew Tong. But now that I see that he left in a hurry and came back in a hurry, I realize that he also has a competitive spirit in his heart. Cui Siqing nodded, yes, young people should be like this. Only Valley Master Nye and Ye Qianyu were shocked. They knew where the long sword was and how far the attic was from here. Seeing that the long sword in Zhang Xiaohua's hand emitted a dark luster under the bright lights of the martial arts practice field, not only Tong Ba, but also Si Yakong and Jin Xian had a fanatical look in their eyes. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and couldn't help but think, oh, I forgot that the weapon forging sect and the weapon forging sect make a living by refining weapons. They must have seen countless materials in the world. My long sword is so heavy that it must have attracted their attention. Of course, Lu Meng may have neglected it, but when he tells the master of the weapon forging sect, he will. Ah, careless, careless. However, since things had come to this, there was nothing to regret. He also wanted to know what the long sword was. Sure enough, Tong Ba looked back at Si Yakong and walked to Zhang Xiaohua. Is this the long sword that made junior brother Lu Meng lose? I think Ren Xiaoxia can hold it easily. Why don't you let me try lifting it? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and handed the long sword to Tong Ba. Of course, if senior brother Tong can raise both hands above your head, I will lose this round. What do you think? Her words were very generous and also looked down on others. However, with Lu Meng as an example, Tong Ba didn't dare to look down on her and only nodded. Let's do as Ren Xiaoxia says. After saying that, he stretched out both hands to take the long sword. Zhang Xiaohua saw that he had already gathered his strength and reminded him, be careful, senior brother Tong, I'm going to let go. Tong Ba held his breath and didn't dare to speak. He nodded repeatedly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua let go of her hand and the long sword fell into Tong Ba's hands. At this moment, the entire arena was silent. Only the crackling sound of the torches could be heard. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the small longsword fell straight to the ground as soon as it fell into Tong Ba's hands. Tong Ba's face was already flushed red, but he still couldn't stop it. Seeing that his hands and feet were about to be smashed, Tong Ba quickly let go and jumped to the side. With a muffled sound, it was as if the entire arena shook, and the longsword fell to the ground. Chapter 475. Tong Ba didn't know what to do. When he heard Lu Meng's rumor, he thought it was exaggerated. Perhaps Lu Meng was just trying to cover up his failure. How could there be something so heavy in this world? However, his master's eyes lit up when he heard the rumor. There were all sorts of strange things in this world. The weaponsmith sect made a living by forging weapons. The books in the sect naturally recorded all sorts of strange things. Tong Ba didn't know much, but Si Yakong knew. Even so, according to Si Yakong's estimation, even if it was a long sword or any other weapon, as long as it wasn't a huge hammer, Tong Ba wouldn't be unable to lift it. That was why Tong Ba was so confident in challenging Zhang Xiaohua. The long sword wasn't eye-catching. It was obviously a sword embryo. Tong Ba thought that it was impossible for him to not be able to lift it with his strength. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even catch it. Naturally, he turned around to look at his master who had promised him that he wouldn't embarrass himself. Si Yakong was even more surprised. He didn't expect this result either. He looked at Jin Xian who was also surprised. Then, they stood up and walked into the arena. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem surprised to see them. Wasn't the purpose of this competition to draw out his long sword? If the two master blacksmiths didn't come out, Zhang Xiaohua would really doubt her own intelligence. The two of them walked into the arena and cupped their hands. Ren Xiaoxia, your weapon is so heavy. We are very curious. Can you let us take a closer look? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Feel free to take a look. Jin Xian waved his hand and a disciple outside the arena brought a torch over. Jin Xian took it and placed it on the long sword on the ground to take a closer look. At the banquet, Valley Master Nye seemed to have understood Si Yakong's intentions. He looked a little displeased. Zhang Xiaohua was his guest and wasn't an outsider. Since Si Yakong wanted to see the long sword, it wasn't a big deal to tell him about it. There was no need to make things so complicated. Why did they have to compete in strength and even reveal the secrets of the weaponsmith sect? However, Si Yakong was the big brother of the Yuli alliance after all. It wasn't appropriate for him to say anything in front of Si Yakong, so he could only leave this grudge for later. Si Yakong and Jin Xian held their torches and crouched on the ground. They approached the sword and looked at it carefully. Sometimes they rubbed it gently with their hands, sometimes they flicked the sword with their fingers, and sometimes they whispered something. However, as time passed, the two of them didn't look enlightened. Instead, they looked even more suspicious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them with a smile. She wanted to ask them about it, but judging from their expressions, they probably didn't know the origin of the sword. So, she turned to look at Tong Ba. When Tong Ba saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, he couldn't help but blush. Although he had an ulterior motive and this competition was just a prelude, he couldn't even handle the other party's weapon. That was, cough cough. He didn't deserve the title of number one divine strength. Zhang Xiaohua was about to speak when the two old scholars stood up. Their eyes were filled with confusion. Si Yakong frowned and asked, Ren Xiaoxia, this old man wants to ask you. Where did you get this thing, oh, this long sword? This question was a little reckless, but it also seemed very intimate. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I got it on a deserted island overseas. Deserted island? Overseas? Si Yakong was a little surprised. He quickly asked, Nephew, can you tell me the exact location? Well, she skipped Xiaoxia and changed it to nephew. This was almost a trap. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he took the opportunity to say, Uncle Si, of course, the ship encountered a storm and this nephew was blown into the sea. However, I don't know the exact location. Later on, I was lucky enough to return to land, but I forgot to ask around. Si Yakong was very satisfied with Zhang Xiaohua calling him uncle. Of course, he wouldn't doubt his answer. He turned to look at Zhenxian. Zhenxian thought for a while and asked, Nephew Ren, if it's convenient, can you tell me what the long sword looked like when you saw it? Oh, was it flat on the ground, or was it stuck in the ground, or... Wow, he's calling himself uncle too. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said bluntly, Uncle Zhen, when I saw the long sword that day, it wasn't even on the ground. It wasn't on the ground? Not only were the two grandmasters surprised, but everyone else also exclaimed. However, there was obvious joy in the eyes of the two grandmasters. Then, this long sword? Zhenxian asked impatiently. Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and said, when I saw the sword, it was above a pool of magma. It was just lying there flat. There seemed to be something invisible below. At that time, I was scared to death. Ah! Fire condensation technique? Si Yakong and Zhenxian exclaimed in unison. Valley Master Nia and the others were shocked to see the two lose their composure. They all came forward and asked, what's the fire condensation technique? Si Yakong and Zhenxian were a little embarrassed. It seemed to be the first time they lost their composure in front of everyone. Si Yakong coughed twice and said, the fire condensation technique is a refining technique that has been lost for thousands of years. It uses fire to condense raw materials into weapons. Oh, I see. Everyone nodded when they heard that. It was true. Anyone who suddenly heard about a technique that had been lost for thousands of years would have such a reaction. Sure enough, Si Yakong and Zhenxian pulled Zhang Xiaohua aside and asked her about this and that. They inquired about the situation of the long sword clearly. However, so what if they saw it with their own eyes? If the refining technique of the immortal Tao could be learned with just one's eyes, how could the refining technique be lost? The two of them were addicted to listening and then prepared to leave. Zhang Xiaohua was not happy. You asked me for so long, and now you're going to leave me alone after you've had your fill. She immediately grabbed the two of them and asked, Uncles, after looking at it for so long, I still want to ask, what is my long sword made of? How can it be refined into a real longsword? Si Yakong glanced at Zhenxian. Zhenxian said awkwardly, Nephew Ren, it's not that I don't want to hide it from you, but I really don't know either. I've already discussed it with Brother Si in detail just now. The things in this world are very magical. If we're talking about the heaviest thing, it's nothing more than black iron. It's only the size of a fist and it's 10 times heavier than a normal piece of iron. If your longsword is made of black iron, it's only 10 times heavier than a normal iron sword. You can't let Nephew Tong be unable to handle it. Moreover, although black iron is heavy, it's not too difficult to refine into a weapon. Si Yakong also interrupted, in my opinion, your longsword was still in the process of being refined that day. Since the fire condensation method has long been lost and there aren't many people in the wasteland you're in, you can naturally infer how long this longsword has been refined above the magma. If it can't be successfully forged after such a shocking amount of time, how can I be confident that it can be refined into a real longsword? Moreover, weapons rely on nothing more than sharpness and weight. Nephew's longsword has no edge, but just based on its weight, who can withstand it? Zhang Xiaohua was silent. Didn't she use the weight of this sword to bully people all the way here? At this time, Si Yakong said again, only the material of this longsword is unknown to me and Jin Laosi. If we really want to make a far-fetched guess, perhaps some legendary black iron might be similar to your longsword. Black iron? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. It was the first time she heard this name. She couldn't help but ask, what's the origin of this black iron? Si Yakong looked at Jin Xian and smiled, well, we'll talk about this later. I don't think you're done competing with my disciple yet. With that, he returned to the banquet with Jin Xian, hand in hand. That. Zhang Xiaohua reached out, wanting to pull them back. Was there a need to continue the competition? However, before she could reach out, they had already returned to the banquet, whetting Zhang Xiaohua's appetite. Seeing that his master had left, Tong Ba walked to the front of the long sword and said, Ren Xiaoxia, as you said just now, if I can raise this long sword above my head, I'll win. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him. No matter how she looked at him, he didn't look like someone who could raise a long sword. She could only nod and say, please enlighten me, senior brother Tong. Tong Ba chuckled and cupped his fists at the people around him. He took a horse stance and took a deep breath. Then, he stretched out both hands to hold the long sword. Then, with a loud shout, he actually lifted the long sword from the ground. The people of the Jade Foundation Alliance cheered loudly. Then, Tong Ba mustered all his strength. The muscles on his arms twitched as he forced himself to raise the long sword. Seeing this, the disciples who had finished drinking also cheered him on. Under Tong Ba's gnashing teeth, the long sword slowly moved upwards. However, his trembling legs betrayed his bottom line. By the time he raised the long sword to his chest, he couldn't raise it no matter what. His face was so red that it looked like blood was about to drip out. Then, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Tong Ba's eyes. He let go of the long sword and just like before, it fell to the ground with a clang. Tong Ba helplessly cupped his fists and said, Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a god power. This foolish brother, this foolish brother is truly impressed. From now on, I won't dare to call myself the Alliance's #1 god power. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, Senior brother Tong's words are strange. This one isn't a member of your alliance. Why would you call yourself the #1 god power? Tong Ba smiled bitterly and said, #1 god power, #1 god power. I can't even lift Xiaoxia's weapon. How can I call myself the #1 god power? After saying that, he looked very dejected. He took out the small booklet from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, Ren Xiaoxia, this is what you deserve. Please accept it. However, it contains the secrets of my weapon forging sect. Xiaoxia, please keep it a secret and only use it for yourself. Don't pass it on to anyone else. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to come to the weapon forging sect and find me or my master. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the small booklet and really wanted to take it. However, she still refused and said, how can I accept this? Chapter 476. Nie Qianyu, who was watching intently at the side, was laughing in her heart. She had personally witnessed how Zhang Xiaohua tricked Lu Meng and knew that Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to know how to refine weapons. Therefore, this booklet from the weapon casting sect catered to her interests. How could he not want to get his hands on it? Tong Ba shook his head and said, no, apart from the importance of this booklet, it's also a prize in itself. Xiaoxia deserves it. It's just that I'm a frog in a well and overestimated my abilities. Xiaoxia, please don't take it to heart. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and said half-heartedly, you're welcome, you're welcome. Senior brother Tong's divine power is also amazing. Didn't you just say that you've been the #1 divine power for many years? As she spoke, she reached out to take the booklet. However, when she used her strength, she realized that Tong Ba had no intention of letting go. She had no choice but to use more strength in her hand and said, I'm very envious of your sex refining techniques. I want to see how this weapon is refined. I'll definitely keep it a secret and won't divulge the contents of this booklet. Zhang Xiaohua thought, I've already complimented you and practically swore. Are you still not going to give it to me? However, when she used more strength, wow, Tong Ba still didn't let go. Zhang Xiaohua could only look straight at Tong Ba and smiled. I still have to thank senior brother Tong for your guidance. If there's a chance, I'd like to exchange pointers with you. Great, she had even threatened him and he still wasn't letting go. At this moment, Si Yakong, who was sitting at the banquet table behind Zhang Xiaohua, spoke. Nephew Ren, this booklet is a small token of our sex appreciation. Please accept it. Also, I have a presumptuous request, but I don't know if it's appropriate to say it. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua staggered. Nonsense, Tong Ba had already let go. She was listening to sect leader Si and was caught off guard. Looking at the booklet in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua secretly complained, I knew there's no such thing as a free meal in this world. Look, the show is about to start. Io, that's not right. Didn't I show them my sword just now? Do they have other requests? Don't tell me you want my sword. However, since she had already gotten the booklet, it was impossible for her to give it to Tong Ba. Tong Ba took advantage of the time when Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze and walked back to the banquet. Sigh, old master, since you know it's a presumptuous request, then it's best that you don't say it. Since you said it in front of me, how can I not let you say it? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the crowd and cupped her hands. Thank you for your kind intentions, sect leader Si. However, if it's something too difficult, please forgive me for not daring to casually agree. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua call him, sect leader Si, Si Yakong smiled bitterly. The distance I tried so hard to pull apart has been pulled apart again. However, if I don't express my goodwill first, it's really hard for him to open his mouth. Beside them, Valley Master Nye was also puzzled. He really didn't understand why this big brother of weapon forging sect was doing this today. He looked at the two of them and smiled. Nephew Ren isn't an outsider anymore. Big brother Si, if there's anything you want to say, it's better to say it first. Your way of doing things seems like you're acting first and reporting later. It's no wonder that nephew Ren is a little reluctant. Seeing that Valley Master Nye had stepped forward to be the peacemaker, Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Beside them, Nye Qianyu was a little anxious. She had called Si Yakong uncle since she was young. Seeing how Uncle Si was so generous, it must be something important. It wasn't as simple as looking at the long sword as she had thought. She understood Zhang Xiaohua's temper. She hated being schemed against the most. Oh, of course, she also loved to scheme against others. Looking at his expression, he was a little unhappy. Nye Qianyu hurriedly said, Uncle Si, father's words make sense. You're an elder, so it's not convenient for me to say anything. However, Big Brother Ren has always been a chivalrous person. If you want him to get rid of the evil and help the weak, just say the word and he'll do it. Think about it, I was just a weak girl back then and Big Brother Ren was just a passerby. Just as Nye Qianyu was about to finish her sentence, Si Yakong said in a clear voice, Little you, you're right. Sigh, this matter is rather important. I've thought about it over and over again before doing this. If I've embarrassed nephew Ren, I'll apologize. After he finished speaking, he left the banquet and went forward to bow. Zhang Xiaohua's words just now had already provoked public anger. She didn't dare to let the old man bow at this time. She hurriedly went forward to support him and said, "Uncle C, listen to what you're saying. I'm just informing you first. If it's really too difficult, don't mention it. I don't want to make it difficult for me to agree. If you think I can do it, just say it. I won't hesitate." Si Yakong was still hesitant. He said, "This matter is indeed very difficult. I'm afraid you won't agree." "Gosh," Zhang Xiaohua cried in her heart. She said, "Since Uncle C knows it's difficult, then don't mention it, okay?" Si Yakong's face was full of disappointment. He nodded and said, "Sigh, okay. Since you said so, I won't embarrass myself. Just pretend I didn't say it." When everyone heard this, they all knew that this was a very difficult matter. Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to do it, so it was better not to mention it. Everyone's face would be better. Only Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Uncle C, I'm a little curious. Why don't you tell Big Brother Ren this? Why don't you tell me?" Si Yakong looked at Nie Qianyu, then at Zhang Xiaohua. He opened his mouth but still shook his head and said, "Sigh, forget it, forget it. I might as well not say it." Seeing the old man so dejected, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bear it and said with a smile, "Since Miss Nia asked, Uncle C, you should tell her. She's always been curious. If you don't tell her, she'll be thinking about it all night. She might even harass you in the middle of the night." Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Nie Qianyu spat and said, "How would I know how to harass you?" She stopped halfway through her sentence. Everyone's expression was strange. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was even more unnatural. "Why do you have to drag me into this?" Si Yakong also laughed out loud. Seeing this, he said, "Actually, thinking about it, it is indeed somewhat difficult. This involves Nephew Ren's sect, the Big Dipper sect. I think Nephew Ren can't make the decision himself." Seeing that everyone was at a loss, Si Yakong coughed and said, "I'm sure everyone still remembers the arena that second brother Nye set up at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley Manor a few months ago. Of course, who didn't know? In the last round, Nephew Ren showed his prowess in the arena and knocked 4 people out of the arena. He even took 2 lives because of it. When this happened, this old man and a few other members of the alliance weren't present. As for the specific details, we only heard it from second brother Nye later." Everyone was puzzled. What did this have to do with the current situation? Si Yakong continued, "I'm sure everyone knows the details better than I do. However, Nephew Ren's 4 opponents were strange. When second brother Nye told me about it, he only said that they knew a set of combined attacks and that it was a formation that the 5 of them used together. This shocked me greatly. I'm sure second brother Nye has forgotten that our weapon forging sect had a set of lost 5 elements die formation. Not only can it be used to forge weapons, but it can also be used to defend against enemies." Zhang Xiaohua's expression was very interesting when she heard this. "Ah! 5 elements die formation." Valley Master Nye almost cried out. He trembled and said, "Boss C, don't deceive me. I know that your weapon forging sect had this formation thousands of years ago, but it's been lost for a long time. Those few little thieves on the arena made a few gestures. Was that weapon forging sect's secret technique? What do you know?" Si Yakong blew his beard and glared at him. "Do you think I'm talking nonsense? Don't you remember how I asked about it in detail? Aren't you annoyed?" "This?" Valley Master Nye looked embarrassed and said, "Big brother, I really didn't expect it to be so serious. I thought that it was just a set of 5 people's combined attacks. Atonement, atonement." However, a bitter smile appeared on his face soon after. Nonsense, the 5 elements die formation sounded like a very powerful thing. On that day, there were only 4 people on the stage, and they had already beaten the others down. It could be seen how powerful the real 5 elements Dian formation was. Of course, it was possible for Rejuvenation Valley to beg Zhang Xiaohua to help, but it would be extremely difficult for her to pass on this formation to you. This was not even comparable to Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes. Although Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipes were precious, many of them were collected. He only had a small portion of them, and he couldn't refine them himself. If he wanted Zhang Xiaohua to help him refine them, he naturally had to show her. However, this formation might be the only one in Beidou school in the world. It was definitely a secret technique. How could she take it out so easily? Valley Master Nya looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said to Si Yakong, Big Brother Si's request is really making things difficult for Nephew Ren. Even if Nephew Ren wants to teach, he still has to see if the elders of Beidou school are willing. That's right. Now that I think about it, I just said that I had some fantasies and was eager to get this 5 elements formation from Nephew Ren. I'm really a little obsessed. I'm ashamed. Seeing Si Yakong's loneliness and disappointment, the expression on Zhang Xiaohua's face became more and more interesting. He really didn't expect weapon forging sect to be after the 5 elements formation. When Ye Qianyu mentioned it to him yesterday, he felt that there must be something to it. Just now, he thought it was a longsword, but after thinking about it, he didn't expect it to be this formation. To be honest, this 5 elements formation was one of the most common formations he knew. He only needed to cultivate a little to become proficient in it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break it so easily in the arena. However, was it appropriate for him to give away something he regarded as trash so easily while others treated it as a treasure? Si Yakong had already given up on this idea. He felt that he had been carried away by his enthusiasm a few days ago. He smiled and said, Let's go. Everyone, please take your seats. It's rare for us to taste Rejuvenation Valley's 100 Flowers wine. We must enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Everyone responded and was about to take their seats again. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said in a clear voice, It's not like I can't consider Uncle Si's request. Chapter 477. These words were very normal, but in Si Yakong's ears, they were like the sounds of nature. He immediately turned his head and asked in a trembling voice, Ren. Xiaoxia's words aren't false, his tone was one of complete disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua smiled faintly and nodded, Does sect head Si think I'm joking? No. Si Yakong was quite excited and hurriedly explained, This old man just didn't think that nephew would be so generous. You're even willing to give such an important thing to my weapon forging sect. Give? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head again and said, Sect head Si overestimates my Beidou school. Not to mention that this 5 elements Dian formation has been lost for thousands of years and that my sect only obtained it under an extremely coincidental opportunity. Even my sect's cultivation methods and formations cannot be given away casually. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Valley Head Nya and smiled, but if we give it away like this, people will think that it's not real. They will also think that my Beidou school is rich and overbearing. Of course, we can't give it away for free. Even if this one were to give it away, the sect's elders would still punish this disciple. However, Uncle Si has the demeanor of an elder. You're not like some gangs who want to get something and say that it's theirs. They'll use the glorified name of taking it back and think of all kinds of dirty tricks. Just based on this, I'm willing to make a fair deal with sect head Si. Valley Head Nya said, Of course. Nephew Ren, Beidou school doesn't belong to you alone. This formation also doesn't belong to you alone. It's necessary to give a good explanation to the sect head. Don't you think so, Big Brother Si? Si Yakong seemed to have woken up from a dream and immediately said, That's right. It's good that Beidou school is willing to pass this formation to my weapon forging sect. How could my sect snatch it away by force? Moreover, This 5 elements Dian formation was passed down to my weapon forging sect by a senior expert thousands of years ago. Who knows, this senior expert might be from your beta school. Zhang Xiaohua laughed inwardly, but said in all seriousness, Uncle C, if that's the case, then our two factions already have a history. Ing Zhizhu immediately clapped his hands and continued, that's great. Since you're related to the weaponsmith sect, then you're related to our Jade Foundation alliance as well. That's great. No wonder Nephew Ren looked so familiar. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohua felt like vomiting blood. She thought to herself, do I look that simple? Valley Master Nya glanced at Si Yakong and said in a low voice, Nephew Ren, I just don't know what your sect leader and elders want to exchange for this formation. Si Yakong also eagerly chimed in, that's right, Nephew Ren. When you went out, what did the elders in the sect say? This. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, then said, the headmaster didn't make it clear. It's just that Beta School hasn't been involved in the world for a long time, so we're not too clear about the market conditions of the Jianghu. We'll just take those precious things back home and report back. I think that Uncle C is an elder, so you won't mistreat me, right? Of course, how could I let Nephew Ren fail to report back? Si Yakong hurriedly replied. With that, he took out a short sword and handed it over, saying, Nephew Ren, take a look at this treasured sword. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua frowned, thinking to herself, what do I need this treasured sword for? It's better to get a jade scroll. Even if it's useless, it's still good to give me 2 weapons that can be used in the immortal Tao. Oh, right, it's called a magic weapon in the general principles of weapon refinement. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to brush off Si Yakong's face, so she casually took it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression, Si Yakong already knew that she didn't like it very much. However, he thought that Zhang Xiaohua didn't know the value of this short sword, so he smiled and said, Nephew Ren, it's better if you take out this short sword and take a look. Zhang Xiaohua took the short sword and looked at the somewhat old and worn scabbard. She already looked down on it from the bottom of her heart. Hearing Si Yakong's words, she casually took out the short sword. With a shwa sound, the short sword was out of the scabbard. Zhang Xiaohua stared at it and couldn't help but let out a "ee." She saw that the short sword was about the same length as the short sword used by the bronze-masked old man. The blade at the front of the hilt gave off a blue luster under the bright lights. The luster flowed along with the flickering lights like flowing water. Seeing this, Si Yakong smiled and said confidently, the 4 famous swords in the pugilistic world, dragon breaking, wind slaying, gold cutting, and water breaking, each have their own masters. Our weapon forging sect can't compare to them. Although this jade water sword is unknown in the pugilistic world and can't be compared to the 4 famous swords, it has its own uniqueness that the other famous swords in the world don't have. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but use her divine sense to scan it. However, that jade water sword didn't give off the slightest fluctuation of vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. Seeing this, Si Yakong laughed softly and said, Nephew Ren, try to send the vital energy in your body into this short sword. Then you'll know how wonderful it is. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and smiled bitterly. The vital energy in her body wasn't the internal energy of martial arts. This vital energy wasn't vital energy. Even if she sent it into the short sword, what use would it be? Glancing at Si Yakong, Zhang Xiaohua still sent a wisp of vital energy into the jade water sword in her hand. That wisp of vital energy wasn't a big deal, but that jade-green water-like splendor suddenly rippled. Startled, Zhang Xiaohua sent another wisp of vital energy. At this moment, the tip of the short sword trembled and a few wisps of sword light actually shot out. Sword light! Ing Zhizhu cried out involuntarily. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly withdrew her vital energy. That jade water sword's light faded and it returned to its previous tranquility. Si Yakong was also a little surprised. He cupped his hands and said, "Nephew Ren, I didn't expect your internal energy to be so exquisite. I thought you could only force out a wisp of brilliance." Zhang Xiaohua flipped her hand to look at the short sword. She asked with interest, "Uncle C, what's going on?" "This jade water sword was refined by your honorable sect." Si Yakong looked at the jade water sword with a reluctant expression. He said, "Nephew Ren, you must know that our weapon forging sect can refine some weapons that can increase one's internal energy. These refining methods were all researched by a senior several thousand years ago. As for who this senior is, I won't tell you. The only thing I want to tell you is that this jade water sword is this senior's proud work. It can also be considered one of our weapon forging sect's cornerstone treasures." "So it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. This short sword was indeed not bad, but she didn't seem to be able to use it. Although her own small sword couldn't see light, its power was extraordinary. Although the incomparably heavy sword wasn't sharp enough, it could still crush people to death. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua returned the jade water sword to Si Yakong. She said, "Master Si, this sword is your honorable sect's treasure. How can I take it away from you? Please take it back." How could Si Yakong be willing to take it back? He waved his hand and said, "As the ancients said, treasured swords are given to heroes. This sword should be kept by a sect that specializes in martial arts like your honorable sect. Fortunately, this jade water sword isn't very famous. If it were to be known by some experts, it might bring disaster to my weapon forging sect." Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was an excuse. The weapon forging sect made weapons. If they didn't have any good things, who would believe them? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't say anything, Si Yakong was a little anxious. He turned his head and shouted at Tong Ba, "Quickly bring me my brocade pouch." When Tong Ba heard this, he hurriedly stood up and walked to the side. He brought over a pouch that was placed on the side. This pouch was different from the usual ones. It was made of a pitch-black material and was rectangular in shape. Si Yakong reached out to take it and led Zhang Xiaohua to an empty table. With a shake of his hand, he poured out the contents of the pouch onto the table. He said, "If Nephew Ren isn't satisfied, you can take whatever you like from this table. Take whatever you like. This sect master Si is quite generous. It seems he is determined to obtain the 5 elements dye information." Zhang Xiaohua pondered a bit and thought, "If I don't pick anything, it would seem like I was being pretentious. Sai, let's see if there are any jade slips or something." The items in Si Yakong's pouch were very messy. It was scattered all over the table, but there were no jade slips. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with her divine sense and couldn't help but frown. She pointed at 3 pitch-black sticks and asked, "Sect Master Si, what are these?" Si Yakong also looked at the 3 short sticks strangely. After thinking for a long time, he hesitated and said, "These seem to be the handles of the 3 flags I found in the secret room last year. They were all covered in dust, so I casually took them out. How did they end up in my brocade pouch? Where did the flags go?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked, "My sect master likes some ancient jade items." "Oh, not the kind with exquisite carvings. As long as it's a jade pendant or jade piece, the older the better. If Sect Master C can give me a few pieces, I'll take them back and report back." "Jade pendant?" Si Yakong was a bit embarrassed and said, "I won't hide it from nephew. My weapon forging sect really doesn't have the kind of thing you're talking about. If it's a normal jade item, the sect does have some, but they're all a bit old and have exquisite carvings." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slightly and was about to speak. Si Yakong suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "Oh, I remember now. I do have a strange thing here. I think your sect master will like it." After he finished speaking, he put his hand into his chest and was about to take it out, but there was some hesitation on his face. He looked at Valley Master Nya and gave him a look. Valley Master Nye understood and sent out the few disciples in the martial arts practice field. Seeing that the idle people had all left, Xianxia said apologetically, "Nephew, please don't blame me. This thing is a bit strange. If more people know about it, it may be disadvantageous to both our sections." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately became spirited and asked, "Now can Sect Master Si take it out and take a look?" Xianxia mysteriously took his hand out of his chest and held a small booklet in his hand. A martial arts secret book. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What use did this thing have for her? Xianxia shook his head and said, "Nephew Ren, don't be anxious. Take a look first." As he spoke, he opened the booklet and handed it over. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and took the booklet. She lowered her head and looked at it. When she saw the contents of the booklet, she couldn't help but be shocked. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 478. This was a booklet similar to the Carefree Heart Sutra. It was the same size and the quality of the pages were the same. However, what surprised Zhang Xiaohua was that the booklet was completely white without any words at all. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly surprised and raised her head to look at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "Virtuous nephew, take a look at the cover." Zhang Xiaohua closed the booklet and saw that the cover of the booklet had 4 ancient words written on it, "Wordless Heavenly Book." However, the word "heaven" was different. It was written in a flamboyant style, as if it was about to soar into the sky. Although the other 3 words were also very charming, their charm was much weaker. Could it be that the other 3 words were added later? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and carefully observed the booklet. Sure enough, there was a faint vital qi fluctuation on the booklet. It was actually a restriction of the immortal Tao. However, there was a slight flaw in the restriction where the word "heaven" was written on the cover, revealing the original "heaven" on the cover. The other 3 words were written on the cover by someone later. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Needless to say, this was obviously a secret manual that recorded some immortal cultivation technique. It might even be more precious than the Carefree Heart Sutra. At this time, Xianxia explained, "Virtuous nephew Ren, this is a mysterious, wordless heavenly book that has been passed down from generation to generation in my weapon forging sect. It has been more than 1,000 years since my generation. However, I have exhausted all methods and still have not been able to uncover the mystery within. I see that your sect's leader and elders like ancient jade pendants, so I think they must have some methods to decipher the secret of this heavenly book. I will give this heavenly book to your sect now. I only hope that if your sect's elders can decipher it, they will record a copy of the contents and send that copy to my weapon forging sect. What do you think?" "I see." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation, Xianxia said, "I know that the textless heavenly book is of great importance. If it were to be leaked, it would bring great trouble to you. However, you don't have to worry, nephew Ren. Those who have nothing to do with it have already been cleared out by second brother Nye. The people who remain here will not reveal anything. The textless heavenly book has also been kept in our weapon forging sect for 1,000 years and has not been revealed to the public. In the future, the people of our Jade Foundation Alliance will definitely not mention anything about it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "That's right. Your sect's senior is quite interesting. Although there's a heaven character in it, of all the other characters, he just had to add such a sensational name. If others knew about it, they would definitely think that it was some kind of peerless martial art manual. It would be strange if they didn't go to your weapon forging sect to steal it." Xianxia nodded and said, "What you said makes sense. It's just that this book is extremely mysterious and it's also completely empty. The seniors in the sect used this to detect the other 3 words. Zhang Xiaohua declined to comment and said, What if the seniors in my Beidou school can't decipher the mystery? Si Yakong smiled bitterly and said, "This heavenly book has been in our weapon forging sect for 1,000 years and still hasn't been deciphered. It's better to find a sect that we trust to decipher it for us." Nephew Ren's chivalrous heart must have been influenced by the seniors in your sect. Therefore, although I've never met the seniors in your sect, I'm still very confident in your Beidou school. Rather than letting this heavenly book gather dust in your weapon forging sect, why don't you give it to your seniors to decipher? Then, Si Yakong paused and said, "If you can't decipher this heavenly book, then don't return to weapon forging sect for a day." The people who were listening looked at each other in dismay. Si Yakong was betting too much on this. Not to mention the contents of the wordless heavenly book. If Beidou school took this heavenly book and said that they couldn't decipher it, then wouldn't this heavenly book be given to them for nothing? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also moved. She thought for a moment and said, "Sect head C, since you're so confident in my Beidou school, then I'll make a decision for the seniors in my sect. Our two sects have a time limit of 20 years. If my Beidou school can't decipher it, then 20 years from now, we'll let this heavenly book return to weapon forging sect. What do you think?" Si Yakong's wrinkled face smiled like a tangerine peel. He stepped forward and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, "Nephew Ren, how do you want this old man to thank your Beidou school? This is really—" Zhang Xiaohua was very embarrassed when Si Yakong pulled her hand. She said, "It's okay, sect head C. Everyone in my Beidou school is magnanimous. Even if the seniors know that I acted on my own accord, they won't blame me. They'll only reward me. Don't worry. That was because this guy was the only person in this illusory Beidou school. Who would blame him?" Si Yakong was very grateful. He pointed at the table full of things and said, "Nephew Ren, you don't have to be so polite. Take everything on the table. Consider it a small token of appreciation from my weapon forging sect." How could Zhang Xiaohua be willing to take it? She repeatedly refused and said, "I'm not going back to Beidou school. What's the use of taking so many things? I still only want those 3 flagpoles. You only want 3 flagpoles?" Si Yakong was very puzzled. However, when he thought about it, it was normal. Ren Baqian was going to spread the incense cult in a while. It wouldn't be convenient to bring so many things. Thus, he said, "How about this, nephew Ren? This old man will leave these things first. When you're done spreading the incense cult, I'll invite you and your seniors to visit my weapon forging sect. This old man will prepare some gifts." Finished speaking, he placed the 3 pitch-black flagpoles in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Seeing that the gifts were really too light, he chose a piece of material from the many items and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "This is a rare refining material. Nephew Ren, take it." Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back anymore. She reached out and took it. She looked around and smiled, "Sect head C, if it's possible, there's no harm in giving your brocade pouch to me. I see that this brocade pouch is also a good thing. I just happen to have a bag with me. I'll use it to store things." When Si Yakong heard this, he smiled and said, "Of course, nephew Ren has good eyes. This old man's brocade pouch is something that's impervious to water and fire. It's perfect for storing things." Finished speaking, he picked up the brocade pouch that was thrown on the ground and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua received it with a smile. She put the material and the 3 flagpoles inside. When Ye Qianyu saw this, she obediently found an ordinary bag and handed it over. Si Yakong took the bag and asked, "Nephew Ren, you really don't want to take more? This old man's brocade pouch is quite big. It's so light to put so little things inside." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "Next time I go to weapon forging sect with my seniors, I'll pick some good things." Si Yakong laughed loudly. He swept the things on the table into his pocket and handed it back to Tong Ba. When Valley Head Nye saw that Si Yakong's intentions were fulfilled, he was also happy. He had everyone return to the banquet and called out his disciples. He reorganized the banquet and ate until the moon was high and the stars were sparse. During the banquet that followed, Zhang Xiaohua didn't drink much. When she saw that it was getting late, she stood up and bid farewell. "Seniors, it's getting late. Forgive nephew Ren for taking her leave. Uncle Si, please stay in Rejuvenation Valley for a few more days and wait for nephew Ren to finish writing the formation." When everyone saw this, they all stood up to send her off. Nye Qianyu also took the opportunity to leave the banquet and took Zhang Xiaohua out of the martial arts field. Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Nye Qianyu take her back to the inner valley. She only made an appointment with Nye Qianyu for tomorrow's time. When she saw Nye Qianyu enter Peach Blossom Nunnery, she turned around and went back to the pill room. Lighting the lantern, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the prayer mat and took out the jade water sword from her bosom. Zhang Xiaohua had always thought that only the martial way's internal energy could be sent into a weapon and be magnified by the weapon. She didn't think that her own internal energy could also be sent into the jade water sword and that it would produce some kind of sword ray. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the surroundings. When she didn't find any abnormalities, she held the jade water sword in her right hand and slowly sent her internal energy into the short sword. When she was in the martial arts field, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to truly let go of her hands and feet. She only released a little bit of her internal energy. When she saw that there was something strange about the short sword, she immediately stopped. Now that there was no one around, she wanted to see the true use of the short sword. As expected, when Zhang Xiaohua sent her internal energy into the short sword, the jade water sword suddenly emitted a blue light. At the tip of the sword, a so-called sword ray suddenly appeared. Its length was indeterminate and it was constantly expanding and contracting. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she was overjoyed. She increased the amount of her internal energy and the sword ray became longer. When Zhang Xiaohua sent in more than 60% of her internal energy, the sword ray and the length of the short sword were actually 2 times longer than an ordinary long sword. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to send in more internal energy, but the light of the short sword was scattered. It seemed that it had reached its limit. If she forced her internal energy, the short sword might collapse. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua maintained 60% of her internal energy and didn't send in any more. At this time, in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, there was clearly an exceptionally resplendent and dazzling long sword. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied with this result. She waved her right hand and casually made a few strokes with the sword. Looking at the stone table to the side, she had an idea. She waved her arm and lightly chopped at a small corner of the stone table. With a soft, "chi" sound, the small corner fell to the ground as if she didn't put any strength into it. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly went over to take a closer look. The stone table that was cut off was unusually smooth. The effect was even better than her own short sword. Seeing the sword ray of the short sword in her hand fluctuating according to her thoughts, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. The short sword was an immortal weapon. If she fought with it in her hand, she would lose her advantage. Moreover, that incomplete sword technique was only useful with a flying sword. It wasn't appropriate to use it on an ordinary long sword. Although the short sword in her hand wasn't long enough, with the sword ray, it was longer than an ordinary long sword. When she found an exquisite sword technique in the future, it shouldn't be inferior to her short sword or long sword. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's mind couldn't help but wander. She had just heard Si Yakong say that the 4 great divine swords of the pugilistic world each had a famous name. Even this short sword was called the Jade Water Sword. Her short sword and long sword didn't seem to have any names. What should I name it? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. This short sword wins by speed. Under the control of divine sense, it's like a meteor streaking across the sky. It's just that the name, meteor, seems to be a bit cliché. That's right, I seem to have given this short sword to little Meng. It's best if there's the word, Meng, in the name, hee. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a trace of sweetness in her heart. At the same time, Nie Qianyu's face, which could be angry or happy at the same time, quietly appeared in her mind. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 479. Zhu Meng. If it wants to chase after the speed of a dream, wouldn't it be even faster than a shooting star? Moreover, it has the intention of chasing after little dream, so it's her. Zhang Xiaohua gave her small sword an extremely romantic name, Zhu Meng. She couldn't help but feel excited. Striking while the iron was hot, she also gave her ugly long sword a name. Long swords were known for their heaviness, so of course they had to appear in the name. At this moment, the words, Motionless Wisdom King, suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Motionless Heavy Sword? Wisdom King Sword? None of them seemed to suit her. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She thought of two words, Prajna, a great wisdom that surpassed everything. The long sword used its heaviness to defeat the enemy. It was a classic example of great skill not working. Any skill, any wisdom in front of this weight was just a paper tiger. It was an existence that surpassed all wisdom. Yes, it was the Prajna heavy sword. Zhang Xiaohua happily held the great wisdom sword in his left hand, while his right hand held the jade water sword, which was constantly expanding and contracting with its jade green sword aura. He loved it so much that he could not bear to part with it. With a thought, Chasing Dream also flew into the sky of the pill room. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he was competing with all the heroes in the world. After admiring it for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put Zhu Meng and jade water into her money pouch. She then took out the 3 flagpoles that she had just obtained from sect head Si Yakong. Feeling the coldness of the flagpoles in her hand, and the waves of vital energy emitted from them, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This was the only thing that sect head Si had thrown onto the table that emitted waves. How could Zhang Xiaohua not choose them? Looking at the 3 flagpoles, Zhang Xiaohua very naturally thought of the 3 talents formation in the auspicious 3 treasures hands. Wasn't it also formed by 3 array flags? The 3 talents flag formation wasn't a very special formation in the immortal Tao. Even the 5 elements Dian formation was a bit stronger than it. Presumably, there must have been many sects in the ancient times that understood this 3 talents flag formation. Therefore, it wasn't strange for weapon forging sect to have 3 extra flags. However, only 3 flagpoles were not enough. Where did the flags on the flagpoles go? Without any hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the brocade pouch that she had gotten from sect leader Si and placed the precious weapon refining material into the pouch. Then, she flipped the brocade pouch over and examined it carefully. She then took out her jade water sword and used the tip of her sword to pick something on the brocade pouch. After a while, 3 pieces of black cloth bigger than her palm were cut off from the brocade pouch by Zhang Xiaohua. Then, she threw the brocade pouch with 3 holes to one side. With a smile on her face, she looked at the 3 triangular pieces of cloth in her hands that were made of an unknown material and were emitting waves of vital qi. Weren't they the flags? It was no wonder that sect leader Si Yakong couldn't remember where he threw the flags. It turned out that someone had used them as rags to mend his brocade pouch. If Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense hadn't sensed the waves coming from the brocade pouch that was thrown on the ground, who would have thought of this? Zhang Xiaohua picked up a flagpole with his left hand and a flag with his right. Looking at the flawless flag, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this small flag must have used up all of its energy for the people from the weapon forging sect to be able to pull it off the flagpole. He had to put the flag back on, but it wasn't something that could be done with needlework. Only by grasping the method to refine the flag would he be able to successfully refine the 3 flags. It was a pity that the general principles of weapon refining only had the basics of weapon refining and ordinary weapon refining techniques. Although the flags used for this level of flag formation were ordinary, it didn't cover anything. She could only look at the flags and sigh. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Didn't she still have the prize for her strength competition with Tongba tonight? She wondered if there was a method to refine weapons in the book. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have too much hope. The flags used for the 3-talent flag gate formation were weapons refined using the immortal Tao. At most, weapon forging sect was using martial arts techniques, so they wouldn't leave behind such records. Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua put everything into his money pouch, he took out the small booklet. Inside the booklet were all the refining techniques used by the weapon forging sect. The techniques and methods inside were exquisite and were things that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen before. However, if he wanted to use them to refine a small flag, it would be wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and placed the booklet on the table. It seemed that she could only place her last hope on the textless heavenly book. However, although there was a small hole in the cover of the heavenly book, the restriction inside was still very strong. It wasn't something that Zhang Xiaohua could break at this moment. Perhaps the dream-chasing sword could break this restriction, but the pages of the book were inside the restriction. If she wasn't careful or there was a problem when breaking the restriction, the pages or the contents of the book would be damaged. Not only would Zhang Xiaohua not be able to obtain the complete contents of the heavenly book, she wouldn't be able to answer to weapon forging sect even 20 years later. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua decided to study the weapon forging sect's booklet properly first. When she had time in the future, she would think about how to break this restriction. It was getting late. Zhang Xiaohua finished taking stock of her gains, then sat down cross-legged and began her routine cultivation. Of course, before she started cultivating, she didn't forget to set up a formation to seal off the pill room. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was cultivating, in the outer valley of Rejuvenation Valley, where the Jade Foundation Alliance's sect masters had been discussing, they were all seated at their respective positions. They were sipping on fragrant tea and discussing. Valley Master Nye said, "Big brother C, you've been a little rash today. During such an important period, you should have discussed this with me first. Let little you probe him first. If it doesn't work out, we'll think of something else. If Ren Xiaoxia agrees, it won't be too late for us to discuss this further." Si Yakong cupped his fists and said, "Second brother Nye, this is all my fault. I'll apologize first for not giving you a heads up first. It's just that you don't know this. I've thought of many possibilities during this period of time, but I was afraid that Ren Xiaoxia would reject me. That's why I had no choice but to take the risk. Think about it, if he had rejected little you earlier, how would I be able to open my mouth now?" Zhen Xian said, "It's a good thing that this Ren Xiaoyao is really generous. He's even willing to teach us such a wondrous formation. I really don't know how this Beidou school teaches its disciples." Ing Zhizhu, however, smiled and said, "He didn't suffer any losses at Beidou school. He's already gotten so many things." Ma Fuhu also said in surprise, "Big brother C, it's one thing for you to give him the jade water sword, but that textless heavenly book is a priceless treasure. We've never heard you talk about it before. Aren't you going too easy on them by giving it away so casually?" When the others heard this question, they also looked at Si Yakong. Si Yakong took a sip of tea and said with a bitter smile, "The textless heavenly book, the textless heavenly book. Just hearing this name sounds like a great disaster. How would I dare to reveal anything about it? Don't forget that the Misty School in Pingyang City is a major sect with tens of thousands of years of history. It was also because of some martial arts secret manual that the Fragrant Cult, the Great Forest Division, and the Righteous Alliance joined forces to exterminate it. If they knew that our weapon-forging sect has the textless heavenly book, regardless of whether there are martial arts secret manuals in it, wouldn't they have long come to kill us? Any one of the three sects can easily wipe out our weapon-forging sect. Everyone nodded. Xiankong continued, this textless heavenly book has been in our weapon-forging sect for thousands of years. Only the sect masters of each generation know about it. After so many years, no one has been able to decipher its secrets. No one knows what's recorded in it. I've been thinking about this all day, and it's like a fishbone stuck in my throat. I can't eat or sleep in peace. I'm afraid that this secret will be revealed one day and bring disaster to our weapon-forging sect. That's why I came up with this idea in a flash. Since we're going to pay a huge price in exchange for the formation, we might as well take out something that can shock people. Although this heavenly book is a huge treasure mountain, if we can't find the path to it, we can only think about it. Everyone nodded. Only Valley Head Nya was a little dejected. Yes, you're giving this hot mountain of treasure to Beidou School as a big favor and promising to share it with them. However, at the same time, you're transferring a huge risk to Beidou School. During the 20 years that it would take to return the textless heavenly book, the Beidou School would have to risk being tracked down by various sects in the pugilistic world. Moreover, if the Beidou School didn't return the textless heavenly book after 20 years, as long as the weapon-forging sect slightly spread the news, wouldn't the Beidou School become the target of public criticism? Of course, Valley Head Nya still believed in Si Yikong's character. Perhaps he wouldn't do such a thing, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that the others in the weapon-forging sect wouldn't have such thoughts. However, Valley Head Nya also understood Si Yikong's intentions. There was no free meal in this world. If the Beidou School didn't have a diamond, then don't take on a porcelain job. Since you heard the name of this secret manual and still wanted to accept it, then you had to pay a certain amount of risk if you wanted to covet the martial arts secret manual inside. Thinking about it, benefits and risks coexisted. At the same time, Valley Head Nya also understood the profound meaning behind Zhang Xiaohua's promise to return the heavenly book after 20 years. Seeing Si Yikong's somewhat proud expression and the gloating expressions of the others, Valley Head Nya couldn't help but feel a little dejected. This is the pugilistic world. Although there is family and warmth, there is also. Valley Head Nya couldn't bear to continue thinking about it. The night passed silently. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up as usual. After practicing the Big Dipper magical fist, she was about to stop when her heart suddenly moved. Like a sudden impulse, she practiced the Big Dipper magical fist again. As early as a few months ago, Zhang Xiaohua could only draw in 9 streams of cold to temper her bones. She knew that this was her limit and didn't try to practice it again. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua's accumulated strength suddenly broke through to the peak of the early stage of refining qi. Her cultivation had increased by a lot. Today, she tried it again and sure enough, there was an unexpected gain. The 10th stream of cold actually came from her toes. Following the moves of the Big Dipper magical fist, she tempered all the bones in her body for the 10th time. The Big Dipper magical fist advanced again. As for what level the Big Dipper magical fist was at, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to calculate. As long as she had the cold stream to temper her bones, who cared what level it was? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua secretly decided that in the future, she would practice the Big Dipper magical fist again after she tempered her bones. She didn't want to miss the time to level up her fist art. The 11th time of the Big Dipper magical fist didn't produce any cold stream. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. After she stopped, she returned to the pill room and began to comprehend the rabbit talisman. Seeing that she needed to break more and more restrictions, if she didn't improve her cultivation of restrictions, she might delay things. In the end, she said, but oh, Big Brother Ren's final deadline of 20 years is indeed very clever. Firstly, it shows the generosity of your sect, and secondly, it gives weapon forging sect some peace of mind. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Since when had she thought so much about it? She just felt that she had already obtained a lot, so it was inappropriate to take another heavenly book from him. But seeing that Si Yakong was sincerely giving it to her, she set a deadline of 20 years. Actually, according to his plan, if everything went smoothly, he would be able to break the restriction in a few years and see the contents inside. This deadline was just a casual offer. However, Zhang Xiaohua was secretly amused. This weapon forging sect Si Yakong has really put in a lot of effort for the sake of his sect's interests. Not to mention how much preparation work he has done to obtain the 5 elements die information, he has also racked his brains for this heavenly book. It's really hard on him. Unfortunately, this young master's Beta school is a non-existent sect, so there's no way to find someone to take the blame. If this young master is unhappy, I'll find a place to hide and make you cry. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, Nie Qianyu thought that she had touched on his heart and made him unhappy. Thus, she advised, however, Big Brother Ren, you don't have to take it to heart. Although it's best not to accept this heavenly book, since you've accepted it, you should quickly find a time to return it to the sect and let the elders in the sect unravel its mysteries. Perhaps there really is a secret martial art manual that can be used to develop the sect. Even if you can't unravel it, you should return it to weapon forging sect as soon as possible. Uncle C of weapon forging sect doesn't seem to be the kind of treacherous person who would say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. He was probably forced into a corner and came up with this idea on the spur of the moment. Perhaps it was because he felt guilty or because he was afraid of delaying Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. Si Yakong had never visited Zhang Xiaohua in the pill room. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind either. She continued to copy the formation from her mind to her paper according to Nie Qianyu's progress every day. Although Si Yakong vaguely had the intention to scheme against Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide anything. She only explained the 5 elements die information as it was in the immortal Tao and combined it with her own martial cultivation, turning this 5 elements formation into a formation that could be used in the martial Tao. This formation was much more complicated than the one used by the 4 people in the arena that day. It took her more than 20 days to record it down. Today, Nie Qianyu put away her brush and sighed. Brother Ren, let's stop here for today. I'm really tired. I've been copying this formation for more than 20 days and I still haven't reached the end. I can only copy this much every day. Any more and I'll have a splitting headache. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. I was the same when I was learning that day. You've already done very well for those who are worse than you. Although the foundation of this formation is simple, the changes within it are very complicated. If we slack off, your Uncle C will be out of luck. After this period of learning, you should also know that if we don't fully grasp it and others find a flaw, the entire formation will collapse. It's better not to use the formation. Nie Qianyu nodded slightly. She also knew that not only weapon forging sect, but Rejuvenation Valley was also learning this 5 elements formation. She had no choice but to give it her all. Zhang Xiaohua continued, anyway, the copying is more or less done. It'll be finished with a few more changes. It'll only take a day or 2. That's right, Brother Ren. The day is approaching. If it was a few years ago, the incense cult would have already sent people to Rejuvenation Valley by now. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and said, the incense cult always comes to Rejuvenation Valley on a fixed date. It can't be that they won't come this year, right? Calm, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 481. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's worried look, Nie Qianyu smiled and said, don't worry, Brother Ren. The fragrance cult doesn't come to Rejuvenation Valley on a fixed date, but the year is fixed. They should be coming this year. This has been a tradition for hundreds and thousands of years. Even if Rejuvenation Valley encounters a disaster, the fragrance cult will still come. There's no reason for them not to come this year. Zhang Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "Not bad, you gave me a big scare." The two of them chatted for a while more before Nie Qianyu brought the book back to the outer valley. As usual, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged on the straw futon and comprehended the rabbit talisman. After such a long period of comprehension, Zhang Xiaohua had already comprehended more than half of the 365 talismans. Now, it was the 183rd talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua had already comprehended the 183rd talisman for 3 days without any progress. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes dispiritedly. Ever since he started comprehending the rabbit talisman, only the first few talismans were slightly difficult. Later on, he could comprehend a few of the simple ones in a day and one of the complex ones in 2 days. However, he had already comprehended half of the talismans for 4 days and there was no sign of a breakthrough. Could it be that he had reached a bottleneck? After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua decided to put the rabbit talisman aside for the time being. After all, there were still many things that he needed to cultivate, such as restrictions and formations. He had yet to fully comprehend a portion of the jade scroll left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. Perhaps it was because of these weak foundations that the rabbit talisman was in a predicament. However, after 20 days of cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua's restrictions had entered a new stage. He wanted to see if there were any restrictions on his body that needed to be broken. Zhang Xiaohua first took out the few jade scrolls left behind by Venerable Fire Dragon. With Zhang Xiaohua's current level, he could already see that the restrictions on these jade scrolls weren't too complicated. However, the method to break the restrictions was related to his cultivation. If he hadn't cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra to the last stage of Qi refinement, he probably wouldn't be able to break the restrictions. It was better to hide them deep in the innermost part of his money pouch. After that, he immersed his divine sense into the jade scroll that he had obtained from the ethereal mountain villa's library and carefully observed the restrictions within. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua thoughtfully withdrew his divine sense. The restrictions on this jade scroll was indeed marvelous. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was still lacking. However, he wasn't depressed. The more marvelous, the more precious it was, this must be an important technique. As long as he put effort into it, there would be a day when he would be able to break through it. As long as he worked, he would be able to break through it. Would be sooner or later. As long as he worked hard, there would be a days. His work. Cultivation. This seems to be the second time I've encouraged myself like this while looking at this jade scroll. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and couldn't help but think to himself. Originally, there was a pair of jade bracelets in the money pouch. There was also a restriction on them that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate. Since he still couldn't break the restrictions on the Misty School's jade scroll, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to take out the jade bracelets. He directly looked at the textless heavenly book. Ever since Nie Qianyu revealed Si Yikong's intentions that day, Zhang Xiaohua had been somewhat slacking off. Sometimes, he thought that he might as well put the textless heavenly book in the money pouch. After a few years, he would return it to the weapon-casting sect. Who would be able to break it for them? Sometimes, he also thought that he didn't care. Since the weapon-casting sect let the Beidou school break it, he would just directly use violence. Who would care about the contents of the textless heavenly book? If it was broken, then it was broken. Who could guarantee that it would be completely good? Besides, even if it was broken, he could just use a similar restriction to cover it up. Would Sect Head C be able to find any clues? AI, this weapon-casting sect is really too much. Why didn't they give me some shabby jade scroll? It's not even as good as the weapon-casting sect. That Lu Meng even gave me the general principles of weapon casting. This, general principles, is really not bad. Although I've never truly entered the weapon casting sect, I've learned a lot from this, general principles. It's a pity that there's no specific refining method. Even if I have the flagpole and small flag of the tripartite flag array, I can't refine it. It's also a pity that Tong Ba gave me the refining method. It's only a martial cultivation method. Although there are a lot of things I can learn from it, it's still an unorthodox method. I can't use it. I should think of a way to get some sort of refining jade scroll. Zhang Xiaohua was still a bit hesitant as she tossed the textless heavenly book up and down. After all, this was something that had been passed down in the weapon casting sect for many years. If she accidentally destroyed it, regardless of what the weapon casting sect would think, she would first be condemned by her own conscience. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua decisively grabbed the textless heavenly book and laughed loudly. Her divine sense entered the book like a waterfall. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua had an epiphany. The path of immortality was like rowing a boat against the current. If you didn't advance, you would be pushed back. If you blindly hesitated, how could you still have the bearing of a Qi practitioner? Only forging ahead with determination was the correct path. If she was so overcautious and timid, she would be at a disadvantage. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense enveloped the entire heavenly book. She carefully examined the restrictions on the book. Apart from a slight flaw where the word Tian was written on the cover, everything else was flawless. Although the fluctuations of vital qi were somewhat weak, it was still incomparably firm in her divine sense. This was the first time that Zhang Xiaohua had seen the restrictions on the book. However, she had no doubt that if the vital qi of the restrictions was exhausted, the contents of the book would definitely disappear along with the restrictions. It definitely wouldn't appear just because the restrictions disappeared. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua was still rather glad about her choice. After observing for a long time with her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and pondered for a long time. Then, she released her hand. The textless heavenly book abruptly floated in the air, as if an invisible arm was holding it up by Zhang Xiaohua. Then, Zhang Xiaohua made different hand seals in succession. With a wave of her fingers, she sent the hand seals into the heavenly book. Unfortunately, after a while, the hand seals were like clay oxen entering the sea. There was no reaction at all. The heavenly book was still quietly floating in the air, showing no reaction at all. With her eyes closed, Zhang Xiaohua's face remained calm, as if she had already expected such an outcome. Then, Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips slightly. Her right hand stopped moving, and her left hand paused for a moment. Immediately, she slowly made another set of hand seals. This hand seal was made extremely slowly. Her fingers moved slightly, as if there were tens of thousands of kilograms of weight hanging from her fingers. Furthermore, her fingers were far less agile than before. Needless to say, this was the restriction technique that Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended. As the hand seals became more complicated, the sluggishness between Zhang Xiaohua's fingers gradually disappeared. What followed was the obscurity of the hand seals. After the hand seals were made, she reached out and inserted it into the heavenly book. The heavenly book trembled slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. It seemed that there was some effect. Hence, she continued to make the next hand seal. However, her right hand still pinched her thumb and middle finger together and did not move. The second hand seal was still unfamiliar at first, then proficient at it. Zhang Xiaohua's body was already emitting traces of qi of heaven and earth. This was the genuine qi in her body that was affected by the hand seals. Because she was unfamiliar with it, it leaked out. Zhang Xiaohua continued to make 17 hand seals, all of which were extremely obscure. Moreover, a lot of qi of heaven and earth had already appeared around Zhang Xiaohua. The heavenly book that was floating in the air first trembled slightly, then trembled violently, and then emitted a faint blue light. The qi of heaven and earth around Zhang Xiaohua was all attracted to it, emitting a bright brilliance. It was very beautiful. As the hand seals were inserted, the blue light became more intense. When the 17th hand seal was inserted, the heavenly book almost became a blue ball of light. Zhang Xiaohua could see it clearly with her divine sense. She immediately made the last hand seal. This was a hand seal that required the cooperation of both hands. Zhang Xiaohua's right thumb and middle finger separated and her wrist turned nimbly. The fingers on both her left and right hands seemed to be dancing. It was abnormally lively, which was completely different from the previous 17 hand seals. After a moment, the last hand seal was completed. Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips, a determined expression on her face. Her hands paused for a moment, then she put both hands forward and inserted the hand seal into the heavenly book. When the heavenly book received the hand seal, it immediately emitted a bright blue light. It was abnormally dazzling. Although Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and used her divine sense to observe, she naturally closed her eyes again. It was only for a moment that the extremely brilliant blue light suddenly disappeared. A simple and unadorned book appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without opening her eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it. Just as her divine sense came into contact with the book, a strange change occurred. The book seemed to have a strong suction force that pulled Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense into it. As soon as her divine sense entered the book, she lost contact with Zhang Xiaohua. This book could actually absorb divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her first reaction was to withdraw her divine sense. This was the first time she had encountered something that could absorb divine sense. How could she not be shocked? However, she only hesitated for a moment. In her essence of elixir, the golden light flashed, and the strong divine sense continued to be injected into the book. The book did not hold back and swallowed the divine sense like a whale drinking water. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua also gritted her teeth. The essence of elixir in her Naiwan palace flashed repeatedly, and more divine sense was injected into the book as if it was free. At this moment, an even more mysterious scene appeared. As Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense poured in, the ancient book gradually came to life. Following the divine sense, the pages of the book automatically flipped. What was even more unbelievable was that as the pages of the book flipped, countless ancient characters suddenly flew out from the blank pages. They followed the direction of the divine sense and swarmed into Zhang Xiaohua's head. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was completely stunned. He had read many jade slips, but he had never seen such a big scene. This weapon-casting sex methods seemed to be too arrogant. He was like a country boy who had never seen the world. This was his first time entering Pingyang City. All Zhang Xiaohua could think of now was to channel all his consciousness into the scroll. He could not think of anything else calm. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 482. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how much time had passed, but the ancient characters in the scroll were still flowing in endlessly, and Zhang Xiaohua already felt that his consciousness was about to be exhausted. Although Zhang Xiaohua now had God's guidance and wasn't afraid of the consumption of his consciousness, but if he didn't have the guidance of his consciousness, wouldn't these ancient texts that rushed into his mind backfire on him, or harm the scroll? This was not something Zhang Xiaohua could know. Therefore, he could only muster his strength and pour in what little spiritual sense he had, hoping that he could complete the transmission of the texts before his spiritual sense was exhausted. After a while, the number of characters floating in the air gradually decreased. It seemed that the transmission had reached the end. However, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense was also exhausted. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and was about to withdraw his spiritual sense to deal with the sudden interruption of the transmission. At this moment, the golden array outside the essence of herbalism rotated and shot a ray of golden light into the core of the essence of herbalism. The essence of herbalism shook again and suddenly produced a ray of spiritual sense. Although this ray of spiritual sense was small, once it came out of the essence of herbalism, it made Zhang Xiaohua feel that it was dense. If Zhang Xiaohua's current spiritual sense was sparse air, then this ray of spiritual sense was a dense stream. The moment the spiritual sense left the Naiwan palace, it immediately entered the scroll. As the spiritual sense entered, the pages that had been slowly flipping suddenly sped up and flipped to the end in a few moments. The texts that were transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind also intensified, and this sudden increase in input actually made Zhang Xiaohua feel a splitting headache. Fortunately, the transmission process had reached the end and there was not much information transmitted in that instant. The pain disappeared in a flash. When Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses, the ancient scroll had already closed and was quietly floating in the air. The blue brilliance had long disappeared and it had returned to its previous appearance of the wordless heavenly book. Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and waved her hand. The wordless heavenly book fell into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the cover and then flipped through the book. It was still blank. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use her divine sense to look at the restriction again. Unfortunately, the thief had left and the building was empty. She wanted to, but she was powerless. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed the wordless heavenly book in her bosom. She did not check the words that had just entered her mind. She just looked down and recited the incantation for the second level of God's traction. She slowly rotated her Dan core to replenish the consumption of her divine sense. Although he had consumed all of his divine sense just now, the last wisp of divine sense that shot out from the elixir core had pointed out a path for Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation. The more divine sense there was, the better. Only the quality was truly good. Although Zhang Xiaohua had only sensed a small amount of it, he could faintly feel that it was equivalent to at least 20% of his divine sense. It seemed that this God's traction still needed more effort. It was not until the sun was about to set that Zhang Xiaohua slowly opened her eyes. She calmly looked around the pill room and stood up. In the morning, she had finished copying the 5 elements Dian formation with Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu had left behind the pill formula and medicinal herbs that Zhang Xiaohua needed to refine in the afternoon. However, Zhang Xiaohua had spent the entire afternoon on the wordless heavenly book. How could she have the time to care about these medicinal herbs? The medicinal herbs that had been left unused for the entire afternoon were already a little wilted. However, when Zhang Xiaohua had deciphered the wordless heavenly book, a lot of heaven and earth essence qi had gushed out. The entire pill room was filled with a lot of heaven and earth essence qi. Although those medicinal herbs had already left the ground, the essence qi they contained had not dissipated too much. However, if they were to stay in this pill room for the night, they probably would not be able to be used tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and put these medicinal herbs into the money bag. He had wanted to put these medicinal herbs into the jade box, but the jade box was too small and the medicinal herbs were too long. If he took them out tomorrow, he did not know what Nie Qianyu would ask. It was better to put them directly into the space of the money bag. It seemed that the essence qi inside was sufficient, so there should not be much change. After putting away the medicinal herbs, Zhang Xiaohua stepped out of the pill room and shook his head, which was still a little painful. The feeling of exhausting his divine sense and pouring in a huge amount of words was really uncomfortable. It seemed that when he read the jade slip in the future, he would have to pay more attention. From the transmission method of the wordless heavenly book, it could be seen that the Way of Immortals did not only record words in jade slips. In the future, if he encountered a strange restriction formation, it would be best to make some defenses for himself. Just now, if there had been a sudden attack from the book along with the words, he would have been flustered and might have been injured. Of course, there was the spirit guidance to repair his divine sense, but it was hard to say if there were other unknown attacks. Outside the pill room, it was dusk and the weather was already hot. The air mixed with the smell of medicinal herbs blew in his face. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath. He liked the faint smell of medicinal herbs very much. Under the stone wall in the distance, although there were still many disciples going in and out of the pill room, it was much less than in the morning. Their busy faces were full of satisfied smiles. For some reason, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of his father and elder brother who were far away in the Guizhuang house. At this time, they should also be coming back from the fields outside the village, carrying hoes on their shoulders, or maybe with tobacco in their mouths, leisurely walking back home. In the small courtyard not far away, there should be smoke rising gradually. Maybe now there were 2 wisps of smoke rising. Mother, an unforgettable face appeared in front of his eyes. Thinking of the doting in his mother's eyes, thinking of his mother's expectations, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously raised his head. The sun in the distance was about to set. Unconsciously, his heart was filled with warmth, and his head was no longer as painful as before. Facing the afterglow, he walked briskly towards the inner part of the valley. The shadow behind him was getting longer and longer. After turning a few winding paths, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of a medicinal garden. The plants here were all exquisite red. Strings of bright red flower buds were raised on slender stems and leaves. When the breeze blew, there were slight waves from one end to the other. Zhang Xiaohua picked up a clean, slightly raised piece of soil and sat down. It was just like when he was young, when he was tired from working in the Guizhuang house, sitting on the ridge of the fields. He casually pulled out an exquisite red flower from the medicinal garden. Holding it in his hand, he swayed it left and right, as if it was a dog's tail flower. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's mood seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. It seemed that it had been a long time since he was so relaxed and lazy. Sitting there lazily, he let the wind blow through his hair, and let the sun pass over his face. In the forest not far away, birds were chirping. It was not until the setting sun took away the last ray of light in this world that peace gradually returned. The birds also returned to their nests to enjoy the warmth of the bird's nest. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and didn't look at his surroundings. He also didn't release his consciousness. However, in this moment of tranquility, he seemed to understand everything around him. He saw it clearer than his eyes, and saw it more meticulously than his consciousness. It was as if he was this silence, and everything in this silence was him. The headache from overusing his consciousness and the large amount of characters rushing in seemed to gradually disappear at this moment. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying this beautiful scene, his brows suddenly furrowed. He felt that there seemed to be someone walking in his direction from the distance. Although he couldn't be sure, his heart was moved. Immediately after, he released his consciousness. Indeed, Valley Master Nye was slowly walking in his direction from several dozen feet away. He seemed to be searching for something as he walked. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. In this rejuvenation valley, apart from Elder Zhang and the others, the only person that Valley Master Nye would search for in this manner was probably himself. Looking at the direction he was looking in, it could only be himself. Sighing, Zhang Xiaohua stood up with the exquisite red in his hand. It was rare for him to have a moment of leisure, but he had finished enjoying it just like that. Looking at Valley Master Nye's appearance, something must have happened. Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. Could it be that someone from the School of Fragrance had come? Counting the days, it should be about time. Thinking of his second brother whose whereabouts were unknown, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly went to greet them. After walking for a while, she happened to meet Valley Master Nye. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walk over, Valley Master Nye immediately stopped and said with a smile, "Virtuous nephew Ren, why aren't you refining pills and cultivating in the pill room today? You're actually in the mood to come enjoy the scenery in the valley." Glancing at the exquisite red in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, He continued without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, my rejuvenation valley is like spring all year round. The scenery in the inner valley is exceptionally beautiful. This exquisite red is only one of the many places. If virtuous nephew likes it, little you can take you around tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua raised the exquisite red and looked at it with interest, saying, thank you for your concern, Uncle Nie. I've been copying formations all this time. Today, I've come out for a walk because Nameless was irritated. Playing with flowers and admiring the moon should be the business of scholars. Us Jianghu people can forget about it. Valley Master Nie was a bit embarrassed when he heard this and smiled, speaking of which, I still want to express my thanks to virtuous nephew. Also, I want to privately apologize to you on behalf of Boss C. Actually, although Boss C's actions were a bit rash, he did have some difficulties. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly, it's all difficulties. AI, forget it. Why bother? Only I can decipher this wordless heavenly book. No matter how many years it's in weapon forging sect, it'll still be a wordless heavenly book. In the end, it'll probably be like the other immortal inheritances and turn to dust. Although the spell I inserted into the scroll this afternoon and absorbed my own divine sense can't fix the flaw on the scroll's cover, it's already full of vitality. It shouldn't be a problem to store it for another 1,000 years. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and stopped Valley Master Nie from speaking, saying, I have my own heart towards the bright moon. Why should I fear the bright moon shining on the ravine? There's no need for excessive explanations. My Beidou school has always kept its word. Once the elders in the school discover the secret, they will definitely tell weapon forging sect. Hearing this, Valley Master Nie's expression trembled and he solemnly bowed deeply, saying, virtuous nephew is so righteous. I thank you on behalf of weapon forging sect. Zhang Xiaohua sighed slightly and shook her head. She also returned the bow and asked, did Valley Master Nie come here to find me? Valley Master Nie nodded, saying, that's right. It's because virtuous nephew has an agreement with my rejuvenation valley that I came to discuss it with virtuous nephew. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 483. Zhang Xiaohua said with joy, could it be that the people from the fragrant religion are here today? Valley Head Nie was stunned and shook his head, nephew Ren will be disappointed. It's not the people from the fragrant religion. Then he explained, counting the days, the people from the fragrant religion should be here. It's just that they don't come at a fixed time. Maybe tomorrow, maybe 10 days later. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, then why is Uncle Nie looking for me? Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, Valley Head Nie couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, it's really been tiring for you these days. Every day, you have to teach Xiaoyu those complicated arrays. Now, you even forgot about your agreement with Elder Zhang. That's right. Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. 10 days ago, she did make an agreement with Elder Zhang to help Rejuvenation Valley refine the Crimson Flame Pill. But because of the weapon forging sect, she had to copy the 5 elements Dian array every day and had long forgotten about it. If Valley Head Nie didn't remind her, Zhang Xiaohua really would have forgotten about it. Zhang Xiaohua quickly apologized, Valley Head Nie, I didn't do it on purpose. It's really that during this time, Valley Head Nie waved his hand and said, I know. Nephew Ren has to copy with Xiaoyu every morning, refine pills in the afternoon, and cultivate at night. If it wasn't for Elder Zhang's repeated urging, the people from the fragrant religion will be here soon. They won't be here for long. If we wait for them to arrive, there won't be enough time. So, I have to disturb you. I want to ask, when can we start refining the pills? During this time, Zhang Xiaohua had been copying the array and refining the pills. It could be said that she had accumulated a lot of experience in refining pills and was more confident in refining the crimson flame pill. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua replied, "Uncle Nya, I think Master C of the weapon forging sect is still waiting in the outer valley. This array can be copied in 2 days. How about this? I'll prepare in the next 2 days. Once the array is copied, we'll start immediately. What do you think?" When Valley Master Nya heard this, he smiled and asked, "Why don't you rest for a few days? It won't be too late to refine after that." "Forget it. You've already rushed me here. Can I still rest?" Zhang Xiaohua cursed inwardly and said, "It's okay, it's okay. Actually, little you is the one who is copying. I'm just dictating. Little you should be the one who needs to rest." He then asked, "I wonder if Elder Zhang has collected all the ingredients for the crimson flame pill?" Valley Master Nye nodded and said, "The ingredients for the crimson flame pill are all very rare." Elder Zhang was afraid that he wouldn't be able to refine them after collecting them, causing the medicinal effects to disappear, so he didn't dare to pick them. He has been guarding these medicinal herbs these past few years, afraid that the birds and beasts would damage them. Didn't nephew also encounter Big White that day? Dabai weaves in and out of these medicinal herbs and protects them. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. She was really afraid that Elder Zhang would casually pick them and cause the qi of heaven and earth in the medicinal herbs to be lost. Then, the refined medicinal pills would be greatly reduced. Thus, she hurriedly instructed, "Uncle Nye, please tell Elder Zhang to wait until I'm ready before picking them." At that time, it would be best if, when she said this, she originally wanted to say, "It would be best if I went to pick them myself." These words clearly showed that she didn't trust Rejuvenation Valley and overestimated herself. She immediately changed her words and said, "It would be best if Elder Zhang used a jade box or something similar to seal the medicinal herbs. What do you think?" Valley Master Nye waved his hand and said, "Nephew, you don't have to instruct me on this. Although Rejuvenation Valley isn't too particular when refining medicinal pills now, this is only refining ordinary things. For a medicinal pill as precious as the Crimson Flame pill, the medicinal herbs naturally have to be preserved using ancient methods. Nephew, please rest assured." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Of course, even if Rejuvenation Valley didn't know how to refine medicinal pills of the immortal Tao, they would at least know the method of preserving medicinal herbs. Moreover, Elder Zhang had immersed himself in the study of medicinal herbs for many years. Even if he didn't know the methods of the immortal Tao, he was much better at picking medicinal herbs than her. Fortunately, she didn't say it out loud, otherwise she would be laughed at for no reason. Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, that's good, that's good." Since they had discussed the important matter of Rejuvenation Valley, Valley Master Nye was very happy and said, "Nephew, do you still want to walk around here? I'll call little you over." She also likes secluded valleys very much. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely this time and repeatedly waved her hand, saying, "Many thanks for Uncle Nye's good intentions, but nephew has already wasted a lot of time. It's better to return to the pill room and cultivate. The path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. Nephew has been slow-witted since childhood and has been unable to make any progress in martial arts. Many of the martial brothers in the sect have higher cultivation than me. Nephew can only seize all the time to cultivate so that I won't be left further behind." This time it was Valley Master Nye's turn to be speechless. He secretly said, "This level of martial arts is still not ranked in the Beidou school. Who would believe it if I said it?" However, Valley Master Nye still encouraged her, "Nephew, you have such perseverance. How much time would it take for him to completely copy it down? But if he didn't copy it down, how could he fulfill his promise?" Just thinking about it made him scratch his head. However, there were still 20 years. He would think about it when the time came. Zhang Xiaohua was very good at comforting himself. Perhaps there would be a way when the time came. If it really didn't work, he would just return it to them and copy a few simple refining methods that could be used in martial arts for them. Thinking about the 3 broken flags in his money bag, Zhang Xiaohua first flipped through the cultivation of formation tools. After looking at it for a while, he nodded thoughtfully and pondered in his heart. Although the 3 flags of the 3-talent flag gate formation were not eye-catching, there were many things used in them. Many of them were things that Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of before. If Zhang Xiaohua had to start from scratch and refine them again, he wouldn't even think about it. Fortunately, this was a ready-made item. The flagpole and flag were all intact, but the formation on the flags had run out of vitality. He only needed to replenish vitality to repair the formation on the flags. Although Zhang Xiaohua had never done the work of repairing formation tools, he was not unfamiliar with formations. Moreover, in Refining the World, it was written clearly on how to repair the flags. He looked carefully. How could he not know how to do it? Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and walked in front of the earth fire. He first took out the flagpole and flags, then turned on the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua's face was serious as he formed a seal with both hands and sent it into the earth fire to control the flames. Then, with a wave of his hand, one of the flagpoles flew into the blue flames. Following that, he sent in a few more seals. When the fire broke through the formation, Zhang Xiaohua threw another flag into it. The flag rolled a few times in the flames, but it didn't burn. Instead, due to the rich vitality of heaven and earth in the earth fire, the vitality rushed into the flag and made the flag more distinct. Moreover, various talismans gradually appeared on the flag. Zhang Xiaohua knew that these talismans were the formation of the 3-talent flag gate formation. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.Qidian. Chapter 484. After the burning of the earth fire, the talisman on the flag became more visible. It was almost out of the flag, and the array on the flagpole also emerged from the dark texture. Zhang Xiaohua saw that the time was right, and the expression on her face became more serious. She took a deep breath, and the true qi in her body surged. Her hands followed the formula of refining the world, and her fingers flicked. She put the formula that she had just made into the 2 separated array tools. The small flag and the flagpole were attracted by the formula, and they gradually approached each other. As the distance between the 2 got closer, it seemed that there was a huge repulsive force between the 2, and they faintly repelled each other. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown when she saw this. Refining the World did not describe such a situation, and it could only be encountered in real practice. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She still put in different formulas step by step, and according to her own poor experience, she put in some formulas twice more. So, under the efforts of Zhang Xiaohua, the 2 things were getting closer and closer. When they were about to get close, Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was sweating. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but complain in her heart. Previously, she used the refining method to refine the jade pendant for protection. She felt that it was very easy, so she looked down on this refining method. During this period of time, she also used the earth fire and the pill furnace to refine medicinal pills. She dealt with the fire and felt that the way of alchemy was similar to the way of refining weapons. So, today, she didn't consider carefully and directly used the refining method to repair the small flag, but at the last moment when the 2 were about to merge, she couldn't do it. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and released her divine thought. She used the formula to control the earth fire slightly, trying to calm down. I just performed the formula and steps according to the record of refining the world. There is no mistake in it. Why can't I refine the 2 together? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but quickly recall the refining process just now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Refining equipment and refining pills were both refining. Refining pills was refining the essence of herbs and building different essences together. It was very meticulous and meticulous. On the other hand, refining equipment was smelting materials of different qualities and adding them into a formation to form something completely new. It was very particular about smelting and embedding. The two refining methods looked the same, but there was a fundamental difference. The evolution of the heavenly Tao, the separation of yin and yang, and the creation of the five elements. Weren't refining pills and refining equipment the two sides of yin and yang? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have realized something. He had always been refining pills, but he was much more careful and meticulous. It was not suitable for the pure yang way of refining weapons. Thinking about the boiling jade liquid when she refined the jade pendant, Zhang Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. Then, she forced all the true qi in her body into her fingers. She once again formed the formula. Slowly and rhythmically, she sent the formula into the earth fire. The two array weapons that could not be merged for a long time. As Zhang Xiaohua's formula was sent in, it was as if there was an invisible hand that pulled the two array weapons together. Suddenly, a white brilliance flashed. The flag and the flagpole finally merged together. The talismans on the two disappeared at the same time. Only a complete small flag floated above the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long breath. With a wave of her hand, the small flag floated into her hand. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the intersection of the flag and the flagpole. She did not see any traces. She could not help but be amazed. Inwardly, she said, "This is the legendary, flawless." After fiddling with it for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put the small flag into her purse. Although the time it took to refine the small flag was not long, the consumption of true qi was enormous. She had almost used up all the true qi in her body. She simply did not have any energy left to refine the other two. Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the praying mat. While walking, she sighed. In the past, compared to the martial artists, she always felt that she was more powerful than them. But now, in the afternoon, deciphering the refining the world consumed her divine sense. In the evening, she refined an array weapon. Oh, and it was only repairing an array weapon, but she used up all her true qi. Although there were no longer any immortals in this world, Zhang Xiaohua still felt very ashamed. Her cultivation base at the early stage of the refining qi stage was really not enough. She was still wholeheartedly thinking about finding the method of refining and preparing to show her skills to refine a handy magic tool. Looking at it now, it was almost an unattainable thing. Only when she reached the late stage of the refining qi stage or the legendary foundation establishment stage would it be possible. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua decided to take a good look at the refining principles first. She would put the refining the world in her purse. She would wait until her strength was enough to cultivate it. Sitting cross-legged on the dark green praying mat, although it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua already had no intention of comprehending the talisman or array. He was really too tired today. Taking out two primordial stones from his bosom, he closed his eyes and meditated. Silently, he operated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to slowly replenish his consumed true qi. In the next 2 days, according to the original arrangement, Zhang Xiaohua imparted the remaining changes of the 5 elements Dian array to Nie Qianyu one by one. She recorded them in detail. Moreover, in the afternoon and evening, the remaining 2 small flags were repaired. Although the repair of these 3 small flags exhausted Zhang Xiaohua, it also improved her cultivation. Unexpectedly, it improved even more than when she refined pills. Zhang Xiaohua faintly understood that refining pills and refining tools were also cultivation methods. Similarly, they could also be used to cultivate great divine abilities. After obtaining the 5 elements Dian array, Si Yakong finally fulfilled one of his wishes. Looking at the detailed and complete array, he didn't dare to believe it. There were simply too many things inside, far beyond his imagination. It also far exceeded the records of the weapon-forging sect. For this reason, Xiaokong specially came to the pill room in the inner valley to express his gratitude to Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't like being schemed against by others, she had received a lot of benefits from the weapon-forging sect. How could she just ignore them? Thus, she chatted happily with Xiaokong for a long time. She even promised to visit the weapon-forging sect again after she finished teaching the incense cult and returned to Beidou school. Xiaokong was also very happy. He had always avoided meeting Zhang Xiaohua because he felt guilty. Today, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter and even gave him guidance on the application of the array, he didn't mention the textless heavenly book again. He even agreed to help Zhang Xiaohua search for rare and strange materials for refining tools. He even wanted to teach Zhang Xiaohua a few things on the spot. When Valley Master Nye saw this, the stone in his heart was finally put down. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua didn't take certain things to heart. On one side was his big brother whom he had known for many years, and on the other was a young hero whom the Rejuvenation Valley owed a great debt of gratitude to. He felt very uncomfortable being caught in the middle. After sending Xiaokong off, Valley Master Nye hurriedly returned and asked softly, "Virtuous nephew Ren, the matter of the array has been completed. Do you?" Valley Master Nye blushed with shame. Who was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley? He still had to wait for the other person to have time to refine a medicinal pill. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Uncle Nye, don't be impatient. I've also organized the pill recipe these past few days. It will be completed in half a day. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I'll ask Elder Zhang to pick the medicinal herbs for the Crimson Flame pill. I'll wait here respectfully. How about we open the cauldron and refine the pill together?" Valley Master Nye was overjoyed and was about to speak. But at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua said with a troubled expression, "There's one more thing that I have to tell you, Uncle Nye." Valley Master Nye was startled and said with a smile, "Virtuous nephew, if you have something to say, please say it. There's no need to worry." Zhang Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and said, "Uncle Nye, by right, you're not an outsider. I also learned many things about refining pills from Rejuvenation Valley. Refining the Crimson Flame pill is a rare opportunity for us alchemists. It's better to discuss and observe together, but..." Hearing this, Valley Master Nye's expression turned ugly. "That's right, you've learned Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy skills and used Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal herbs to refine medicinal pills. It seems like you don't want Rejuvenation Valley's Valley Master to observe from the side. Oh, I forgot. You've even asked Rejuvenation Valley's daughter to choose a pill room for you and study with you. In the end, you actually want to throw her aside. How could she accept it?" Seeing Valley Master Nye's ugly expression, Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "Uncle Nye should know my personality. If it weren't for the fact that I had no other choice, I wouldn't say such things. Some of the techniques used to refine the Crimson Flame pill were copied from the ancient pill refining technique scroll that I gave you last time. That technique has nothing to do with me passing it to Rejuvenation Valley. However, there are some other techniques that are secretly passed down from my Beidou school. I received instructions from the elders in the school and didn't dare to break the school rules. Please forgive me, Uncle Nye." Zhang Xiaohua spoke sincerely and mentioned the techniques used to refine the pill. Valley Master Nye's expression eased a little. What Zhang Xiaohua said was very reasonable. Ever since he started practicing that technique, he could already successfully refine simple pills. It could be seen that she didn't lie to him. One technique in the scroll could restore Rejuvenation Valley to its heyday as an ancient pill refining technique. The other techniques could be imagined. It was normal that she didn't allow him to observe. However, Valley Master Nye still didn't give up. He asked, "Nephew, I know your difficulties. However, refining the Crimson Flame pill is a grand occasion that Rejuvenation Valley hasn't had in thousands of years. If I don't watch from the side, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Also, Elder Zhang, at such an old age, protected these medicinal herbs for so many years. If he can't watch the refining of the pill with his own eyes, would he be able to rest in peace? Oh my God, he even used the words, wouldn't rest in peace. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded, I understand Uncle Nie's thoughts very well. How about this, the refining process will still be watched by everyone. However, if necessary, I would like to ask Uncle and Elder Zhang to wait outside the pill room for a moment. When I'm done, I'll invite the two of you in. How about that? Valley Master Nye thought for a moment and said, if that's the case, I feel that it's fine. I'll go back and ask Elder Zhang what he thinks. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, after all, I've put Uncle in a difficult position. Please understand. Valley Master Nye smiled bitterly. Not knowing the technique was just being passive. His every move was restricted by others. He originally wanted to use Rejuvenation Valley's resources to exchange for their secret pill refining techniques, but in the end, he could only watch from afar and couldn't touch the core. Chapter 485. Valley Head Nye's wishful thinking of exchanging resources for skills had failed, so he went out to discuss with Elder Zhang in disappointment. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't worried that Rejuvenation Valley wouldn't agree. The formula and refining method of the Crimson Flame pill were clearly stated in the prescription. Now, Rejuvenation Valley's decoction method would definitely not succeed. Even if Valley Head Nye successfully imitated the vital energy she imparted to him, the success rate of refining the Crimson Flame pill was only 30%. Although the conditions she proposed were harsh, it was just that they weren't allowed to watch some parts of the process. Not to mention that the entire process would improve Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy, even the Crimson Flame pill that was successfully refined in the end was something that Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang coveted. How could Elder Zhang not agree? How could he not agree? It was recorded in Rejuvenation Valley's prescription that taking the Crimson Flame pill in combination with Rejuvenation Valley's secret internal energy cultivation method could increase one's cultivation by 5 to 10 years. This was an absolutely fatal temptation to any Jianghu person. It was also the first medicinal pill that came to Elder Zhang's mind when he knew that Zhang Xiaohua could refine pills using the ancient method. And in Zhang Xiaohua's jade slip on immortal pills, another name for the Crimson Flame pill was Meridian Nourishing Pill. Its effect was to nourish the meridians and expand the meridians. It wasn't considered a top-grade medicinal pill, and it wasn't even considered a middle-grade medicinal pill. Moreover, things like the crimson pearl grass and the bright sun grass weren't considered extremely rare medicinal herbs in ancient times. It was just that the qi of heaven and earth had drastically decreased and many of these medicinal herbs had gone extinct, which showed the preciousness of this medicinal pill. When Valley Head Nye left the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua took out the jade slip. He had wanted to take a closer look at it a few days ago, but refining the small flag really took a lot of effort, which was why he kept delaying it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't plan to refine the Crimson Flame pill from the start. He only wanted to refine the Meridian Soothing pill according to the jade slip. After all, the method he used was the Immortal Tao's alchemy. If he really used the method of imitating true qi to refine the Crimson Flame pill, it would be better to let Valley Master Nye refine it himself. Moreover, through this period of refining pills, Zhang Xiaohua had also discovered that although Rejuvenation Valley's pill recipe was based on the Martial Way's pill refinement method, there were still traces of the Immortal Tao's pill refinement method in its bones. Previously, all of his pills had been refined successfully using the Martial Way's method before using the Immortal Tao's method. Moreover, the latter's color and quality were several times better than the former's. This was also the main reason why he wanted to directly refine the Meridian Soothing pill and not the Crimson Flame pill. After carefully looking through the formula and refining process of the meridian soothing pill, Zhang Xiaohua felt that this meridian soothing pill was only slightly more complicated than the basic pill. The time spent in the middle was longer, but the other steps were more or less the same. There were only 2 more types of spells, so it shouldn't be too difficult for him. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua already had experience in refining small flags, so he didn't dare to underestimate things that he hadn't tried before. He could only guarantee the possibility of refining the pill from various aspects. After he finished looking through the jade slip, Zhang Xiaohua took out the formula and refining steps of the crimson flame pill for reference. However, it was a martial way's alchemy method after all, and was much cruder. There were many places where it wasn't suitable and even felt that there were some errors. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head as he continued reading. But when he reached the end, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. Why do you think this is? It turned out that in the jade slip, the meridian soothing pill was a fiery red pill the size of a soybean. But in the scroll, the crimson flame pill was a brownish red pill the size of a thumb. The color and size of these pills were all different, so could they be the same pill? Could it be that the formulas of the 2 pills were different? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the 100 Herbs Compendium. She hurriedly took out the thin jade slip and carefully searched for the herbs required for the meridian soothing pill. As a low-level pill, the meridian soothing pill had many ingredients. Other than the bright sun grass and crimson pearl grass, there were more than 10 other ingredients. Zhang Xiaohua looked through them one by one and memorized their names and appearances in her mind. Then, she compared them with the ingredients for the crimson flame pill that she had just memorized. Other than the main ingredient, the other ingredients for the meridian soothing pill were close to 10 other ingredients. Among them, there were close to 7 herbs that were similar to the ones for the meridian soothing pill. Although their names were different, the effects and appearance of the herbs were very similar. Unsurprisingly, it should be the same type of herb. The other herbs were either different or did not exist. Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and stroked her chin, thinking to herself. She did not need to think too hard to figure out that with the annihilation of the immortal Tao, the art of refining pills had also changed. The formula for the meridian soothing pill might have been passed down, but some of the herbs in it were also extinct. When a martial arts alchemist obtained such a precious formula, he naturally wanted to refine it. Based on his own experience, he changed the herbs in it. As time passed, this formula had been refined by many experienced alchemists and was modified into the formula for the crimson flame pill. The refining method was also almost completely changed. As for the difference in this pill, it was even easier to explain. The herbs were changed and the refining method was also completely different. How could they be the same? However, Zhang Xiaohua still had some doubts. How could the meridian soothing pill be smaller than the crimson flame pill? Martial arts alchemy was obviously born out of the immortal Tao. How could the pill refined be better than the immortal Tao? Thus, another problem arose. If she refined the meridian soothing pill, how could she explain the relationship between these pills and the crimson flame pill? But then, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. She thought to herself, I'll just say that I failed in refining the pill. What else can I say? Anyway, it's my first time refining, so it's normal to fail. If I have extra time, I'll use the cauldron to refine the real crimson flame pill. But then, the chances of success will not be as good as the meridian soothing pill. After making up her mind, Zhang Xiaohua did not try to make a last-minute effort. She took out the incantation for concealing her cultivation level from the god's guidance and continued her unfinished comprehension. Seeing that the people from the aroma cult were about to arrive, it would be best if she finished comprehending it before they arrived and concealed her immortal Tao cultivation level. If she was discovered, it would be very bad. The beginning of this incantation was very cryptic. Zhang Xiaohua tried to comprehend it several times and always felt like she had grasped something. But she just could not understand it and was stuck there. She did not make much progress. It was the same today. Zhang Xiaohua felt vexed. Just as she was about to get up and walk around the inner valley, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. 2 days ago, when she had a splitting headache, she was resting beside Ling Longhong in the inner valley. She did not release her divine sense nor did she use any divine abilities. Why did she feel like she was one with her surroundings? Why was she able to sense Valley Master Nye's arrival? Didn't concealing her cultivation level mean that she had to hide her vital energy within her body and not let others see it? Wasn't this exactly the same feeling she had a few days ago? Following this train of thought, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the Tao of Heaven. Everything in this world was under the Tao of Heaven and secretly followed the Tao of Heaven. Also, the last time she made a breakthrough, Nye Qinyu said that she looked more ordinary. Wasn't that the same reason? Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly enlightened. The Tao of Heaven was really the origin of all things. Not daring to delay any longer, Zhang Xiaohua put her comprehension of the Tao of Heaven together with the incantation. Not long after, the previous sluggishness actually loosened. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. She quickly sat down again and closed her eyes to comprehend. At the same time, in the inner valley, on one side of Zhang Xiaohua's pill room, Elder Zhang frowned. He was unusually angry and asked in a deep voice, "Valley Master, did Ren Xiaoxia really make such a request?" Valley Master Nye helplessly said, "Yes, Elder Zhang. I've already said it 5 times. Don't ask any more. Tell me, are we going to refine or not?" Elder Zhang was also in a difficult position. Of course he made an agreement with Zhang Xiaohua to refine the Crimson Flame pill. His purpose was to refine it together with Zhang Xiaohua. Not only could he observe the alchemy technique, he could also obtain the Crimson Flame pill. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But when it came down to it, she didn't let him watch from the side. His wishful thinking had failed, how could he not be ashamed and angry? Forget it, I'll go find Ren Xiaoxia and ask. Ren Xiaoxia is loyal and righteous. How can he be so stingy? Elder Zhang finished speaking and was about to get up. Valley Master Nye grabbed him and said with a bitter smile, "Elder Zhang, do you think you know Ren Xiaoxia better than I do?" Elder Zhang looked at him and said, "Of course not. No matter what, he is still your future father-in-law in name. How can I compare to you?" Valley Master Nye hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Elder Zhang, please don't say that again. You'll make Ren Xiaoxia angry. He only lent a helping hand. We can't be unkind." Elder Zhang snorted disdainfully, "Forget it. If he didn't have some feelings for little you, would he have done this? You and I are both experienced people. Who doesn't understand?" Valley Master Nye looked at this elder who was much older than him and was really speechless. He only said, "With my understanding of Ren Xiaoxia, if it wasn't for the sect's special instructions, he wouldn't have refused like this." "That's right, haven't you been urging Ren Xiaoxia to refine the Crimson Flame pill? Do you know why I haven't told him?" Elder Zhang said unhappily, "How would I know? You've been evading me again and again. I don't even know where your elbow is leaning." Valley Master Nye smiled lightly and told him about the weapon forging sect. Of course, he didn't tell him about the textless heavenly book. Ah! The weapon forging sect's 5 elements formation. That brat Si Yakong actually stayed in the outer valley for so long just for this 5 elements formation. Let me think, I seem to have heard his master talk about this mysterious thing before. Could it be that Ren Xiaoxia just let little you copy it and impart the 5 elements formation to our rejuvenation valley? Valley Master Nye also couldn't hide his excitement and said, "That's right. Tell me, if Ren Xiaoxia did this, how could I suspect anything else? It must be that Ren Xiaoxia has a reason that he can't let us know." Elder Zhang also nodded when he heard this. Not bad. The key is that he still wants to leave this Crimson Flame pill for our rejuvenation valley. Even if we don't look at it, it's worth it. Then it's decided. Elder Zhang, tomorrow morning, I'll bring a few jade boxes stored in the valley and we'll pick the ingredients for the Crimson Flame pill. Okay, we'll do this tomorrow. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 486. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced the Big Dipper magical fist as before and didn't feel any difference. However, when she finished practicing the fist technique and was about to return to the pill room, she saw Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang excitedly walking over from the inner valley. They were talking excitedly as they walked. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and looked at the sky that was blocked by the mountain wall. She was speechless. The sun seemed to have just risen from the east and here we are still in darkness. You don't have to be in such a hurry to squeeze out labor. The chickens haven't even crowed yet. Cough cough, I forgot that there are no chickens in the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. There are only the chirping of birds. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua standing in front of the pill room, Valley Head Nia quickly walked forward and cupped his hands. Nephew Ren, you're up so early. Zhang Xiaohua returned the greeting and said, I can't help it. I'm so tired that I can't sleep when the sun rises. I keep thinking about what I have to do today. Valley Head Nia chuckled and didn't reply. Elder Zhang raised the jade box in his hand and said, no matter how early Xiaoxia woke up today, he didn't wake up as early as Valley Head Nia and I. According to the records of Rejuvenation Valley, it's best to pick the herbs before the dew disappears. Therefore, the two of us woke up before the sun rises. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, there's actually such a thing? How come I don't know? How many days have you been in the sect? There are still many things you don't know. Elder Zhang mercilessly attacked. Valley Head Nia said, this is a rule passed down from an unknown era in Rejuvenation Valley. It's only passed down by word of mouth and there aren't even any records. It's normal that nephew doesn't know. Zhang Xiaohua nodded, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. That's right. I've read a lot of pill formulas and books, but I haven't studied them systematically after all. Many of the things I learned were pieced together. For example, I don't know anything about the secrets and tricks that are taught orally. And these minute things are often the key. It's the true knowledge that predecessors have obtained through practice. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had some thoughts, Valley Head Nia keenly asked, Nephew Ren, is there something wrong with the picking of the herbs? Zhang Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then said with a smile, I only secretly learned a move from your Rejuvenation Valley, how could there be anything inappropriate? Let me take a look at the herbs first. It wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe in Rejuvenation Valley's skills, but she didn't do everything herself so she felt uneasy. Sigh, she didn't seem like she was made to be a valley head. Elder Zhang understood and didn't say anything. He just handed over the jade box in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua took it and looked at it carefully. It was a jade box about the same size as hers, but it was white in color. At a glance, the quality of the jade couldn't be compared to hers. She used her divine sense to scan the jade box, but there was no fluctuation of vitality on it. Zhang Xiaohua was about to open it when she heard Valley Head Nia say, Nephew, let's open it in the pill room. The herbs have already been picked from the ground. If we open it now, it will affect the medicinal properties. Valley Head Nia was considered an old expert in refining pills, but when it came to the Crimson Flame pill, a pill that had never been refined, he was still overly cautious. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Uncle Nia's words are very reasonable. It won't be too late to open it when it's time to refine it. When the three of them arrived at the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua placed the jade box in her hand on the table in the groove and asked, Uncle Nia, how many jade boxes like this do we still have in Rejuvenation Valley? Valley Head Nia thought for a moment and said, there are many more. They were refined with the help of the crafting sect and the crafting sect. However, that was many years ago. In recent years, Rejuvenation Valley has stopped refining high-level pills like the Crimson Flame pill. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, if there is a need for high-level pills, we will mention it when the disciples of the Cult of Fragrance come to Rejuvenation Valley. We will also provide them with the corresponding rare herbs for them to refine and bring them back the next time they come. Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, the Cult of Fragrance will also help refine pills like the Crimson Flame pill? Valley Head Nia laughed bitterly and said, how is that possible? Nephew overestimates the generosity of the Cult of Fragrance. There are many high-level pills. Why would they refine pills like the Crimson Flame pill that can increase internal energy for us? It's just some other pills. Moreover, Valley Head Nia hesitated for a moment and then said, I believe that the Cult of Fragrance also has methods of refining pills like Nephew's, but I don't see them passing it on to Rejuvenation Valley. Elder Zhang also said angrily, if they could help refine the pills, us two old men wouldn't have to trouble Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua blushed a bit. She knew that he was a bit offended by her request yesterday. She cupped her hands and said, the two elders have been very good to me. I have also studied at Rejuvenation Valley. Seeing this, Elder Zhang waved his hand and stopped Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Ren Xiaoxia, don't say any more. This old man feels uncomfortable, but the rules of your sect cannot be violated. We will not make things difficult for Xiaoxia. However, it would be best if we could see the refining process for as long as possible. We should also leave some of the refined Crimson Flame pills to us. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she laughed loudly and said, Elder Zhang is right. When the pills are refined, I will only take 3 and leave the rest to Rejuvenation Valley. What do you think? Elder Zhang then said, if it's not 3. Or if it's not 6. Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, if it's not 3, I won't take a single. If it's not 6, Rejuvenation Valley will keep 3. Valley Head Nia was about to speak when Elder Zhang said loudly, Ren Xiaoxia is straightforward. It's settled then. However, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Elder Zhang, don't be in such a hurry. I also have a presumptuous request. Elder Zhang asked curiously, what else do you have to say? Didn't you say enough yesterday? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, this one carefully studied the recipe for the Crimson Flame pill last night and discovered that refining the Crimson Flame pill doesn't require the entire stock of Crimson Flame grass and Crimson Pearl grass. Even half of the other ingredients will suffice. This one has a request, and that is to first refine the other half of the medicinal herbs. If it's successful, then we will divide it according to our discussion just now. I would like to ask Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang to leave the ordinary medicinal herbs to this one. What do you think? This? Elder Zhang was a bit troubled. He looked at Valley Head Nia and didn't dare to make a decision on his own. Valley Head Nia frowned and said, and if the refinement fails? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and said, then this little nephew would be too ashamed to accept the remaining half. She then continued, this little nephew will attempt to refine the remaining half. Elder Zhang laughed loudly and said, Ren Xiaoxia has made a good plan and won't suffer a loss at all. You still want to use my Rejuvenation Valley's Crimson Flame grass to refine the pill twice. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hold back and said with a smile, that's still better than the incense cult. They won't refine it for you at all. As the two spoke, Valley Head Nia had finished thinking and nodded, dead things can't compare to living things. If Virtuous Nephew can refine the pill, what harm is there in giving the remaining medicinal herbs to Rejuvenation Valley? Furthermore, Virtuous Nephew doesn't need to have any mental baggage. Just refine as you please. Even if you fail twice, there's no harm. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, Uncle Nia, please don't worry about this. This little nephew still has some confidence and will not recklessly waste natural resources and let Elder Zhang's years of hard work go to waste. Oh, that's right, these jade boxes are also for this little nephew. Clang! When Valley Head Nya heard the last sentence, his figure staggered and he thought to himself, this guy's habits are just as little you said. Without waiting for Valley Head Nya to answer, Elder Zhang waved his hand and said, whatever, whatever. There are many more of these things in Rejuvenation Valley. If you like them, there's no harm in having your future father-in-law give you a few more. This time, it was Zhang Xiaohua's turn to be speechless. After all the matters were discussed, Elder Zhang and Valley Head Nya placed their own jade boxes on the table so that Zhang Xiaohua could start the fire to refine the pill. Zhang Xiaohua hesitated slightly and walked forward. She took down the cauldron placed on top of the earth fire and placed the immortal cauldron that she had taken from Elder Zhang's pill room on top of it. She was about to open the mechanism and start the earth fire. Seeing this, Elder Zhang immediately stopped her. Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to use this strange cauldron to refine the pill? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, exactly. But, I've tried this cauldron before. I can't control the temperature at all. How can I refine the pill? Elder Zhang, you don't know. A few days ago, I moved it from your place. When I had nothing to do, I blindly thought about it and happened to come across a technique of our sect that can control this cauldron very well. Moreover, the effect is much better than the original one. Therefore, I thought of using this technique to refine the important Crimson Flame pill. So that's how it is. This is the root cause of his different attitudes. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang both revealed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder they couldn't watch the entire process. The secret techniques of their sect were naturally forbidden from being spread to outsiders. When Zhang Xiaohua started the earth fire and heated up the cauldron, she stood there and didn't put in the medicine. Elder Zhang asked strangely, Ren Xiaoxia, quickly input inner energy to increase the temperature. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and smiled without speaking. Valley Head Nya pulled his sleeve and said, let's go, Elder Zhang. Let's go outside and wait for Ren Xiaoxia to call us. Ah. I haven't put in the medicine and you won't let me watch. Elder Zhang was depressed. Although he was depressed, they had already agreed. Elder Zhang could only stand up and follow Valley Head Nya out of the pill room. In her spiritual sense, she saw the two helplessly standing outside. Zhang Xiaohua could only apologize in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the jade boxes on the table all opened their lids. The jade box containing the scarlet flame grass immediately overflowed with an unusually lively heaven-earth yuan qi. The jade box containing the crimson pearl grass overflowed with a gentle and tranquil heaven-earth yuan qi. The heaven-earth yuan qi of the other few medicinal herbs were slightly different and the concentration was also different. Zhang Xiaohua memorized the positions of the few medicinal herbs and closed the lids of the jade boxes. Then, she lightly breathed in and formed a seal with both hands. She hit the cauldron and was about to refine the meridian soothing pill. Not only could it remove as many impurities as possible, it could also better retain the essence within. Rejuvenation Valley's water decoction method should also have this layer of meaning. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Elder Zhang, take a closer look. That's not water, but the juice of the scarlet fire grass. I didn't add anything else. Valley Head Nya was greatly shocked and said, Nephew Ren, you can actually maintain the medicinal liquid in this state at such a high temperature and not turn it into air and fly out. How did you do it? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, Uncle Nya, forgive me for not being able to answer this question. Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang were both disappointed. They looked at each other and then focused on the puddle of liquid. At this time, Nya Qianyu also walked to the front of the pill furnace and stuck her head out to look at the situation inside. She thought of the question just now and said with a smile, I started refining pills a long time ago, but when I came, Father, before she finished speaking, Valley Head Nye seemed to have realized something and suddenly raised his head to ask, "Nephew Ren, you just said that this juice is from the scarlet firegrass?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Nye, is there a problem?" "But, in the pill recipe, didn't it clearly state that the scarlet fire grass and crimson pearl grass have to be added together and that the two main medicinal properties have to be slowly refined?" Valley Head Nye asked somewhat anxiously. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Uncle Nye, don't worry. I have confidence. This scarlet fire grass juice still needs to be refined for a day and a night. I can only put the crimson pearl grass in at this time tomorrow." "What?" The three people at the side were all shocked and said in unison, "Just refining this scarlet fire grass takes a day and a night?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered that the formula for the crimson flame pill did not specify the time needed to refine it. He had been busy with the matter of the array these past few days and had neglected this problem. The elixirs refined by Rejuvenation Valley were extremely ordinary, and the elixirs he had refined recently were at most a meal's worth of time. He had never refined an elixir as time-consuming as the crimson flame pill. Of course, it would be surprising if he said it out loud. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua explained, "Elder Zhang, Valley Master Nye, in the recipe for the crimson flame pill, it only states the steps to concoct the pill, but it doesn't state the specific time. The concoction method in my sect is different from the previous one. It emphasizes on the word gentle, which means to use a gentle flame to produce fine work. Therefore, the time taken is much longer." Nye Qianyu asked curiously, "Then Big Brother Ren, how long will it take?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's not done one by one. After a while, you can put the crimson pearl grass and the other herbs into the pill furnace. They will be refined together for a day and a night." "Oh, I see." The three people sighed. This was understandable. However, the next words shocked them again. "However, after refining, the juice still needs to be nourished in the pill furnace for 13 days. Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently. This. The three people did not know what to say. Yes, the alchemy of the immortal Tao had long been lost. Although the alchemy of the martial Tao had the saying of pill nurturing, as time passed, this term was gradually forgotten. At this time in Rejuvenation Valley, pill nurturing was nothing more than rolling the muddy medicinal dregs into a round ball. However, before they could react, Zhang Xiaohua said again, "I'm sorry, but I have to put in the crimson pearl grass. Please wait at the entrance of the pill room." Nye Qianyu was stunned and blurted out, "Big Brother Ren, just put in your medicine. Haven't I seen you do it a dozen times? What's there to avoid?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Valley Head Nye and said, "Little you, go out with Uncle Nye first and let him explain to you. This pill furnace needs to be filled quickly. There can't be any delay." When he said, "There can't be any delay," Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang became anxious and pulled the clueless Nye Qianyu out of the pill room. After the three of them left, Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and looked at the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. She cast a spell and the crimson pearl grass turned into a round ball and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rolling medicinal liquid and waited for a while before adding half of the crimson pearl grass into it. The moment the crimson pearl grass entered the crimson pearl grass, there was a reaction. The spherical medicinal liquid suddenly expanded as if it was about to explode. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry. She cast a spell with both hands and her vital qi flowed freely into the spell. When the spell was cast into the medicinal liquid immediately rolled like a child's toy in the pill furnace. After a long while, it finally calmed down and floated quietly in the pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua knew that although it looked peaceful, the fire-attributed crimson pearl grass and the water-attributed crimson pearl grass were quietly fusing in the medicinal liquid, reinforcing and restraining each other. However, the sphere was the original form of the medicinal liquid. She did not know if changing it to a pancake shape would affect the fusion of the two main ingredients. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and observed the changes in the medicinal liquid. She then cast a spell and slowly sank the medicinal liquid to the bottom, changing it to a pancake shape. Fortunately, although the external shape of the medicinal liquid had changed, the internal fusion was still the same. There were no other changes because of the external shape. Zhang Xiaohua spread out the medicinal liquid and almost touched the sweat on her forehead. Was there anyone in the immortal Tao who could refine pills like her? Zong Yi calm and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 488. Outside the alchemy room, Valley Head Nye had already told Nye Qianyu about Zhang Xiaohua's unreasonable request. Nye Qianyu, on the contrary, was not as shocked and surprised as Elder Zhang. She had followed Zhang Xiaohua all the way back to Don't Worry City and found too many strange things about Zhang Xiaohua. Although Zhang Xiaohua tried to cover it up, the three of them were together every day and Nye Qianyu was very concerned about Zhang Xiaohua's actions. Even if Zhang Xiaohua frowned or made a special expression, Nye Qianyu would try her best to guess. How could she not see some clues? However, Nye Qianyu was very smart. She had always seen it with her eyes but never remembered it in her heart, let alone tell Little Orange. Now that she heard her father's words, she only nodded slightly and looked towards the alchemy room. She said worriedly, "Will Big Brother Ren be okay? He has to refine for 14 days. Can he bear it alone?" Elder Zhang's eyes widened as he looked at this little girl. He shook his head and sympathetically said to Valley Head Nye, "Handsome Nye, oh handsome Nye, you've suffered a great loss. This girl's personality is biased towards outsiders. You've given birth to 3 daughters in a row and raised them until now, but none of them thought about you. What can you do, what can you do?" Nye Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed, "It's still better than some elders who have no children." Valley Head Nye scolded, "Little you, don't be rude." Elder Zhang did not care and said, "That depends on how you think. If you don't think about your own father like you, it's useless to have you." Nye Qianyu said seriously, "Elder Zhang, this has nothing to do with who is biased. I just feel that Big Brother Ren must have his reasons for doing this. There's no need to force him." How could Elder Zhang not understand this logic? He had also thought it through earlier. However, when he saw that the other party was mysteriously refining pills in the pill room while he waited bitterly outside, anyone would involuntarily feel a little resentment. This was why he had repeatedly vented it. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked out. When he heard the conversation between Nye Qianyu and Elder Zhang, he could only sigh in his heart. Little Fishy was so concerned about him. She supported all of his decisions without reservation. She did not ask the reason for his actions at all, nor did she complain about not allowing him to watch. She was only worried about how hard it would be for him to continuously refine pills. This kind of care. Sigh, Zhang Xiaohua himself also had an indescribable feeling in his heart. If he was not moved at all, even his own heels would not believe it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua appear at the entrance of the alchemy room, Valley Master Nye and Elder Zhang's faces lit up. They passed by each other and rushed inside. Their figures were graceful and their movements were swift. There was nothing to say. Only Nye Qianyu stood there motionless. She said uneasily, "Big Brother Ren, I didn't expect refining this crimson flame pill to be so troublesome and to trouble you for an entire 14 days. Nye Qianyu moved her lips and continued, "I thank Big Brother Ren on behalf of Rejuvenation Valley." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and looked at this girl who was not very beautiful. He said softly, "Little you, you're treating me like an outsider. I used your Rejuvenation Valley's alchemy room and used your Rejuvenation Valley's medicinal herbs to cultivate my own alchemy skills. In the end, I still have to share some of the pills refined. No matter what, I'm taking advantage of you." Should I also salute you and thank Rejuvenation Valley? Nye Qianyu spat and said, then why don't you bow and thank me? What kind of stupid rules are you making to make Father and Elder Zhang depressed? Zhang Xiaohua did not explain and said, let's go and take a look. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. At that time, did he consider the opinions of the Misty School? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua added, even if I want to greet the elders in the sect, it will have to wait until I return from the incense cult. Nye Qianyu was a little impulsive and said it without thinking. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua's initial rejection, she regretted saying it out loud. She knew it was impossible, so why did she say it out loud and make others look down on her? But when she heard the last sentence, she was ecstatic. She had always been eager to excel, but her body was weak and she couldn't practice martial arts well. It had always been a pity. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't much older than her, but her martial arts cultivation was ridiculously high. Presumably, the Beta school had its own unique way of teaching disciples. If she could enter the Beta school, perhaps, thinking about it made her feel warm and she couldn't help but say in surprise, Big Brother Ren, don't lie to me. Just like Nye Qianyu, after saying the last sentence, Zhang Xiaohua regretted it. Wasn't she looking for trouble? However, looking at Nye Qianyu's surprise and thinking about how good she was to her, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh and say, I'm not lying. It's just that I'm not confident, so I can't promise you casually. Nye Qianyu smiled and said, as long as Big Brother Ren agrees, I'll be happy whether it succeeds or not. Who knows, I might even become your little junior sister. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, in your dreams. You'll probably have to call me martial uncle. Nye Qianyu looked disappointed and said anxiously, that can't be, Big Brother Ren. Is that really the case? What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Chapter 489. When Nye Qianyu saw Zhang Xiaohua acting like this, her face was filled with anger. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, I forgot about refining pills. Could the three of you please leave for a moment and come back in after I'm done? Nye Qianyu had no choice but to follow Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang out of the pill room. As soon as they left the pill room, Elder Zhang gave Nye Qianyu a thumbs up and said, little you is really smart. You actually thought of becoming a disciple. This old man never thought of this. He then said to Valley Head Nye, Valley Head, now you know the benefits of having a daughter. You were able to get this mysterious pill refining method to Rejuvenation Valley without any effort. Valley Head Nye shook his head and said, Elder Zhang's thinking is too simple. Even if little Yu enters Beta school, let's not talk about how long it will take her to reach Nephew Ren's level. Besides, if she becomes a disciple, she has to follow their rules. Whether or not she can refine pills for us is another matter. It's better not to have too much hope. How could Elder Zhang not know? He was just joking. Within the pill room, Zhang Xiaohua was concentrating on looking at the medicinal liquid that had already reverted to a spherical shape. She inserted several spells from the jade slip into it and carefully observed the changes within. She saw that the scarlet flame grass and the crimson pearl grass had reacted more intensely than before. This spell had the effect of promoting it. Zhang Xiaohua stroked her chin and formed a spell with her other hand, as if she wanted to discover something from within. After a long while, she sent the medicinal liquid into the furnace and walked out. This time, Valley Head Nye and Elder Zhang weren't as active as the previous 2 times. They presumably knew that no matter how fast they ran, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let them see anything from the pill furnace. Sure enough, the pill furnace, earth fire, and medicinal liquid were the same as before. Only the medicinal fragrance in the pill room was still faint. At this time, Nye Qianyu unconsciously frowned and asked softly, Big Brother Ren, why is the medicinal fragrance different when you refine pills? I remember that some time ago, as long as you refined pills, the medicinal fragrance would assail our nostrils. But now, Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nia also suddenly came to a realization. They were only concerned about the process of refining the pill and had forgotten about this detail. Moreover, many ancient records did not even mention the medicinal fragrance. They only took it for granted that the medicinal fragrance had to be rich to be a truly good pill. Elder Zhang asked with concern, Ren Xiaoxia, could it be that the technique is wrong? Zhang Xiaohua had compared the martial Tao and immortal Tao's alchemy, and she had some insights in her heart. She smiled and said, I don't know the reason behind it, but I vaguely feel that the medicinal fragrance is naturally emitted by the medicinal effects of the medicinal herbs. If the medicinal fragrance is emitted too much, will it reduce the medicinal effects? For example, if this medicinal herb is stored in an ordinary wooden box, the medicinal fragrance will be very strong no matter where it is placed. After a long time, it will lose its effect. Only when it is stored in a jade box, the medicinal fragrance will not leak out and it can be maintained for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua did not tell them about the array outside the medicinal liquid and the 5 elements inside the pill. She only threw out this simple comparison, which could be considered as a simple explanation that was easy to understand. The other 3 were suddenly enlightened. This theory was really easy to understand, but why was it not written in the alchemy books? Only Zhang Xiaohua, who had become a novice and completely relied on herself to fumble around, could have such an understanding. Nie Qianyu immediately asked, then according to Big Brother Ren, the fainter the medicinal fragrance of the pill, the more effective it is? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. Except for pills that have been stored for a long time and have completely lost their medicinal effects. Nie Qianyu spat and said, of course I know this. Not long after, the entire alchemy room fell into a dead silence. Yes, even when faced with a pool of medicinal liquid, there was no gurgling, nothing could be seen and nothing could be understood, so how could there be any questions to ask? After a while, Valley Master Nia smiled and said, Nephew Ren, I still have some miscellaneous matters to attend to in the valley, so I won't be here to observe. Nephew Ren, please take care of it. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left the alchemy room. After a while, Elder Zhang, who was originally the most enthusiastic, also wanted to give up. He muttered, Young hero Ren, I suddenly remembered that I haven't fed my big white yet. I reckon that it's hungry now. I have to hurry and take a look. You go ahead with your work. I'll come back tomorrow to take a look. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and ran away without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak. Nie Qianyu was the only one left. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua apologetically and silently accompanied her. However, after a while, Nie Qianyu's eyes became a little blurred as she looked at the medicinal liquid. Although she liked being with Zhang Xiaohua very much, she didn't dare to talk to Zhang Xiaohua when faced with this medicinal liquid that didn't change at all. She was afraid of disturbing him while he was refining pills, so how could she not feel sleepy? Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew her divine sense from the alchemy furnace and asked softly, What's going on? Little you, it's still early, so why are you daydreaming? If you want to do it, then just do it. Why are you alone in the alchemy room with me? How can I face those months of 3-character classic? Nie Qianyu, who was originally in a daze, was suddenly teased out of her sleepiness. She spat and said, It's broad daylight, so why are you talking about a man and a woman alone? I'll just rest here. Let's see who in the Rejuvenation Valley will say no. Zhang Xiaohua was startled and immediately gave her a thumbs up. She said with a smile, You're indeed the second most powerful person in the Rejuvenation Valley. You're so impressive. Nie Qianyu's face was slightly red. She looked at the medicinal liquid that still didn't change in the alchemy furnace and asked, Big Brother Ren, has it been like this for the past 10 days? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Basically, it hasn't changed. There will only be some changes on the last day. Then, we can't watch it on the last day, right? Nie Qianyu asked very sharply. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. Alas, Nie Qianyu sighed and said, Father and Elder Zhang will definitely regret it. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and didn't answer. In any case, she had already made it clear before that no matter what, she couldn't let them see her using spells to control the alchemy furnace. Seeing that Nie Qianyu was somewhat unhappy, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said, Little fishy Nie, instead of being bored here and not being able to learn anything, why don't you go back and carefully comprehend the 5 elements Dian formation? That's a real thing. Once you learn it, you can use it to protect the Rejuvenation Valley. Haven't you always wanted to rely on your own strength to achieve results that would make others take notice of you? Isn't this the best opportunity? Nie Qianyu's eyes lit up when she heard this. These words were exactly what she wanted to hear. Thus, she had long forgotten the whispered instructions from Elder Zhang and Valley Master Nie at the entrance of the alchemy room. She stood up and said, Big Brother Ren, you're right. I'll bring that formation over now and comprehend it in your alchemy room. If there's anything I don't understand, you can immediately answer me. What? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Didn't I just want you to go back? Why do you really want to stay here overnight? Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly waved her hand and said, Little fishy Nie, you'd better comprehend it in your own room. I have to concentrate on refining pills here. If you have any questions, it won't be too late to find me after dinner. What do you think? But Nie Qianyu really wanted to say, Big Brother Ren, the people from the fragrant religion are about to arrive. How many more days can you stay in the Rejuvenation Valley? I just want to spend more time with you. Unfortunately, she couldn't bring herself to say such naked words of love. She could only change her words and say, But, can't I come over whenever I have a question? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and said with a profound expression, The ancient said, Walk your own path and let others envy you. Although this formation is dead, you're alive. If you encounter a problem, it's best to think about it a few times. Perhaps you'll have your own ideas. You don't have to rely on other people's explanations. Thinking about it on your own is the most practical gain. Moreover, different people have different opinions on the path of formations. It is not necessarily conventional. If you accept it completely without thinking, you will not be able to develop it and surpass it. Alas, in short, he wanted Nie Qianyu to see and think more by herself. She shouldn't disturb him when he was refining pills. How could Nie Qianyu not understand? She only smiled sweetly and said, Big Brother Ren is so talented. I'll definitely learn from you. I'll go back and comprehend it now. After she finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Zhang Xiaohua and walked out of the pill room. After Nie Qianyu left, Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief. This world was really peaceful. The feeling of no one watching was really good. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand gesture and sent the medicinal liquid back to the center of the pill furnace. Then, he made a few more hand gestures and the entire medicinal liquid started to boil abnormally. After a long while, the medicinal liquid gradually calmed down. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and took the grass praying mat beside the bed. He sat cross-legged in front of the pill furnace and released a strand of divine sense to carefully observe the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. He closed his eyes and prepared to comprehend the incantation of spirit traction. However, after Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes, he felt as if something was missing, which made him feel uneasy. He frowned and opened his eyes. What greeted him was a few jade boxes beside the pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood. Of course, half of the scarlet fire grass and half of the crimson pearl grass had not been put into his money pouch. How could he be at ease? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out 2 dark green jade boxes from his money pouch and placed the scarlet fire grass and crimson pearl grass on the table into the jade boxes. Then, he placed a restriction on them. Only then did he feel at ease. At this time, there were still many medicinal herbs on the table that were untouched. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and took out a few more jade boxes. He divided the remaining medicinal herbs into half and placed them into the jade boxes. Anyway, I've already told Valley Head Nia and Elder Zhang to leave half for me. I'm only taking them now because I'm afraid that the vitality in the medicinal herbs will dissipate. After doing all this, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged again and calmed his heart to comprehend spirit traction. A day's time passed very quickly. Chapter 490. Dusk had fallen for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua stopped her cultivation and looked at the empty pill room with a smile. Elder Zhang's personality has changed. An entire day has passed, and he still hasn't come to see his precious crimson flame pill. Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps. Without releasing her divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua knew that it was Nie Qianyu. When Nie Qianyu entered the alchemy room, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately looked behind her and said, "Huh? Where's Elder Zhang? Uncle Nie? I haven't seen them for an entire day, and I miss them. Why haven't they come to see me refine pills?" Pfft. Nie Qianyu laughed out loud. "You really want them to come? I'll go call them right now." Nie Qianyu also pretended to leave. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Forget it, I'll just think about them. Uncle Nie still has the huge rejuvenation valley to take care of, and Elder Zhang still has the handsome Dabai to take care of. There's no need for you to make another trip." "Bah!" Nie Qianyu sneered. "Even if you want them to come, they may not come." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to ask, Nie Qianyu said directly, "Those who came and left after being scolded by you were asked to enter the elixir chamber one moment and leave the elixir chamber the next. They are all your elders. How can they still keep their dignity? If you let them watch from the pill room, they'll naturally come." Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. She pointed at Nie Qianyu and laughed. "Little fish Nie, you're trying to persuade them again. Did Elder Zhang go to look for you?" Nie Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed. "Looks like I can't hide anything from Big Brother Ren. Father and Elder Zhang both asked me to ask you. If you let them see something new in the future, they'll come. If it's just a pancake like medicinal liquid for 10 days, they won't come." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then you should tell the two of them to come back on the last day. There won't be much change in the next 10 days. Nie Qianyu nodded and then asked a few more questions about the 5 elements Dian formation. She was inspired by Zhang Xiaohua and wanted to think about something of her own. However, there were too many things included in the immortal Tao formation. It was not easy to just accept them all. She had just come into contact with the formation, so how could she understand her own things? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua answered all her questions without hesitation. Nie Qianyu's eyes sparkled as she listened to Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at Nie Qianyu's eyes, Zhang Xiaohua raised her little tail high and looked like a master. She said, "I don't have much time left, little fishy. When I leave, where will you find another master like me? Why aren't you working hard to master it?" If it was any other day, Nie Qianyu would have already scolded Zhang Xiaohua for being so arrogant. However, when she heard it now, she felt weak in her heart. She pursed her lips and did not say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She quickly picked up some common knowledge about the formation, including the 5 elements formation and the tripartite formation. She combined it with her own martial arts knowledge and tried her best to make Nie Qianyu understand and practice it on a daily basis. This gradually diverted Nie Qianyu's attention and made her listen more attentively. Nie Qianyu only left reluctantly when it was late at night. After Nie Qianyu left the inner valley, Zhang Xiaohua immediately restricted the alchemy room. She did not waste any time and continued to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Zhang Xiaohua did not think that she was wasting time by explaining formations to Nie Qianyu. First, Nie Qianyu's cultivation in martial arts was limited. If she could learn formations, she would have some ability to protect herself. This could be considered repaying Nie Qianyu's wisdom. Second, Zhang Xiaohua's formations were fumbled by herself based on jade slips and might not be completely correct. During the lecture, she could also comprehend or make up for new things. After a while, it was almost midnight. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. She frowned and released her divine sense from the alchemy room, directly sweeping outside Rejuvenation Valley. She saw several carriages and several horses carrying a group of people along the small path toward Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Why were there still people coming? However, judging from their hurried but not surreptitious appearances, they didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards Rejuvenation Valley. Right at this moment, a guard dressed in martial attire scuttled out from the forest on the side of the path. He stood in the middle of the path and held a long spear in his hand, blocking the path of the carriages. The carriages all stopped. A young man dressed in martial attire riding a white horse stepped out of the crowd and walked towards the guard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see that it was Rejuvenation Valley's second son-in-law, the young gang master of the whale gang, Changsheng. When she saw this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be bothered to look any further. She withdrew her divine sense. However, she found it strange. It was already the middle of the night. Why had Nie Qianyu brought her husband back to her parents' home? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua reached the peak of the early stage of qi condensation, her comprehension of the heavenly Tao had improved slightly. In particular, she'd made new gains in the past few days when she'd combined the incantation of spirit guidance with the heavenly Tao. It was very easy for her to merge her entire body into her surroundings. Even if she didn't release her divine sense, she could still reflect any abnormal movements within a certain radius into her mind. However, Nie Qianyu was Nie Qianyu's second older sister. She stood up and used a few more hand seals to remove the restriction on the cauldron room. She then walked to the empty space in front of the cauldron room and started cultivating the Big Dipper magical fist. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already told Nie Qianyu yesterday to pass on the message to Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang that there would not be any special changes in the 10 over days of refining the pills, so there was no need for them to come and observe. However, not long after Zhang Xiaohua returned to the cauldron room to comprehend the god's guidance, Valley Head Nie and Elder Zhang came over hand in hand. After greeting each other, the two of them could not wait to observe the medicinal liquid in the cauldron. They saw that the medicinal liquid was still at the bottom of the cauldron and there was no change from yesterday. The two of them could not help but look at each other in dismay. Could it be that this medicinal liquid had been roasting at the bottom of the cauldron for 10 over days? What was the difference between this and 1 day? Of course, they understood in their hearts that there was definitely a difference. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua would not have stayed in this cauldron room for 10 over days. But the question was, what was the difference? Was it to refine the essence of the medicinal herbs? The two of them almost reached out a hand to grab Zhang Xiaohua's neck and make her say the reason. But looking at Zhang Xiaohua's smiling and closed mouth, they knew that this fellow was going to invite them out again. Sure enough, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to open her mouth, Elder Zhang said with a smile, "Ren Xiaoxia, Big White caught a cold while looking after the medicinal herbs yesterday. Our Rejuvenation Valley is too big and I can't manage it alone. I am relying on Big White to patrol here, so I have to take good care of it. I reckon that I won't be coming over for the next few days." The refinement of this crimson flame pill will all depend on Xiaoxia. Valley Master Nie also forced a smile and said, "I also have to deal with one matter after another in this valley. It seems that I won't be able to come over often. I will have to trouble my nephew with this matter." Valley Master Nya frowned deeply. These words seemed to be the truth. Zhang Xiaohua's heart also moved. Thinking of what she saw last night, she could not help but laugh secretly. Even an upright official finds it difficult to resolve family matters. This must be Rejuvenation Valley's own matter. Chapter 491. Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head and pretended to think. She then said solemnly, "If that's the case, then you two seniors can go about your business. There's no need for you to come over for the rest. How about I inform you after I've successfully refined the Crimson Flame pill?" Valley Head Nya glanced at Elder Zhang and nodded, "That's the only way. Nephew, you've worked hard. If you need anything, just tell little you. All the medicinal herbs in Rejuvenation Valley will be at your disposal." Hearing the word, medicinal herbs, Zhang Xiaohua pointed at the jade box on the table and said, "After a while, I will put the other medicinal herbs into the cauldron according to their weight. I will put away the remaining medicinal herbs first. What do you two think?" The two nodded and had no objections. This was something they had discussed beforehand. Zhang Xiaohua was just putting it away first. After chatting for a while, Valley Head Nya and Elder Zhang were about to leave with conflicting emotions. Seeing Valley Head Nya frown, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the fragrant religion. She immediately asked, "Uncle Nya, are the people from the fragrant religion about to arrive?" Valley Head Nya nodded and said, "It should be around this time. However, nephew, don't worry. This old man won't forget about your matter. I've already arranged everything properly. Even if the people from the fragrant religion come now, this old man will delay them until the Crimson Flame pill is successfully refined." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and sighed, "The Crimson Flame pill can still be refined in the future. I don't want to push back the opportunity to go to the fragrant religion. I ask for Uncle Nya's understanding." Valley Head Nya looked at Elder Zhang and also nodded, "This old man understands nephew's thoughts. Nephew, just focus on refining the pill. This old man will arrange everything." After speaking, the two cupped their hands and bid farewell. Zhang Xiaohua stood alone in front of the cauldron. Thinking of Valley Head Nya's expression just now, Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. She understood that Valley Head Nya was most concerned about this Crimson Flame pill, but what she cared about was the opportunity to go to the Cult of Fragrance. If the people from the Cult of Fragrance were to come now, there would be an irreconcilable conflict between her request and Rejuvenation Valleys. She hoped that the people from the Cult of Fragrance would come a little later. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been waiting for people from the Fragrance cult to come quickly, wanted to delay this moment. This day passed very peacefully. In the morning, Zhang Xiaohua threw the remaining medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace and controlled the temperature of the earth fire to slowly quench the impurities of the remaining medicinal ingredients. When it was close to noon, Zhang Xiaohua once again injected a series of complicated spells into the pill furnace. She observed the faint changes of the 5 elements in the pill furnace and officially entered the pill gestation stage. When it came to pill incubation, he only had to pay attention to the temperature of the earth fire and control the stability of the cauldron. There was nothing else to pay special attention to. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua took some time to separate a strand of consciousness to watch over the cauldron and began his usual cultivation. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days had passed. Valley Master Nya and Elder Zhang did not appear again. Only Nye Qianyu came to Zhang Xiaohua almost every night to ask questions about the 5 elements Dian formation. With the depth of her study, Nye Qianyu had already mastered the basics of this formation. It had to be said that Nye Qianyu, who did not have a good aptitude in martial arts, was still better than ordinary people when it came to the cultivation of formations. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua answered her questions, he slowly taught her some of the basic knowledge of formations and restrictions. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was even more remarkable. She had already begun to comprehend the cultivation concealment chant of God's guidance and had already achieved some small success. If there were no accidents, she would be able to achieve large success in a short period of time. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua would not attract the attention of the experts in the fragrant religion. After all, Zhang Xiaohua only went to the fragrant religion to look for Zhang Xiaohu and did not have any intention of causing trouble for the fragrant religion. However, Nie Qianyu's expression was the same as Valley Master Nie's. At first, it was just a frown, but recently, there was a slight worry on her face. Zhang Xiaohua originally decided not to ask, but in the end, he couldn't help but ask, "Little fishy Nie, 10 days ago, I saw Uncle Nie's worried face. You also seem to have something on your mind. I know this is a family matter of your Rejuvenation Valley. If there is anything I can help with, there is no harm in asking." Nie Qianyu forced a smile and said, "Alas, this matter," however, she only said the beginning and did not want to continue. She said, "It's nothing, Big Brother Ren. This is purely a private matter of our Rejuvenation Valley. You can't help much. You should concentrate on refining the pills. It would be best if you finished refining before the people from the fragrant religion arrive. Otherwise, it will always," in the end, there was another sentence that he didn't finish. Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was also afraid that the people from the fragrant religion would suddenly come and he would not be able to explain himself to the Rejuvenation Valley. He shrugged and said, "This matter can only depend on the heavens. I can only do my best." Alas, Nie Qianyu sighed and said, "But many things do not go according to one's wishes." Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled and he vaguely had a bad feeling. He immediately asked, "Could it be that the people from the fragrant religion have already arrived?" Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said reproachfully, "If the people from the fragrant religion came, even if father did not tell you, would I not tell you?" Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Little fish Nie, don't blame me. I was also anxious." Nie Qianyu waved her hand and said, "It's nothing, Big Brother Ren. Don't worry. As long as the people from the fragrant religion come, oh, and father will tell you whether or not the crimson flame pill is refined. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and smiled. After a while, Nie Qianyu was obviously not in the mood to study. Zhang Xiaohua did not keep her and sent her out of the alchemy room. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace. She did not make any gestures to inject the liquid into the furnace. After leaving the alchemy room, Nie Qianyu went out of the inner valley. She did not go to the Peach Blossom Temple, but went directly to the Huichun Hall. At this time, there were already many people sitting in the Huichun Hall. Valley Master Nie was sitting at the head of the table, expressionlessly sipping tea from time to time. On his left, the two disciples, Fei He and Mu Qingxian, were sitting upright with their heads bowed. They looked like clay bodhisattvas. On his right, the eldest daughter, Nie Qianrong, and her husband, Yu Zhonglin, were looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Their second daughter, Nie Qianxiu, and her husband, Chang Sheng, were slightly angry. They exchanged glances and glanced at Valley Master Nie from the corner of their eyes. Seeing Nie Qianyu enter the Huichun Hall, Valley Master Nie was surprised and smiled, "Little Yu, why are you back so early today?" Nie Qianyu looked at everyone and said, "Big Brother Ren is a little tired, so I came back early." After she finished speaking, she greeted everyone in the hall and casually sat down next to Mu Qingxian. Hearing Nie Qianyu's words, the anger on Chang Sheng's face became even stronger. He gave Nie Qianxiu a look. Nie Qianyu coughed and said to Valley Master Nie, "Father, wasn't this young man with the surname Ren fine? As long as he helped our Huichun Valley get through this difficult time, he would be kicked out. Why is he still staying in the valley after so long? Could it be that this guy changed his mind and father couldn't kick him out because of your face? If father doesn't want to be the bad guy, then I will go and explain it to him so that he doesn't have any bad ideas and leaves the valley as soon as possible." When Valley Master Nya heard this, he shook his head and said, Nephew Ren is staying in the valley not because of your sister, but because of other important matters. You don't have to worry about it. Nephew? Nye Qianxiu sneered and said, since father is calling him nephew, then have you investigated the background of this nephew? He is staying in our Huichun Valley for no reason and is even trying to build a relationship with us. Don't fall into his trap. When Nye Qianyu heard this, her face turned pale and she said, second sister, big brother Ren has a chivalrous heart and didn't take advantage of our Huichun Valley. He just, Nye Qianxiu interrupted her words and said, little you must not be bewitched by him and lose your usual intelligence. The bad men in this world like to play hard to get. He obviously has thousands of ideas for you, but you can't see through them and think that he doesn't care. Only when you take the bait will he reveal his ferocious face. I think this Ren is such a person. Even second sister, who has just met him a few times, can see your feelings for him. How can he not know? Since he has no interest in you and helped our Huichun Valley, we can just give him some elixirs and some gold, silver, and jewels. He can just come from afar. Why is he still staying in the valley to talk to you? This person must have an unspeakable plan in his heart. Nye Qianyu's face turned pale. When Yu Zhonglin heard this, he opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Nye Qianrong pulled his sleeve and shook her head. Yu Zhonglin was stunned and very puzzled. However, he saw Nye Qianrong constantly winking at him, so he looked back and saw Valley Master Nye's face was terrifyingly gloomy and showed signs of anger at any time. He immediately extinguished the thought of speaking and frowned as he watched Nye Qianxiu's performance. At this time, Changxing coughed and stopped Nye Qianxiu from continuing. He smiled and said, you said so much, but he is just an outsider. Little Yu is much smarter than us, how can she not know how to be careful? Moreover, father-in-law is also here. He will definitely not be deceived by this hypocrite. The word outsider was enunciated very clearly. When Nye Qianxiu heard this, she also smiled and said, husband, you are right. I am just afraid that our family will be taken advantage of, so I reminded little Yu that an outsider is an outsider and can't be completely trusted. Then, she said to Nye Qianrong, do you think what little sister said is right? Big sister. Nye Qianrong was a little caught off guard and hurriedly said, second sister is right, right. However, the specific problem needs to be analyzed in detail. After saying that, she shut her mouth and refused to say another word. Hui Chunhao was silent for a while, then they heard Changxing say again, father-in-law, what do you think about the matter that I mentioned last time? Chapter 492. A cold smile appeared on Valley Master Nye's face when he heard this. Xiao Chang, I've already answered you about this matter several days ago. Do I still need to repeat myself? An almost imperceptible trace of anger flashed through Changxing's eyes, but his expression remained warm and genial. He said respectfully, father-in-law, please understand. This son-in-law of mine isn't making things difficult for you. Moreover, Changxing isn't an outsider. He's a nephew I watched grow up. He can't practice martial arts, but he's a bit smart. If you don't help him, this child's future will be bleak. Valley Master Nye coldly snorted. The Whale Gang is a famous gang in the Jianghu. Your nephew only needs to find some work in the gang. Won't this be easily solved? Why go so far for what's near? When Yu Zhonglin heard this, he couldn't help but feel surprised. His father-in-law had always been kind and amiable. Whenever there was a problem with the Whale Gang, he would grant it. He wasn't stingy at all. Although Rejuvenation Valley's attitude towards the Whale Gang wasn't as good as Deer Cry Sec's, they were all ordinary son-in-laws. Presumably, he wouldn't be stingy with Changxing. What did Changxing want his father-in-law to do for him to refuse again and again? Just as he was about to speak, Nie Qianrong tugged on his sleeve. When Yu Zhonglin looked over, he saw his wife shaking her head slightly. Changxing glanced at Nie Qianxiu out of the corner of his eye, but didn't say anything else. Nie Qianxiu felt wronged. Father, Changxing is also my nephew. He treats me with respect every day. He's a good person. Moreover, before I returned home, I already promised father-in-law that I would complete this matter for him. Look at the gifts I brought back. They're all gifts from the whale gang. Just give me some face and agree. Valley Master Nie didn't hesitate. He shook his head and said, if it were anything else, would have agreed long ago. Even if you married into the whale gang, you're still my daughter. How could I not give you face? However, this matter is truly important. I can't ignore it. After that, he took a sip of tea and said, when you returned late that night, you told me about this matter early in the morning. At that time, I didn't immediately refuse. I only thought about it again and again. This involves the reputation of our Rejuvenation Valley, so I didn't dare to make a decision on my own. Seeing this, Nie Qianxiu turned her head to look at Mu Qingxian and Fei He. However, the two of them had remained silent ever since they entered the Rejuvenation Hall. They were completely focused on tasting the tea, as if they had never tasted such a wonderful tea before. Nie Qianrong had no choice but to turn her head to look at Nie Qianyu. Nie Qianyu was annoyed that she had scolded Zhang Xiaohua just now. She pouted and looked impatient. She did not look at her and just used her finger to draw something in the air. Nie Qianxiu thought that she was fooling around and was extremely angry. If Zhang Xiaohua was here, she would be able to see that Nie Qianyu was drawing the 5 elements die in formation. The entire Rejuvenation Hall immediately fell into an awkward silence. Yu Zhonglin really couldn't take it anymore. After all, in this hall, only he and Changxing had the role of son-in-law. If he didn't say anything at this time, he would lose out in terms of morality. As a result, he coughed and said that, father-in-law, although the whale gang is a large sect, it is still the place where Changxing grew up. If he only makes a living in one place, it is inevitable that he will have the mindset of a frog in a well. If he comes to Rejuvenation Valley, it can be considered as making up for his shortcomings and learning new skills. I feel that this is a good thing. Moreover, Changxing also came to our Dear Cry sect with second sister 2 years ago. Valley Master Nie looked at his son-in-law and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhonglin, do you think that if Changxing came to my Rejuvenation Valley, the whale gang would give me a carriage full of gifts? Do you think I'll reject you again and again? Yu Zhonglin was speechless. Nie Qianrong smiled and said, Father, please don't blame Zhonglin. He has good intentions and wants to help second sister. It's just that he doesn't know what's going on. However, your daughter is also confused. Valley Master Nie sighed. You just came back this afternoon. Naturally, you don't know the reason. Qianxiu and Changxing are begging me for the same thing you begged me for 6 years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, Nie Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and exchanged glances. They didn't say anything else. Valley Master Nie continued, if Changxing only came to my Rejuvenation Valley, I wouldn't have anything to say. I couldn't ask for anything more. However, just like Zhonglin's cousin, he wants to pass down the incense cult and try his luck. Do you think it's easy to be an alchemy boy? Not to mention that I haven't seen a single alchemy boy come back after so many years. If Changxing goes, who knows when he'll be able to come back? Before he finished speaking, Changxing said, Father-in-law, please don't worry about this. I already explained the situation to my father and brothers before coming here. They all feel that if he goes to the incense cult, there will naturally be other opportunities. It doesn't matter if he doesn't come back. If he can make a name for himself, he will be able to bring honor to his ancestors and raise the prestige of the whale gang. Valley Master Nie smiled bitterly. Not a single one of the alchemy boys sent by our Rejuvenation Valley has ever come back. Although we hear that they are doing very well in the incense cult, we don't see any living people. It's inevitable that there will be something wrong. Xianxia was still unwilling. Father, you don't need to worry. We only agreed to send him to the incense cult. As for his fate, whether he comes back or not, it's not something we can control. Valley Master Nye scolded, Xianxia, you're being muddle-headed. Your husband's family's matters are our Rejuvenation Valley's matters. Changsheng is also our relative. This matter is clearly dangerous, and it's not like there are no other ways. Why do you insist on walking down this single-plank bridge? Father, your daughter has never asked you for anything in all these years. This is your daughter's request. You should just agree. Valley Master Nye still shook his head. There's one more thing. The incense cult has always maintained close ties with Rejuvenation Valley. They even strongly support our Rejuvenation Valley in the pugilistic world. However, we treat people sincerely. Every time they come to Rejuvenation Valley to pick people, we receive them with sincerity. We let them choose from the alchemy boys that we focus on nurturing. You have to know that the incense cult has made it clear that they only want alchemy boys trained by our Rejuvenation Valley. If I let Changsheng go forward, wouldn't it be cheating? Hearing this, Changsheng and Nye Qianxiu's faces showed a trace of anger. However, they still endured and did not flare up. They only softly pleaded, Father, although Changsheng is not our alchemy boy, he is still Changsheng's nephew. We know him better than our alchemy boys. Junjun is not an outsider. What is there to be worried about? The word outsider was clearly enunciated. Valley Master Nye shook his head. If I could make an exception, I would have made an exception for Zhonglin's cousin a few years ago. Why wait until now? You should think of another way. At this time, Nye Qianxiu could not bear it anymore. She stood up. Father, it's not that I want to make things difficult for you. Since you want to take care of the alchemy boys, then don't include outsiders. You have to be fair. On one hand, you want to send an outsider to the incense cult as an alchemy boy. On the other hand, you keep denying the future of your own people. Do you think I don't have other thoughts? When Valley Master Nye heard this, his face also showed anger. He frowned and looked at Yu Zhonglin. Yu Zhonglin was shocked. He quickly said, Father-in-law, although this son-in-law also came to welcome the people from the incense cult, I just returned to the valley this afternoon. It was at this rejuvenation hall that I saw second sister and second brother-in-law. Nye Qianxiu sneered. Father, there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Since you want to send Ren Xiaoyao to the incense cult, then don't be afraid of others knowing. Then, he glanced at Nye Qianyu, who was also surprised, and said, I thought there was something wrong with Ren Xiaoyao that day. Even if he helped him when he saw injustice, why didn't he leave when the matter was over? He just stayed in my Rejuvenation Valley and kept saying that he didn't need any repayment from us. I thought he was very noble. It turns out that he didn't care about the foundation of my Rejuvenation Valley at all. He had already made his plan. He turned out to be a super sect in Jianghu, the incense cult. Maybe he had already calculated this plan when he saved little Yu. Maybe he was even sent by the enemy. Everything had already been arranged. Nye Qianyu said angrily, You second sister, how can you slander big brother Ren like this? He didn't even know what Rejuvenation Valley was that day. Nye Qianxiu sneered. This is even more nonsense. Although my Rejuvenation Valley is not as famous as the incense cult in Jianghu, there must be a problem if a person in Jianghu hasn't even heard of Rejuvenation Valley. Little you, don't be blinded by others. Others have sold Rejuvenation Valley and you still help them count the money. Shut up. Valley Master Nye was also furious. I know what kind of person Ren Xiaoxia is. He has been in our rejuvenation valley for several months. If he has any bad conduct or intentions, how can we not see it? Moreover, your eldest senior brother and second senior brother have also been in contact with him. They have all praised him. Do you think we are all blind? Fei He and Mu Qingxian also heard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to the incense cult for the first time. They were very surprised. However, when they heard their master mention it, they quickly nodded. Yes, this Ren Xiaoxia is indeed a magnanimous person. He is not what you think. Nie Qianxiu did not back down. You may know a person's face but not his heart. I have only seen him once. However, from the fact that he wants to go to the incense cult, I know that his purpose in saving little you is not simple. Moreover, father, no matter what, Ren Xiaoyao is an outsider. He has not really married our family's little you. Since you can let him pretend to be an alchemy boy and enter the incense cult, why can't you help him and let him have a good future in the incense cult? Valley Master Nie sighed. AI, this is clearly different. Nie Qianxiu sneered again. What's the difference? He just wants to hug the incense cult's thigh and make plans for his future. Seeing that Valley Master Nie was still shaking his head, Nie Qianxiu gritted her teeth. If father doesn't agree, then no one will go. If you let that person go to the incense cult, then don't blame your daughter. Chapter 493. Valley Master Nie said angrily, "What do you want?" Nie Qianxiu also seemed to have shed all pretense of cordiality. She said, "Father, you naturally know your daughter's temperament. I never give up until I achieve my goals. If father only wants that bastard to go to the incense cult, then don't blame me for leaking information to the incense cult." When Valley Master Nie heard this, he didn't fly into a rage as Nie Qianxiu had imagined. He only smiled. I have no intention of hiding nephew Ren's identity. Even if the incense cult's emissaries find out about this, they won't blame us. Is that so? Father? Nie Qianxiu smiled like a kitten. Father will definitely say that he is little Yu's future husband. With this identity, the incense cult naturally won't blame us. However, what if they find out that this husband is just a gimmick and has nothing to do with our little Yu? Right, what if it's a person of unknown origin? Valley Master Nie was finally enraged. He roared, "You dare! Why wouldn't I dare?" Nie Qianxiu raised her head. It's just a small favor. If father isn't even willing to help, I really don't have the face to return to the whale gang. Chang Sheng stood up at the right time and scolded, "Little Xiu, how can you speak to father like this?" He then bowed to Valley Master Nie and said, "Father-in-law, please don't blame her. Little Xiu's temper is like this. You know that she's just saying things out of anger. If the incense cult finds out about this, won't it become a big problem? At the very least, they'll cut off all ties with our rejuvenation valley. At the very least, they might even teach us a lesson. The incense cult's anger isn't something that our rejuvenation valley or the Jade Foundation Alliance can handle. Don't you think so, brother-in-law?" Yu Zhonglin was listening intently. When he was suddenly called, he was startled awake. "Oh, yes, brother-in-law is right." Nie Qianyu, who was sitting below her two senior brothers, also looked at her father with a worried expression. Second sister and brother-in-law were right. Letting Zhang Xiaohua into the incense cult was indeed risky. However, back then, she had thought that only Valley Master Nie, Yu Yan, the Jade Foundation Alliance's leaders, and herself knew that Zhang Xiaohua was going to the incense cult. Therefore, there was no risk. However, she didn't expect that her second sister would return to the valley late at night a few days ago and say that she wanted to force her way into the incense cult to secure a bright future. This wasn't something that had never happened before. Recently, even brother-in-law Yu Zhonglin's cousin had been rejected by her father. However, she didn't expect her second sister to have such detailed information. For a moment, she didn't know how to persuade her. Valley Master Nye flew into a rage out of humiliation. He never thought that his daughter would fall out with him because of her in-laws. The idea of sending Zhang Xiaohua to the incense cult wasn't suggested by Zhang Xiaohua. She had only asked for the location of the incense cult's headquarters. Everything was arranged by Valley Master Nye and Yu Yan. Sigh, it was all Yu Yan's fault. Why did he think of sending her to the incense cult? However, when he thought about the influence that Zhang Xiaohua had on the Rejuvenation Valley in the past few months, Valley Master Nye couldn't help but secretly admire Yu Yan's arrangement. If it wasn't for the kindness of sending Zhang Xiaohua to the incense cult, would Zhang Xiaohua have given so many things to the Rejuvenation Valley? Alchemy techniques, the 5 elements dye formation, and the crimson flame pill that was being refined now. That was an elixir that could increase one's cultivation by 10 years. It was something that he couldn't even dream of. Sigh, this second sister is too much. How did she get caught up in this wave? It's so easy to refuse this year, but Valley Master Nye was also speechless. What Zhang Xiaohua had done was a secret of the Rejuvenation Valley. Nye Qianrong and Nye Qianxia were married people and naturally couldn't reveal it. However, if he didn't say it, how could they know that it was the Rejuvenation Valley's secret that allowed Zhang Xiaohua to go to the incense cult? Since he couldn't say it, and he had to let Zhang Xiaohua go, the only thing that Valley Master Nye could do was to compromise. However, looking at Nye Qianxia's appearance, looking at Changxing's appearance, then looking at Nye Qianrong and Yu Zhonglin, Valley Master Nye was in a dilemma. Firstly, his second daughter had married an outsider, but she was of the same mind as her husband's family and used his weakness to threaten him. It was unforgivable. Secondly, he had previously refused his eldest daughter and son-in-law, and now he had to agree to his second daughter's relatives going to the incense cult. It was a dilemma, an absolute dilemma. Yu Zhonglin looked at Nye Qianrong and gave her a look. Nye Qianrong coughed and said, "Father, Yan Qi's grandfather told us about this matter on the way back to the Deer Cry sect. He was afraid that we would have some thoughts if we knew about this matter. In fact, since this matter was discussed by his grandfather and father, how could we have other thoughts? The matter last time was also a matter of the Deer Cry sect. Since his grandfather didn't care, we naturally wouldn't care. His grandfather also said very clearly that this matter was of great importance and must not be spread out. We also took it to heart. Until today, we have never mentioned it again, let alone said a word to anyone else." Then, she glanced at Nye Qianxia and continued, "Moreover, this is a private matter of the Rejuvenation Valley. Your daughter is already married and does not dare to interfere with the matters of the valley. The reason I came back today is just like before, to show my face in front of the incense cult and let them know about the Deer Cry sect. I have no other thoughts. Father, you can make your own decision, I have no objections." Yu Zhonglin also smiled and said, "Father-in-law, Qianrong is speaking from our hearts. Before we came, Father also told us so. You don't have to worry about us." Sigh, why is there such a big difference between people? They all have the same mother, why do they look so different? Valley Master Nye was even more helpless. Seeing this, Changxing immediately stood up and bowed. "Father-in-law, I am sorry for being presumptuous. This is the first time and also the last time. In the future, I will not trouble father-in-law with such a difficult matter." Nye Qianxia also begged, "Father, please agree. This really is the last time." Valley Master Nye said helplessly, "Sigh, you can leave for now. Let me think about it carefully." This was a tactful agreement. Other than Nye Qianxia, Changsheng, and Nye Qianyu were all especially surprised. They didn't think that Valley Master Nye would yield to Nye Qianxia and Changsheng for Zhang Xiaohua. What kind of charm did this Zhang Xiaohua have to make Valley Master Nye take such a big risk? Nie Qianyu wasn't surprised because she knew everything. She knew Zhang Xiaohua's importance and his use to Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianxiu and Changsheng weren't surprised because they knew that as long as Valley Master Nie allowed Zhang Xiaohua to spread the incense cult, they had no choice but to let Changsheng go. Otherwise, it would be a life and death struggle. This wasn't what Valley Master Nie wanted to see. However, Nie Qianxiu was still not satisfied. She hurriedly said, "Father, what are you still thinking about? The messenger of the incense cult arrived in Sorrow City yesterday. Maybe he's coming to Rejuvenation Valley now. If you hesitate, the cucumber will be cold." It had to be said that Nie Qianxiu was still a little too anxious. The old man had already acquiesced. Couldn't she give him a way out? Changsheng hurriedly scolded, "Qianxiu, how can you speak to father like that? Hurry and apologize to father." Valley Master Nie was so angry that he laughed. "It seems that you're really considerate. You even pay attention to the movements of the messenger of the incense cult. It's rare. If you use this effort on the development of the gang, you may benefit a lot." Nie Qianxiu seemed to know that she was too anxious. She explained, "Father, don't blame me. I already promised father-in-law before I came. I'm afraid that I'll lose face. That's why I'm anxious." Valley Master Nie sneered, "If you're afraid of losing face, then what about other people's faces? Also, how can the movements of the messenger of the incense cult be known by us? I advise you not to overestimate yourself. Otherwise, if you get into trouble, no one can help you. Even if father helps you this time, he may not be able to help you next time." Hearing this, Nie Qianxiu was pleasantly surprised. "Father, you agree?" Almost everyone present wanted to cover their faces. He had already said this much, but she still didn't understand. This IQ. Changsheng pulled Nie Qianxiu's sleeve and stood up again. He bowed and said, "Thank you, father-in-law. This guy's etiquette tonight was almost more than in a year." Valley Master Nie glared at them and snorted. He stood up and entered the inner hall. Seeing their master leave, Fei He and Mu Qingxian immediately stood up and cupped their hands to everyone. They turned and left the Rejuvenation Hall. Tonight's matter was not so much the Rejuvenation Valley's matter, but rather the Valley Master's private matter. Nie Qianyu also stood up. Her face was very gloomy. She looked at her second sister from the corner of her eyes. She felt like she didn't recognize her anymore. She nodded to her eldest sister and brother-in-law and went to catch up with Valley Master Nie. Nie Qianrong stood up and looked at her second sister. She wanted to say something but stopped. She looked at Yu Zhonglin. They both shook their heads and left the Rejuvenation Hall hand in hand. Changsheng seemed to be happy that his wish had been fulfilled, but he was also worried about offending his father-in-law. He looked at Nie Qianxiu, who was still somewhat unwilling, and reproached her, "You're usually so smart. Why are you so reckless today?" Nie Qianxiu sneered, "Look at father's attitude today. It's obviously different from how he treated eldest sister and little you. If I don't fight for it, when will I be able to complete your father's task? But father-in-law has already agreed. You should have just given him a way out. Why force him to make a decision? You don't know this. Although father has agreed, little you just needs to say a bunch of nonsense in front of him. My efforts tonight will all be in vain. When the incense cult's emissary comes tomorrow, he just needs to say he doesn't agree. What else can we say?" "But, you can't what? Aren't I doing this for the good of Rejuvenation Valley and our whale gang? It's just that father is stubborn. In the future, he'll definitely thank us. Forget it. Let's not talk too much here. Let's go back inside." The two looked at the silent inner hall and stood up to leave. Chapter 494. The inner hall was an exquisite little room. Valley Master Nya was sitting on one side with his eyes closed, thinking about something. Nye Qianyu walked in quickly and sat beside him without saying anything. After a while, Valley Master Nya opened his eyes and asked, "Little Yu, what do you think about this?" Nye Qianyu said calmly, "I'll follow father's decision. I don't have much to say about this." "Sai, what's wrong with your second sister today? She's so overbearing. If not for the fact that I've watched her grow up, I would have doubted her intentions." "Father, don't worry too much. No matter what, second sister came from Rejuvenation Valley. She definitely won't have any intention of harming Rejuvenation Valley. This matter might be similar to what happened a few years ago with elder brother-in-law's family. They both want to use Rejuvenation Valley to hug incense cult's thighs. If Qianyu can be valued in incense cult and become an outer or inner disciple, wouldn't the whale gang gain face? She'll be relying on incense cult's backing. Sai, how could it be that easy? Rejuvenation Valley and incense cult have been friends for many years, but they've never helped us more than a few times. Don't we still have to rely on our own efforts to overcome difficulties?" "Father, you're right. But that's just us telling the truth behind closed doors. How would others know? They only know that we're wearing bright clothes because we're borrowing incense cult's glory. That's why they're racking their brains to use Rejuvenation Valley's connections. I'm just afraid that once Qianyu opens her mouth, others will come to Rejuvenation Valley to do the same thing. That'll be difficult." Nye Qianyu smiled bitterly. "That's also impossible. According to second sister, if we don't let Qianyu go, Big Brother Ren can forget about it. She'll definitely turn the world upside down. If the incense cult's emissary is like second sister said, he'll arrive tomorrow. We can't save him even if we want to. I hope this is the only time. There won't be a next time. Is a married daughter really like spilled water? She doesn't even care about father's efforts." Then he looked at Nye Qianyu and smiled. "I wonder how little you will be in the future." Nye Qianyu's face reddened. "Father, you're joking. How could I have such thoughts? I'll most likely stay by father's side and grow old in Rejuvenation Valley." Valley Master Nye sighed, "Nephew Ren is really a good child, but," Nye Qianyu immediately stopped Valley Head Nye from continuing, "Father, Brother Ren might already have someone in his heart, I." Halfway through his words, he was too embarrassed to speak. Valley Master Nye asked curiously, "I don't know which family's daughter is from, but she's actually more attractive than our little Yu." In the face of her father's comfort, Nye Qianyu did not feel happy at all. She just said, "Big Brother Ren is very tight-lipped. I and Little Orange couldn't find out anything. Alas, I don't know what kind of woman is worthy of Big Brother Ren. Let's not talk about it anymore. Little Yu, your Big Brother Ren isn't the only good man in this world. You don't have to be, on this tree. Let's set our sights a little further. With my Rejuvenation Valley's ability, it won't be a big problem to find you a satisfactory husband." Nye Qianyu's face was lonely. "Let's talk about this later. After all, Big Brother Ren hasn't been kicked out of Rejuvenation Valley by us yet." Speaking of kicking Zhang Xiaohua out of Rejuvenation Valley, Nye Qianyu's face unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. Moreover, he entered the fragrant religion as the prospective son-in-law of Rejuvenation Valley. Even if you're anxious to marry off your daughter, you'll have to wait for this matter to pass. Moreover, Nye Qianyu hesitated for a moment. Father's martial arts competition for marriage this time is extremely grand. Who in the Jianghu doesn't know about it? Who would come to our Rejuvenation Valley to propose marriage? Valley Master Nye's face was apologetic. "Little Yu, father didn't consider this matter thoroughly. I've really wronged you." Nye Qianyu took a deep breath and smiled. "Father's good intentions are to attract the enemy's attention. How could I not know this? How could I blame father? Let's not talk about this matter anymore. The fragrant religion's emissary may come back to Rejuvenation Valley tomorrow. Just like before, they'll only stay in the valley for a day. Moreover, Big Brother Ren's Crimson Flame pill will take 2 days to refine. There's still a day's delay in between. Father will have to put in a bit more effort. AI, that's right. This is indeed a difficult matter. I've long since known that the fragrant religion's emissary has arrived in Macho City. Don't you think it strange? The fragrant religion always arrives in Macho City before disappearing. Afterwards, they come to Rejuvenation Valley. Who knows what they're doing in Macho City? The fragrant religion's matters aren't something we can meddle in. Even second sister, father, you have to warn them again. They mustn't play with fire and get burned. The fragrant religion's appearance is a warning to Rejuvenation Valley so that we can prepare in advance. Your second sister's men are probably the whale gang's men. They're making preparations to force their way into the fragrant religion this time. I don't think they'll appear again in the future. I hope that's the case. But, AI, forget it. Second sister and the whale gang know the fragrant religion's strength. They definitely won't do anything foolish. That's right. Although your second sister isn't as smart as you, she's not stupid either. She's still able to distinguish between the pros and cons. Hey, little you, why are you so listless? Forget it, it's getting late. Father won't say any more. You've been learning the 5 elements multiplication formation all this time. You've also exhausted a lot of energy. Rest early. When Ye Qianyu heard this, she didn't say anything else. She stood up, bowed, and excused herself. A faint trace of worry could be seen on her face. Valley Master Nye gazed at his daughter's departing figure for a long time, unwilling to look away. That small and thin figure, and her somewhat tired footsteps, all indicated that his daughter was carrying a heavy burden on her shoulders. That's right. Little Yu's heart was completely set on Zhang Xiaohua. Although there were many men in this world, who would be able to walk into her heart. Not to mention a short period of time, even several years might not be enough for her to walk out of the thousands of knots in her heart. Moreover, when he thought about Zhang Xiaohua's unparalleled martial arts, superb alchemy skills, and unfathomable formations, although there were many men in this world, how many could compare to her? It was no wonder that little Yu was deeply in love. Although it was already summer, the weather in Rejuvenation Valley was still like spring. The peach blossom forest in Peach Blossom Nunnery was still the same, but the peach blossoms had long since withered. Only lush green leaves remained. Of course, when she thought about the gorgeous peach blossoms when Zhang Xiaohua came with her, Nye Qianyu felt a wave of sadness. As the ancient saying went, flowers can't bloom for 100 days. Even in Rejuvenation Valley, which was like spring all year round, delicate peach blossoms couldn't bloom forever. After all, only a peach tree that bore peach blossoms was a real peach tree. Peach blossoms were just a process. In the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the alchemy room, was completely unaware that Rejuvenation Valley almost had an internal strife because of him going to preach the incense cult. He also didn't know that Nye Qianyu was extremely sad and facing her beloved peach forest. At this moment, he was staring intently at the medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace. His heart was slightly nervous. It was already the 12th day of alchemy. The medicinal liquid in the alchemy furnace had gradually taken shape. The internal rotation was also slowing down. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to examine it carefully. The outer layer of the medicinal liquid seemed to be forming a formation that contained the 5 elements primordial qi. Why did he say that it seemed to be? That was because this formation was different from all the formations that Zhang Xiaohua had learned before. In other words, it was completely different from the formations that Zhang Xiaohua had practiced. Zhang Xiaohua had only forced the name, formation, onto this thing. This gradually formed formation harmonized the primordial qi of heaven and earth contained in the two main ingredients and several other ingredients in an orderly manner. It formed an elixir that had a universe within and the 5 elements fused together. Moreover, this formation also gradually underwent changes that Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not realize. It slowly isolated Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, turning this elixir into a pure elixir. Zhang Xiaohua had practiced refining elixirs before. She had even refined the representative elixirs of Rejuvenation Valley using the Immortal Tao technique. However, she had never seen such a distinct process in the refining process of other elixirs. It was this process that made Zhang Xiaohua feel that refining this kind of elixir was the real deal. Her so-called refining elixirs in the past was merely a warm-up process. If a low-level elixir already had such an effect, then what would a mid-level and high-level elixir be like? Zhang Xiaohua still had a trace of anticipation in her heart as she began to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra after inserting the last formula. It was another night of cultivation. The starlight was still penetrating into the crimson flame elixir that was about to take shape. During the 10 days of the elixir's gestation, Zhang Xiaohua would stand guard in front of the elixir furnace every night to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. The starlight had shrouded the elixir in starlight for 10 days. Previously, it was still unreachable. Now, the entire elixir could already see bits of starlight embedded in the elixir. It was just that the addition of this starlight was a disaster or a blessing. The accumulation of starlight was also a matter of accumulation. Zhang Xiaohua did not notice it previously. She only knew that on the morning of the 13th day, she casually scanned the elixir liquid with her divine sense and suddenly discovered that at the end of the gestation, her divine sense could no longer casually scan the elixir. The changes within the elixir were basically invisible. However, this starlight was different from other essences. It was scattered in a very strange arrangement within the elixir. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this starlight, her entire body could not help but stiffen. This thing was not mentioned in the formula for the Meridian Soothing Elixir. It was also not mentioned in the formula for the Crimson Flame Elixir. Was there a deviation in her refining? Was that why this strange thing appeared? Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a long time. From the time she put in the elixir until today's gestation, every spell, every step, she recalled in detail. However, she could not think of anything wrong. Could it be that when she turned the elixir liquid from a sphere into a pancake, and then from a pancake into a sphere, these starlight dots would appear? Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was perplexed. How could this be possible? She had only casually used the spell. If that spell could create something out of nothing, that would be great. Could it be because the formula for the Meridian Soothing Elixir was incomplete? Only the herbs for the Crimson Flame Elixir were used. Zhang Xiaohua was just thinking when she suddenly frowned. She seemed to hear the sound of a string instrument by her ear. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.